Radder's over on the Harleford Road side of the ground. It looks quite green. And as I say, there is a bit of cloud cover. And I think the first hour this morning for the Northamptonshire bowlers will be key. Surrey's 11, there are changes in the Surrey 11. First bit of news for you is poor Ollie Pope's not very well, poor chap. So no Ollie Pope in this Surrey side. Jamie Smith, of course, 234 not out at Bristol against Gloucestershire, but a little tweak of the hamstring, so he's rested up for this one. And no Reece Topley rested as well. But Ben Folkes is fit to go. So Ben Folkes comes into the side, and then Gus Atkinson comes in as well. Gus Atkinson gets his first game of the season, and Jamie Overton comes into the side from that side that drew against Gloucestershire at Bristol in that high scoring game. So Surrey will line up with Rory Burns, Ryan Patel, Hashim Amla, Will Jacks, Ben Folkes, Sam Curran. Colin de Grandhomme makes a home debut for Surrey, of course. Gus Atkinson, and then Jordan Clark, Jamie Overton and Dan Worrell, who makes a home debut for Surrey. The game at Bristol was an interesting one in the fact that sort of scores belied what actually went on in the game. 603 played 443 for 2.
Yes, I must admit, from a distance, we were saying, you know, poor Mark, poor Red Sea ball is going to be a bit of a dull one.
It was interesting actually because the ball did nip around throughout. At times it almost did a bit too much and kept missing the outside edge. But actually, in the end, when you lose the whole of the last day to rain, it does make it very. And I think, I'll be honest with you, Mr. Rad, I think there was a bit of relief around the place on Sunday morning that there was a bit of rain about. So, yes, it was. But watching Denton and Smith get double hundreds was a joy. But I think this pitch, whether it's going to be the same as the first two, we'll have to wait to see. But the great thing about the first two pitches here, in those wins against Hampshire and Somerset, there's been a bit there for everybody. Bowl well, take your wickets, bat well, you can make your runs. So fingers crossed it's exactly the same for this one.
Bit of a Northamptonshire flavour to the match officials for this one as well, yes, with Nick Cook and Russell Warren, the two umpires, and the match referee Wayne Noon. So,
all joking aside, I was saying don't let it hit your pad. But no, lovely to have them. I always enjoy watching Mr. Cook. He is one of the great men of cricket. So that'll be fun. It'll be fun watching Mr. Cook as Vasconcelos leads out Northamptonshire. So they're out there in the middle, and Burns and Patel out there in the middle. So good morning to you here from South London, here on the BBC for you once again. Ball by ball commentary for you over the next 4 days. Northamptonshire start this round in 6th spot on 38 points, as Andrew Rabb was saying. Surrey top on 67 points. Have played some pretty solid cricket so far this season, have Surrey. And I'm looking forward to watching this man bowl, Ben Sanderson.
Yeah, he's been outstanding this year. He's already picked up 15 championship wickets, went past 300 first-class wickets during the previous match at Chelmsford, and not a bad one to get for number 300, Sir Alistair.
It's not bad at all. Well, actually, I have to be honest, I'm a little disappointed I'm not seeing that fantastic opening bowler, Gareth Sanderson or Sanderson-Berg.
Yeah, Bergerson.
They are a hell of a combination, those two. But obviously, Gareth Berg being rested. 4 slips in there. Lewis McManus with the gloves on. It's a short leg side boundary. So for the bowlers coming from the pavilion end to the left-handers for this one, it's a pretty short leg side boundary. Not a huge amount of room to work with if you're down there at long leg. It's a pretty long boundary out towards the Peter May stand. And Rory Burns, the left-handed Surrey captain, on strike for the first ball. Sanderson's over the wicket to him. Little bit of movement, plays the line, and into the gloves it goes of McManus, moving away to his left-hand side. And Vasconcelos, the skipper, just sat in there at first. He'll be keeping his fingers crossed something happens this morning. After you win the toss and decide to stick the opposition in, you want something
happening. You want 3, don't you, at least, absolutely. I would say, before lunch.
Absolutely. Otherwise you worry a touch. As over the wicket once again comes Sanderson. Forward goes Burns. Just pushes this one to Kerrigan down there at backward point. Just getting my head round that slip chord. And I think that's Will Young at second slip.
Yeah, Vasconcelos first, Young at second, Emilio Gay third, Tom Taylor fourth.
Lovely. Lovely. And then Mr. Kerrigan there at backward point at the moment. Luke Proctor, 100 in the last game, stood up there at mid-on. But we are very much, as we look from the Vauxhall end, over the right-hand side of the square as Sanderson is in, over the wicket to Burns. That's very wide outside the off-stump. Burns has absolutely nothing to do with that whatsoever. Good crowd in already. You probably can hear the kids downstairs. It's always this time of the day. I think it's the Ben Hollyoak Learning Centre, and they come out for a bit of a play. So at times it does sound like we're at the local swimming baths, but it's lovely to have them here, and a good number already sat in the pavilion and in the Peter May stand and all around the ground. And as I say, I think the weather for these 4 days is meant to be pretty good.
Supposed to be good, yeah.
So we should be okay weather-wise. Over the wicket once more comes Sanderson, and now Burns plays at that. There is a little bit of nibble there for Sanderson, good length, and just a little bit of nibble away from Rory Burns. That's encouraging for Sanderson.
It'll be interesting to see who takes the new ball. I'm assuming probably Matt Kelly, the Western Australian, who has been first change, obviously, with Gareth Berg playing, because him and Sanderson sharing the new ball. So Northamptonshire basically going in with the 3 frontline spinners: Sanderson, Kelly, Taylor, plus Proctor.
Yep. Yeah, Proctor's an interesting bowler. In comes Sanderson, and again, I think Burns is beaten there. What he's doing is playing the line, is Rory Burns, and there's just a little bit of nip away from Sanderson there. So definite encouragement for Sanderson, and he is one of those guys that if there is anything there, he will definitely find it. This could be a testing morning for Surrey. Interesting that normally everybody says come here and you bat first if you win the toss. But there is cloud cover, bit of green in the wicket as well. And Sanderson, a man who can nip the ball around the place as he's in again to Burns. Burns forward, turns this one down into the leg side. Saif Saib is in there at short leg. Very tidy first over that from Sanderson. One very wide delivery, but other than that, everything in just about the right spots. And first over of the day done and dusted. First over of the game done and dusted. Surrey yet to get started. Burns yet to get off the mark, and Ryan Patel is yet to face a ball.
And it is indeed going to be Matt Kelly, the tall Western Australian, who's going to be coming in to share the new ball with Ben Sanderson. Kelly, we're talking down at Chelmsford about him trying to sort out his length and bowl the most appropriate length for English conditions. And talking to Chris Liddell, Northampton's bowling coach, after I think the second day's play, and he was saying, well, you think that Matt Kelly actually hasn't bowled in English conditions before he came over and made his debut in the previous round against Yorkshire. So he's learning fast. He's got to learn fast, and he's got 4 slips and a gully, looking for the edge as he starts his work for the match from this Vauxhall end, running in from down below us to bowl to Ryan Patel. And the first ball is squeezed down into the covers, where there's a man there at backward point, Saif Saib, and there's no run. Various things made me happy coming to the ground this morning, Mark. The prospect of working with you, of course, and the prospect of being here at just one of the great venues of English cricket, and the fact that at the Oval Tube Station they were playing Beethoven when I got off.
Lovely! They knew you were coming, Redders.
I thought this is the erudition that we expect from South London.
And to even add to that as well, Mr. Kevin Howes is here.
Mr. Kevin Howes is here as well.
So you can't ask for more than that, can you?
Our cup runneth over this morning. Bright sunshine as Kelly comes in again and bowls to Patel, and that's the first run of the game. It's swung in late, and he just plays it down to long leg. And Sanderson comes in from the shadow of the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion, and Surrey are away. Single to Patel, and Surrey 1 for no wicket. This, to be fair to say, hasn't been a particularly happy hunting ground for Northamptonshire in recent years. We were talking down at Chelmsford. Northamptonshire hadn't won a championship game there since 1998. Well, here they haven't won since 1994. Since then, the two sides have met here 8 times, and Surrey have won 3, and there have been 5 draws. But the 1994 team, it must be said, the Northamptonshire side was a pretty solid one, with wickets for Curtly Ambrose in the first innings. Got a little fifer, set 322 to win on the last day. Northamptonshire got home by 3 wickets. Thanks to, which we'll come to in a second, Kelly running in again over the wicket, bowls to Burns, who plays that nicely away through mid-wicket, and there's an easy single for him as Luke Proctor has to make ground round to his left from mid-on. So both batsmen are away with a single apiece, and Surrey put into bat 2 for no wicket. Yeah, 322 to win, got there thanks to 87 from Nigel Felton, who's now on the board at Northamptonshire. 66 from Mal Loy, heard sharing commentary with us during the Yorkshire match, and 39 from the late and much missed Kevin Curran, father of Sam, Ben and Tom. was a decent side in '94 with Alan Lamb as captain.
I remember that side.
Yeah, they were. Well, in other circumstances, they would have won the championship the following year. Here's Kelly in again, bowls to Patel, who drives beautifully through mid-off. It beats the dive of Rob Keogh at mid-off, and it runs away for 4. And that's a beautifully timed stroke. Lovely balance from Patel. He goes to 5. And Surrey to 6 for no wicket. And Luke Proctor has his first proper run of the morning, but merely down to retrieve the ball from the front of the Peter May stand down to our right.
He's been in good nick this season. Ryan Patel, 75 and 16, not out in the first game, 58 in the second game, 5 and 102 against Somerset, just the 9 at Bristol.
Still the 3 slips in the gully as Kelly comes in, bowls, and Patel plays that back down the pitch off the inner portion of the bat, fielded on the bounce, stopped on the bounce by Kelly, and there's no run, just deflected up towards mid-wicket where Simon Kerrigan fields.
Would Alan Fordham have been opening then?
Yes, it would have been the F plan. It would have been Fordham and Felton.
That's it, yep.
Bailey at 3, probably Lamb at 4.
Yep. What a team that was.
Well, they should have, say 1995 they won the number of games that would have won the championship, I think, in almost any other season, and just Warwickshire won a couple more, even though Northamptonshire did beat Warwickshire in a terrific game. Here's Kelly in again, bowling outside the off stump. Patel lets it go through into the gloves of Lewis McManus. End of the over, and single to Rory Burns, 5 to Ryan Patel, and Surrey put into bat are 6 for no wicket.
Yeah, and just looking at this Surrey 11, obviously those changes. Ollie Pope unwell. Jamie Smith, as I say, had a bit of a tight hamstring after his 2-3-4, so I think it just is a precaution not playing in this one, because of course Ben Folkes comes back in, and then Jamie Overton comes in, Reece Topley gets a rest. But Surrey again bat a long way down on this scorecard. They really do. Not that I'm looking at this scorecard because it's completely wrong, but they bat all the way down. Jamie Overton on my card is down to come in at number 10. As here is Sanderson then to Rory Burns, who allows this one to go outside his off stump, and that is taken by McManus, moving away to his left hand side, although I think Overton and Atkinson might swap round there. But they do bat a long way down, Surrey, they really do.
Well, they were bat deeper than Northamptonshire according to the scorecard, because well,
there's nobody on it. According to this scorecard, you and I could have a game for Northamptonshire, or anybody wants to fill it in, really.
Northamptonshire had surrendered, apparently, not actually putting a team out.
Sanderson is in, short ball, tucked off his hip by Rory Burns, down to Kelly at long leg, and he's not quite a fine leg, Kelly, because he's sort of square of the wicket, but he hasn't got a huge amount of room to work with. Either side of him, he's probably not going to get to that, because it is a pretty short boundary down there on the leg side, because, as I say, we're over on the Harleford Road side of the ground. We've got Archbishop Tennyson's school away there to our right, and then away to our left, as Dan Norcross describes them, the surprised looking flats away to our left hand side, as Ryan Patel on strike to Sanderson for the first time today. He's forward, wants a quick single. That's good running between Burns and Patel, just drops it into the offside, and Burns responds immediately, and they're through for one more, and Surrey move on to 8 without loss.
It's a great description, that, and once you've heard it, you can never see them in any other way.
Daniel thinks that obviously the top of those flats are like raised eyebrows, so he describes them as the surprise-looking flats, and not too much of a breeze today either. The Surrey flag in the middle of the flag poles, the 3 of them, the middle one on top of the Mickey Stewart members' pavilions, fairly still as Sanderson is in, and Burns again plays the line of that, just nipping away outside his off stump. But I think Rory Burns has already decided this is a bit like Bristol last week in the first hour. It's nipping, so just play the line of the ball. You might need a bit of luck this morning out there. At Bristol, Surrey were 37 for 3. They could have been 6 down at lunchtime, but Gloucestershire dropped a number of catches. But I'm not sure anybody really ever felt quite in. As over the wicket again goes Sanderson to Burns. Burns forward, shoulders, arms to this one. And McManus takes it, moving away to his left-hand side. But yeah, it was interesting at Bristol. Stuck Surrey in, 37 for 3. Dropped a number of chances. Pope and Smith. Pope was dropped in the 30s. Smith was dropped on 48, I think it was. And then they put on a huge partnership together and sort of dug Surrey out of that hole. And then Jordan Clark coming in. I think he came in at 9 or 8 and got 100. It does help as round the wicket comes Sanderson. Well, Burns is using his feet here to Sanderson, and that hits the pad, I think, and rolls down into the gully. So Burns is just trying to stop Sanderson hitting that length every ball to him. End of the over, and Surrey 8 without loss. Burns has 2, and Ryan Patel's on 6.
Yeah, I would have thought that was a good ploy from Rory Burns there, because Ben Sanderson will just bowl at you, and if you allow him to, and. Yeah, the second day Northamptonshire had down at Chelmsford, I think, would probably go down as one of the best days. If you were sort of trying to work out the perfect day's Championship cricket, then Northamptonshire, who started the day 2:30 for 7, they just worked hard on the first day in difficult conditions, as Matt Kelly starts his second over and bowls outside the off stump to Ryan Patel, who shoulders arms, lets it go through to Lewis McManus. They managed to get it up to 390 thanks to Luke Proctor's 175 at number 10 from Gareth Berg, and then they had Essex 95 for 8 at the close, with Sanderson, Kelly, Berg, Proctor and Tom Taylor all bowling well, but unfortunately they just, having got into that position, Essex just managed to bat through to lunch on the third day. Still had to follow on, but just had enough to bat through. Here's Kelly in again, bowls to Patel. Was looking to play that again down through mid-off, as he did so beautifully the previous over. This time he didn't time it as well, and Keogh is able to come across to his left to field, and there's no run. Yeah, and I think the 225 overs that Northamptonshire were in the field for probably did take its toll a little bit.
Sorry not to see Mr. Berg this week.
Yeah, well, he's
a cricketer I hugely admire.
He's been absolutely terrific for Northamptonshire in the last couple of years, and it was just unfortunate that his season was truncated last year thanks to a sort of freak injury down at Cardiff. Here's Kelly in again, bowls to Patel, pushes it up to Keogh coming in from mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, when he had this sort of freak warm-up accident, when he just sort of basically trod on the ball and had to be driven off the field in the groundsman's cart, the little sort of mobile thing they bring the broom on and the covers and whatnot, and he had to be bundled into the back of that and driven off, and didn't play again during the season, unfortunately. But back this year with a vengeance, bowling beautifully, but not on duty here. Here's Kelly running away from us, bowls again outside the off stump, and Patel able to line that one up, knows where his off stump is, and watches it go into the gloves of Lewis McManus, on loan of course from Hampshire. That loan period extended, the announcement came during the previous match, so Lewis McManus will still be with Northamptonshire through until the end of this first series of county championship matches. I think they would probably like to keep him longer than that as well, but obviously depends on what the parent club Hampshire say. Here's Kelly in again, bowling to Patel, drives that crisply up to mid-off, fielded again by Keogh's having a busy morning there, and there's no run. Keogh making his 101st first-class appearance for Northamptonshire in this match, marked the 100 down at Chelmsford. A little presentation before the start, which was nice, but it does make you wonder, with moves to play even less first-class cricket with the counties, whether how many others will actually follow to that milestone, because it used to be 4 seasons worth. The way things are going, it could be 10 seasons worth. Here's Kelly once again. In bowls to Patel, who turns that away just behind square on the onside, past umpire Russell Warren, and Sanderson has to come in from the boundary in front of the Mickey Stewart pavilion to field, and they come through for a couple of runs. So Patel is 8, Burns 2, end of the over. So far so good for Surrey, put into bat, they're 10 for no wicket.
I'm just looking at sort of last time in terms of championship cricket these two played each other. 2015, of course we had the game last year, which was a wonderful game.
Wasn't it?
I so enjoyed my 4 days, but obviously that was in the difference for COVID. But last time sort of championship, and Sangakkara playing, Maurice Chambers playing for Northamptonshire, Jason Roy playing for Surrey. That was a draw, that one. Tom Curran 7 for 35, Sam Curran 3 for 46. Northamptonshire all out for 110, and the Curran boys taking all 10. Ben Duckett 120.
Oh, yes.
Wakely 93, Rosington 116, Murphy 135 not out. Sanderson round the wicket here to Rory Burns. Burns is forward, pushes this one down to the right of Kerrigan at backward point, and they'll pick up a single. That'll be one more to the total, and Surrey move on to 11 without loss. So in terms of sort of championship cricket, what are we there? 7 years.
Yes.
7 years since these two have gone head to head in championship cricket.
Just looking at that, we're talking about the 1994 match, the last time Northamptonshire won here. It was Fordham, Felton, Bailey, Lamb, Lloyd, Curran, Pemberthy, Ripley, Ambrose, Taylor, Andy Roberts, the leggy.
Of course, Mr. Taylor is this one from Sanderson. Goodish length. Ryan Patel, I think, it's played at that. Again, it might just be that he's playing the line, Ryan Patel, and just nipping away from him. And there is a touch of green on this pitch as well. So, as I say, I think this morning will be tough. No doubt whatsoever about that. And waiting over his bat once more is Ryan Patel. 4 slips in there. Sanderson round the wicket to him. Patel back of a length delivery, just up on his toes. Plays this one down into the short leg region. Picked up by Saif Saib in there at short leg. But yeah, it could be one of those mornings where you just get your head down as a batsman. You might need a bit of luck as well. You might find that you play and miss a fair amount. Just got to sort of put it to the back of your mind and get on with it, really. Well, we'll be interested to see sort of the pace of this pitch as well, as Sanderson is round the wicket and forward goes Patel. Lets this one go. That's just coming back at him. Nicely bowled by Sanderson. Looking forward to watching Dan Worrell have a bowl here. He did bowl well at Bristol. Sort of goes both ways with the ball, but obviously this is his first game here in South London for Surrey. Mr. de Grandhomme as well. He had an extraordinary innings. His first innings for Surrey. Bowled first ball by Ryan Higgins. Absolute beauty, but it was a no ball. As round the wicket once more comes Sanderson, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Ryan Patel. Then dropped on naught in the slip cordon, this time off Mohammed Asif, who wasn't best pleased because he bowled very well, and I think probably had about 4 or 5 dropped off him. Then smashed a 4, one of the biggest sixes you could ever wish to see over the mound stand, and then was out. So it was quite an interesting first innings. I think it was 11 for 2 by the end of it, Mr. de Grandhomme. But a terrific cricketer, of course, as round the wicket once again comes Sanderson. Oh, that's a beauty to Ryan Patel. He's definitely played at that. And that has just done enough. You don't want it to do too much, but that's just done enough to beat the edge of Ryan Patel's bat. End of the over. Interesting start here on this first day between Surrey and Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire winning the toss, sticking Surrey in. Sorry, 11 without loss. Burns has 3 and Ryan Patel's on 8.
Yeah, Ryan Higgins with his no balls this year was getting, as you say, Colin de Grandhomme out with a no ball, and got Gareth Berg out with a no ball for 6. And he went on to get 66 and changed the whole shape of the match, really, when Northamptonshire played Gloucestershire at Wantage Road in the first round of matches. And although he got 139 in Gloucestershire's second innings and bowled beautifully, he was sort of saying, people will remember the fact that if I hadn't have overstepped there, probably Gloucestershire would have got the lead and it would have been a very different match, I think. Anyway, here's Matt Kelly with 2 slips and a gully now. Comes in and bowls and drives Rory Burns at that one. And, well, that was definitely playing at it with positive intent. There's a big gap through the extra cover region between backward point and Rob Keogh, who's in fairly tight at mid-off, and Burns aiming for the gap, doesn't make contact.
It's going to be tempting, isn't it? Because it's a short cover boundary. There's no, but I just think on a morning like this, you might be put that in your locker driving. It won't be straightforward this morning driving.
Here's Kelly again, bowling to Burns. Good length outside the off stump. Good carry as well. Slapped into Lewis McManus's gloves around head height.
Well, 2 things with that ball, Radders. I think Rory Burns there, it was probably around about the same length as the one he went after the ball before, but he sort of put the drive to bed now. And as you say, good bounce and good carry into the gloves of McManus. So that's good to see. That's good to see. And as I say, the pitches here have been terrific this season. The first 2, absolutely brilliant pitches. Bit there for everybody.
About to feel a bit like two-way family favourites, but I'll come on to that after this ball from Matt Kelly, who's in again bowling just a little bit short of a length this time and wide, and Rory Burns not having to play that and wisely decides not to, goes through to McManus. From the aforementioned Gareth Berg,
oh,
who
lovely,
has messaged me and says, please send my regards to my mate Mark Church, hoping to be here tomorrow and have a little bowl at lunchtime.
Lovely,
so,
good stuff, Mr. Berg.
We shall look forward to seeing you, Gareth, if you're on the premises tomorrow. I think Northampton's chairman is coming tomorrow as well. Ooh. To be grilled by Kevin Howells.
Ooh, not literally, I hope.
Not literally, no. Three slips in place as Kelly comes in, bowls again to Burns, who drives nicely up to mid-off, but only as far as Rob Keogh, and there's no run. Yes, I was saying Gareth Berg's been very interested to know about him and Ben Sanderson as an opening bowling pair, and whether they figure among the oldest in Northamptonshire history. Certainly in recent times, yes, but you don't have to go, well, you actually have to go back quite a few years, but yeah, they're not by any means the oldest.
Out of a two-ball.
Yeah, absolutely. Gully goes in for Rory Burns, and Kelly comes in, bowls very full and driven away through mid-off. As I say, Rob Keogh is fairly wide, and he has a long chase back towards the Peter May stand, and he just claws it back in, and you can hear the applause from the spectators down there. It's a good bit of fielding by Rob Keogh, who's now gripping the back of his thigh as though he's done himself not a huge amount of good, but nevertheless he's saved a run. Burns goes to 6, they pick up 3 there, and Surrey up to 14 for no wicket. You just feel that Kelly is still learning a little bit about the right length to bowl in these conditions, and the match is coming thick and fast. He missed the opening game against Gloucestershire, of course. He's in again now, bowling to Patel. That's outside the off stump, and that's left well alone by Ryan Patel. Goes through to McManus, end of the over. 14 for no wicket Surrey, with Patel on 8, Burns on 6.
Quite interesting is there's been all this talk about Broad and Anderson. I put, in terms of championship cricket, I put Berg and Sanderson in that bracket as well, as a two-ball. They complement each other brilliantly, don't they? And completely get it. Just sorry not to see Mr. Berg have a bowl and a bat this week, but quite right. When you get to my age as well, you see, he's still got a way to go to get anywhere near me. Well, but you have to look after yourself, don't you?
Well, I had to point out that Northamptonshire's, I think, the oldest new ball pairing in Northamptonshire history. At the moment, you've got Berg 41, Sanderson 33, so combined 74 years. The oldest, as far as I can ascertain from all time, as far as Northamptonshire is concerned, was a combined age of 92.
That's impressive.
When you had a 52-year-old and a 40-year-old opening the bowling just after the war against Hampshire at Southampton in 1947.
92 combined.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit of a freak. It's because Jack Mercer, who was then coaching Northamptonshire, age 52, had to come out of retirement for one match.
Oh, I see.
Because of an injury crisis.
Oh, I see. Sanderson coming round the wicket from the pavilion end to Rory Burns. He's forward and playing this one down towards backward point, and there's no run.
And being coach, of course, he was able to make sure he got the new ball. So
I was slightly concerned you were going to say that the combined age was 92. One of the bowlers was 20. Well, that's a good, fine effort.
Northamptonshire had an awful injury crisis at the time, so they called on Jack Mercer. It was the only game he played for Northamptonshire. Obviously, he played a massive amount of first-class cricket, took stacks of wickets for Sussex and then mostly for Glamorgan. And Jack Timms, who was 40, opened the bowling with him.
There's Sanderson into Burns. Good length ball again. Rory Burns gets himself fully forward and pushes this one away into the offside. The interesting thing in that last over as well from Kelly was the drive that Burns played was straight back down the ground. It wasn't outside his off stump.
No.
He was just letting the ball come to him, and then he's had that one drive, and he's sort of, I wonder if he may have just put that to bed now. But and that's why you sometimes need a bit of luck. Play that shot, it doesn't hit the edge. As Sanderson, round the wicket he comes to Burns, letting this one go. Outside his off stump, taken by McManus, away to his left-hand side. Lovely day here. When I got on the train this morning down in Kent, there were a few clouds around, but by the time I pulled into London Victoria, blue sky, sun out. Nice walk across Vauxhall Bridge this morning.
Yes, it was actually. I'm staying in central London, and it was quite overcast when I left the hotel. And by the time I got to the Oval, it was cracking the flag. So says all you need to know, really.
Absolutely. It's round the wicket once again. Comes Sanderson, and Burns drives again, just trying to keep that shape to go down the ground there. Rory Burns, and stopped at mid-off. But again, he's not playing away from his body there. Rory Burns. He's trying to keep his shape and check that back down the ground. Rory Burns.
You're mentioning a moment or two ago, Mark, former Northamptonshire captain Alex Wakely, and he made his, I think, obviously announced his retirement from professional cricket last year. He made his comeback for Bedfordshire at the weekend.
Did he?
Got a few runs.
I bet he did. As Sanderson is over the wicket to Burns. Burns is forward. Just pushes this one down towards backward point. Proctor coming round to do the fielding. I so enjoyed those 4 days with him last year on commentary as well.
Yeah, well, hopefully he'll be with us. I think certainly for part of the Kent match, which is coming up at Northampton in a couple of weeks' time. So he'll be on a bit of commentary duty. Yeah, he made 40 against Oxfordshire, that lovely ground at Wormsley.
Oh, it's a gorgeous ground.
And he's even got himself a sponsor, I noticed, from the Bedfordshire social media this morning.
Very nice. As over the wicket once again is Sanderson. Just goes back of a length this time, and Burns again just shoulders arms, probing over from Sanderson. Maiden over for 28 minutes of play this morning. And Surrey stuck in by Northamptonshire. 14 without loss. Burns has 6, and Ryan Patel's on 8.
Yes, he did put a comment on the picture that they took of him, obviously in his Bedfordshire jumper, saying that he wondered if anybody was doing hair transplants in the area, because he said he was looking a bit the opposite of Rory Burns at the moment, who is lavishly tonsured.
Yes, there's a few, you know, with de Grandholm as well now. He's had a bit of a trim, but it's still a luxuriant head of hair that he has.
Yes, he saw Shane Snater's another one of the the hairy brigade down at Essex last week. Well, it is still going to be Kelly. He's having a chat with Simon Kerrigan, fielding there at mid-on. Kerrigan and Tom Taylor are the 2 red ball vice captains in the squad, and Kerrigan appears to be directing operations at the moment, because I think Ricardo Vasconcelos is just off the field for a second or two. Here's Kelly in again outside the off stump to Patel, who shoulders arms, goes through to Lewis McManus. Just dies on him a little bit, that one. McManus, by his own high standards, had a little bit of it's one of those slightly scruffy days at the on the final day against Essex at Chelmsford. Didn't drop any chances, but there were a few byes and just 1 or 2. It was one of those slightly awkward final day pitches where it was just dying on him, and the odd one was keeping a little bit low, and ball coming to him on the half volley. But he certainly made a good impression since he's been at Northamptonshire. Here's Kelly in again, bowls to Patel, who's in behind that, pushing it up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Well, we had a sort of a tale of, it was a tale of 4 keepers last week at Bristol for Surrey, because of course Ben Folkes sort of a bit stiff and sore in the morning, so didn't play. So Jamie Smith comes into the side, gets his 234, but then a bit of a tight hamstring, so couldn't keep. So Ollie Pope then had to keep for 25 overs, and then Josh Blake came for day 3 and did a brilliant job behind the. So he's been playing some second-tee cricket for Surrey.
Here's Kelly, and again bowls very full and driven back past the bowler by Ryan Patel. Lovely looking stroke going up towards the boundary. It's not going to go for 4. It's chased back by Simon Kerrigan towards the boundary, and they keep it to 2. So 16 for no wicket Surrey. Patel into double figures. Yeah, Northamptonshire without their captain on the field at the moment. Ricardo Vasconcelos has gone off. I can see him just down there, so hopefully we'll be back on fairly soon. So it's an interesting point. They have 2 Red Bull vice captains, both of whom are on the field at the moment, Tom Taylor and Simon Kerrigan. So one of them will be saying one thing, one of them will be saying another. I think it looks for me as though Kerrigan's probably directing operations, although Taylor has now gone in at first slip. Here's Kelly, and again bowls outside the off stump, wide outside the off stump, and left alone by Ryan Patel. So yes, it could have a sort of a junter out there at the moment.
Just wondering if 2 vice captains, does that make 1 captain? I wonder,
Well,
two halves make a hole?
Yeah, I'd just be interesting
Well, let's
to
hope
see.
they don't fall out. About bowling changes and things.
There's, as I say, it's the first time, as far as I can remember, that Northamptonshire have ever had two red ball vice captains. Well, it hasn't been too much of an issue hitherto because they haven't both played for the same side. But it was needless to say, Vasconcelos is off at the moment. Here's Kelly in again outside the off stump. Just shaped back in, I think, after it passed the bat. But Patel not drawn into a stroke, just goes down and does a wee bit of gardening. It is a glorious morning here in South London. The cloud, such as it is high. So those of us who like watching the planes go over into Heathrow are able to spot them. And a good sized crowd building, I think it's fair to say. Plenty in the members pavilion, but a good smattering around the rest of the ground as well. As Kelly, with 3 slips and a gully in place, comes in again, bowls to Patel, plays that up to Keogh at mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over. 16 for no wicket. Surrey Burns is 6. Patel is 10. 4 overs rather apiece for the 2 opening bowlers. I suspect it won't be too long before we see maybe a bit of Tom Taylor, who I have to say, for my money, in the second innings down at Chelmsford was probably the pick of the Northamptonshire seamers. Thought he bowled beautifully, as he often does, without necessarily the reward to show. And it's why, one of the reasons why he was given the Media Player of the Year last year, because if ever a player's performances and value to the side were not reflected in his statistics at the end of the season, it was Tom Taylor last year.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, isn't it? Sort of in a microcosm of that, I think that was the game at Bristol last week, really. I think the bowling figures didn't actually do justice for either side. As I say, Mohammed Asif, poor fella. Yeah, he must have wondered why he turned up at one point. but it just didn't really reflect what was going on in the game. As Sanderson is round the wicket to Rory Burns. Defensively, Burns pushing this one off a goodish length. What I would say, that last ball of the previous over from Kelly, the shot from Ryan Patel, I know there weren't any runs, but that's the shot of a guy in form.
Yeah.
It was just middle of the bat, defensive shot, good delivery on a length, and just the shot of a man in form. Ryan Patel at the moment. Rory Burns yet to really get going this season. He's on 6 here. 16 without loss, Surrey. Sanderson in the sunshine. Round the wicket he comes to Burns, who's forward, and pushes this one out into the offside. Elsewhere, around the country on day one, Warwickshire are 15 for 1 against Lancashire, and as it's always the way, Alex Davis on his first trip back is out without scoring, so that's always the way. Hampshire and Gloucestershire down at the Aegeus. Hampshire 23 for 1 against Gloucestershire. Essex 10 for 1 against Yorkshire at Chelmsford. Nick Brown the man to have gone. Sir Alice is on 6 and Tom Wesley on 4. Sanderson round the wicket to Burns. Wow, that has roared back off the seam. And McManus has done pretty well to get a glove to that, diving away to his right hand side. That really has roared back off the seam from Sanderson and Burns. Just have a little look at each other there, but McManus did very well to tip that round the corner.
He did. He saved 3, I think, didn't he, with the dive. Yes, it's like our colleague Phil Rowe, former Northamptonshire assistant coach, is often on commentary, and he was saying that you could be made to look, when it does swing late like that, as it does on some grounds, particularly after it's past the bat, if you're doing the mitt at the coaching end, you can be made to look very stupid.
Sanderson is in. That gets Patel pushing forward and having a punch drive at that, and that's gone past the edge. That's a good length from Sanderson again, and Ryan Patel just rehearsing that, just trying to get that massive gap through the covers. It's very tempting. Obviously on this surface that's the way you go, and looking just to, as I say, punch drive off the front foot there really, and that went past his outside edge. I always feel for like McManus there. How's that gone down as a bye against him? Poor lad has to grow about 8 foot to get anywhere near it, as this one's left alone outside the off stump. In fact, I think when keepers that sort of stop, I think they should get bonus when they go out to bat or something, because he saved runs didn't he?
He certainly saved 3.
But it goes down against his tally, poor lad.
And it is so difficult when if it does swing late, as it often does with a new ball. As Phil was saying, you can be made to look, if you'd be there doing it, if somebody's practicing bowl, you can be made to look incredibly stupid, and of course then the shins of the spectators are under threat.
This one's left alone outside the off stump once more by Ryan Patel. Just shoulders arms on that one. End of the over, 17 without loss then Surrey. Burns has 6, Patel's on 10. In Division 2, Leicestershire 14 without loss against Glamorgan. Sussex 21 for 1 against Middlesex down at Hove. Durham 26 without loss against Worcestershire. That one is at New Road. Just looking at that Sussex game as well. Tom Haynes is the man to have gone off Shaheen Shah Afridi for 17. So the captain has gone for Sussex, and Afridi's amongst the wickets again for Middlesex.
Well, we are going to see a change of bowling, and it is going to be Tom Taylor who's going to replace Matthew Kelly from this Vauxhall end. Taylor, I thought bowled beautifully in the second innings against Essex at Chelmsford, finished with 24 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 62, including the always prized wicket of Sir Alistair Cook. Also Matt Critchley and Firoz Khurshid were building a nice little partnership, and Taylor got rid of both of them. Our friend William C, who tweets us at Fourth Slip, says he's mystified at Northamptonshire's decision to bowl first here at the Oval. Any ideas? Well, hopefully in the course of commentary we've been talking about a little bit about why that might be. Here's Taylor bowling his first ball of the match, 2 slips and a gully, and immediately that flew up off a length. Really good carry from Tom Taylor, good line as well, zipped through, and Rory Burns having a slightly suspicious, in fact Ryan Patel's joining in, having a slightly suspicious prod of the pitch. Taylor has a serious effort ball, which you'll see, I'm sure, in the course of the match, and every now and again he really lets one go. Very sad, of course, that his brother's not going to be performing for Surrey in this match.
Well, this season, James.
Sadly injured at the moment. Here's Taylor in again, bowls wide outside the off stump, and not a great follow-up there from Taylor because Burns was able to just leave it alone, and does so. Josh Cobb has found himself out there on the field doing 12th man, as he did for a good part of the Essex match at Chelmsford. Ricardo Vasconcelos off the field at the moment, and needless to say, in the previous over he was to be seen having a natter with Nick Cook to well, Leicestershire by birth,
yes.
Both of whom made the cross one of the cricket's great divides between Grace Road and Wantage Road. Here's Taylor running away from us in bowls very wide outside the off stump, and in fact it's taken by Lewis McManus in front of first slip. So Taylor just suggesting that his feet may just have landed wrong. He's having a little scratch at the bowler's end.
He's just asked Nick Cook to take a step back as well. So,
yeah. Just have this slightly angled approach. Was Tom Taylor another one who's come from Grace Road to Wantage Road?
It's a shame with James, isn't it? But it would have been good to see the two go head to head,
yes,
wouldn't it? It really would have been fun. That
it would have added a little bit of spice to proceedings. Here's Taylor in again, bowls again wide outside the off stump, and Burns not having to play at it, and again it's taken by McManus in front of Will Young, who finds himself at first slip. Young's made a big difference, the New Zealand opener, since he's been at and Nick Cook is just suggesting to Tom Taylor that the last two, he just held out his arms to suggest that they were close. I think the first one I thought was quite close to being a wide. It was taken right in front of first slip. The second one maybe not quite as wide, but there's still the conversation going on. Well, when Nick Cook's out on the field, there's always conversation going on. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Burns, plays it up on the onside this time, fielded there by Luke Proctor, just in front of square, and there's no run. Yes, Josh Cobb, I think I'm right in saying, still supports Leicester Tigers, which in terms of coming to one of the great rugby towns of England, Northampton Saints, a huge local rivalry.
Yeah, does he keep that quiet about that?
Well, I think it was divulged when he first came to the club, which obviously has been a few years ago now.
Didn't send him around Franklin's Garden at that point.
I think he's been forgiven, but yeah, it's an interesting one. Here's Taylor in again, bowls again wide outside the off stump. Again, Burns doesn't have to play it, and the first ball was a beauty. After that, he just didn't quite follow up on it. End of the over Patel is 10, Burns is 6. Surrey put into bat are 17 for no wicket.
Just from the wonderful world of Twitter, a couple of tweets in. Martin, good to hear from you, Martin. Thank you very much indeed. And our dear friend Nathan, out in Singapore of an evening, having a listen in again, wrapping up work with a bit of live streamage and your commentary in the background on the BBC. David saying the pitch looks green on the live stream. There's a touch of green to it. Probably looks a bit greener on the old live stream. But there is a bit of green to it, and sort of that question about sort of why bowl. I think you've got to have, if you win the toss here, and you stick the opposition in, you want 3-4 down by lunchtime. Yep. Otherwise, you begin to worry a touch. As Ryan Patel is waiting for Sanderson, who's coming round the wicket from the pavilion end. Forward goes Patel, plays this one off a goodish length, out towards cover point, and there's no run. Although I do remember last year there was a game here against Hampshire where Surrey won by an innings, and I think Hampshire were all out for 90 something just after lunch, but for the first hour Surrey got it horribly wrong, and then Ricky Clark and Jordan Clark got it horribly right, and it all sort of finished very quickly. So, but I think you want at least 3 or 4 down at lunchtime if you can. As Ryan Patel waits once again. Sanderson into him, Patel forward, and that's just flashing past Zaib's hand in there at short leg. It had been a heck of a catch, and it's actually got over the rope because the boundary is so short on that leg side. Valiant effort to get to it, but really it's a thick inside edge on the defensive shot from Ryan Patel, and Zaib's hand shot out, but it's gone past him at short leg, and it's whistled off to the boundary rope for 4. I think Sanderson can feel a little hard done by there. He's on to 14, Ryan Patel, and Surrey move on to 21 without loss.
A long chase round there from Matt Kelly, who's now just gone a little bit wider as a starting point.
Sanderson round the wicket once again to Ryan Patel. Forward he comes again, and just plays this one up towards mid-off. Still no sign of Mr. Vasconcelos.
No, I'm just messaging the Northamptonshire changing room at the moment to see if we can find out what the issue is. We are unfortunately at the other end of the ground, so if I run round to find out, then by the time I got my breath back, it'll just about be lunchtime, I should think. So
I'd like to see that. I'd do full commentary on it and forget the game. As round the wicket once again comes Sanderson. That's left alone by Patel, wide outside that off stump, taken by McManus down to his right hand side.
Could be the first man to do the 4-hour mile as opposed to the 4-minute mile.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Well, it would be.
Not at all.
Can you get a tube round to the other end of the ground?
I suppose we could always ask the groundsman to bring his little tractor round. And
like poor Gareth Berg getting taken off the field at Cardiff last year.
That's no good at all, is it? As full slips in there for Ryan Patel. Sanderson over the wicket now to him, and that's getting Patel playing. Beats the edge, but again I think this morning you're going to accept the fact you're going to get a few of those as a batter. Sort of put it to the back of your mind. Nicely bowled by Sanderson, but I think, as I say, as a batter you just think, well, I am going to get some of those this morning. As long as I don't nick them, it's fine.
Yeah, apparently Ricardo Vasconcelos just not feeling 100%.
No.
So off the park for the time being. Yep. So we have Taylor and Kerrigan in charge.
Excellent. Just in over the wicket once again. Sanderson, that's left alone again by Ryan Patel. Outside his off stump, end of the over. That boundary off the thickest inside edge of Ryan Patel's bat. Sorry, 21 without loss then. Burns has 6. Patel has 14. Well, of course, poor old Ollie Pope not well either for this one. So
I hope they didn't have dinner together last night.
That's all I was wondering. No, hopefully Mr. Vasconcelos is back out there soon.
Yeah, I think that's the hope.
Yeah.
But, from what the message comes back, but yeah, he's just feeling
a
wee bit under the weather. But apparently he was fine earlier on, but just felt a little bit unwell. So off the field at the moment. But yeah, hopefully from Northampton's point of view, back on fairly soon. Conflab between the two vice captains, Taylor and Simon Kerrigan, as Taylor prepares to bowl his second over from this Vauxhall end, running in again to bowl to Rory Burns, once again outside the off stump. Burns playing with commendable watchfulness at the moment, playing at anything he doesn't have to after that one That one little drive, wasn't it, that he attempted, the big whoosh, and he just presumably thought, if I can just get through this new ball, then I could be, booking in for bed, breakfast and evening meal here. And Rory Burns, of course, one of so many players around the country at the moment that would dearly love to score some runs at this particular juncture of the season, for reasons fairly obvious, I would have thought. Here's Taylor in again, down the leg side, and it just clips the pad on the way through. It's taken on the bounce by Lewis McManus, and Tom Taylor, I think, asked the politest of questions of Nick Cook as whether that might have been LBW. Clearly wasn't, and now Nick Cook is walking back to his alongside Tom Taylor back to his mark. He's just wonderful to watch. When you say whenever the beast is on the field, there's always
never stop.
There's always something happening. But great man of cricket, wonderful to talk to, Nick Cook. There's so much wisdom about the game. Here's Taylor again, strikes Burns on the pad as he's looking to play that away through mid-wicket. Doesn't make contact, and fielded by Proctor.
Last time I saw Mr. Cook, all he said to me was, "You need a haircut." That was it. But he's a wonderful bowler as well.
Well, he was, and he was one of those that, when he was running the Northamptonshire second team after he'd finished his first team cricket, and guided the Northamptonshire second team to the double of one-day competition and championship in 1998, but was already bemoaning the fact that players just didn't talk to each other anymore after close of play. I'm sure we'll come back to that in a second, as Burns facing this ball from Taylor, again very wide outside the off stump, taken by McManus, almost in front of Young at first slip, and the radar's not quite adjusted yet for Tom Taylor. And he was saying, I don't expect young players to be, swilling beer necessarily, but you don't have to have a beer, you can have a drink, just talk to the opposition, you can learn so much. And saying that when he was coming into the game, obviously in the 70s, that was what they did, and it's a refrain you hear often from players of that particular vintage, and indeed earlier. Here's Taylor in again, bowls again outside the off stump, taken by McManus. Still a decent carry, as you would expect with a new ball only in its 12th over, and McManus taking that at head height. But basically Northamptonshire, and Taylor in particular, since he's been on, haven't really made the batsman play enough. And if you're looking, as Mark was quite rightly saying, Northamptonshire, having won the toss and inserted, are going to be looking for at least, you would think, 3 wickets before lunch, and in order to do that, they've got to make the batsman play, because there is a little bit of nibble there, but it's a question of getting the line right. Here's Taylor again into bowl to Burns, again outside the off stump. Get this one on loop at the moment, taken by McManus, and there's no run. 6 to Burns, 14 to Patel, and Surrey put into bat 21 for no wicket. We've had 12 overs.
Yeah, and I'm just looking, if Sanderson comes out the attack here, that'll be one box tick for Surrey.
Yeah.
They'll have talked about, can we get Sanderson through his first 6 overs and not have lost, doesn't matter how many runs he goes through, but not have lost a wicket, and that's what they've done. And Proctor, who I always enjoy watching, Luke Proctor, he's got his own action.
Very quick arm.
Very quick. It's almost like he goes off the wrong foot.
Yeah.
But yeah, that sort of one, when the team sort of sit down before the game, do their prep and all that would have been one thing. That would have been, can we get through Sanderson's first spell? And it doesn't matter if he can bowl 6 maidens, that's absolutely fine. What we don't want is to sort of be nicking off to him, and Surrey managed to get through that with Burns and Patel. So that brings Luke Proctor into the attack.
Well, Sanderson positively costly today, 6 overs for 7.
He's, well, dearie me. No wonder.
The profligate Ben
No wonder
Sanderson.
he's out the attack, honestly.
6 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 7.
Extraordinary. So, Luke Proctor into the attack, down there at the pavilion end, and he's going to come right arm round the wicket, and forward goes Ryan Patel. Plays this one up towards mid-off, and there's no run. I've also always thought with Proctor's action, there's a bit of the Flintoffs in this action as well. With his front arm and that quick arm action. Now, obviously, he's not as big as young Mr. Flintoff, but he's a handy bowler. He's a handy all-rounder, this fella. In he comes once again, and driving his Patel. That's a nice looking shot, and that is going to beat Sanderson now. He's just bowled 6 overs, so he might just, that one goes over the boundary rope and away for 4. So nicely played by Ryan Patel. Positive looking shot from Ryan Patel. He moves on to 18, and Surrey move on to 25 without loss.
Yeah, David Ripley, previous head coach with Northamptonshire, was always saying that Luke Proctor was an underrated member of the team, and he was always, again, one of those that would usually contribute in a match in some way, shape or form, with bat or with ball. And certainly that 100 down at Chelmsford, when it was really difficult, first day especially, you had to work incredibly hard, and went past 5,000 first-class runs in the course of that 100. So it just gives you an idea of what a useful man he's been. And I say, when he first came to Northamptonshire on loan, they needed somebody to open the batting, so he opened the batting and scored some runs.
Around the wicket he comes once again, and forward comes Ryan Patel. Plays this one out into the offside. I remember seeing him get wickets against Surrey at Egbert for Lancashire, and he bowled really well. Bowled quick, actually, on that occasion. That was a few years ago now, though. Yeah,
well, he still, if conditions are in his favour, he bowled very well down at Bristol last year when it was a pitch that was doing a bit, under the lights as well. And he got five wicket haul and was really getting it to zip through.
124 first-class wickets. As around the wicket he comes again to Patel, who's letting this one go outside his off stump. So he's in his 114th first-class match, and 124 first-class wickets. Best of 7 for 71. You ally that to 5,000 first-class runs, and that's a solid man to have in your team, isn't it?
I tell you what, Mark, he sells his wicket very dearly.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that. As round the wicket comes Proctor, and this one's left alone again by Ryan Patel. Off a goodish length outside his off stump. Taken by McManus. Moving away to his left-hand side. Will Young in there at first slip. Looking forward to watching him have a bat. Of course, it's not long till the Test series starts against New Zealand. They've named their squad already. Emilio Gay in there at second slip. But yet it's not long now until the... Be interesting, won't it? When England announce their first Test squad, as round the wicket once again goes Proctor, and this is left alone again outside the off. So got to sort of appoint a head coach first.
Well, that would help, yeah. But it's absolutely right, isn't it? I mean, from as far back as you and I can remember, the first England side of a summer is always something, you know, it's we look forward to and eagerly anticipated. But I think this year, more probably than ever before, for reasons that I'm sure we're all aware, and that there are so many places potentially up for grabs, and so few people that you would say are absolutely guaranteed a place in the side. So it is going to be very interesting indeed.
I think, always say this at this time of the year, but your currency if you're a batter is runs, and your currency as a bowler is wickets at the moment in terms of Championship cricket.
If that was the case, and Jordan Clark and Ben Sanderson might be.
Yeah, but that is the case now in many ways.
Both had terrific starts to the season. Here's Taylor, 2 slips and a gully, and again bowling wide outside the off stump, and Rory Burns not having to play at it. He's bowling, well, they talk about Sanderson bowling potentially, always fourth stump. Well, he's bowling probably 6th stump, and now he's going to bowl around the wicket. So he's just going to try and force the batsman to play, which, as I say, he hasn't, with the exception of the first ball he bowled, which was an absolute peach that went past the bat and bounced as well, flew really from not that much short of a length. Since then, the line just hasn't been quite what he would be hoping for. So round the wicket comes Taylor, and yes, it does make Rory Burns play, and he steers it down into the gully, fielded by Josh Cobb. Honours 12th man for Ricardo Vasconcelos as a very large jet goes overhead, heading into Heathrow.
Yeah, I was saying during the first game, it's quite nice here in the plains again.
Yes, it is.
And obviously it's been wonderful having everybody back, and buses going up the road again and making a bit of a racket. But that first game, it's sort of, when the first plane came over, it was a bit of a shock. It sort of echoed round the ground.
What's that? Here's Taylor. Round the wicket again, bowling to Rory Burns, who's nicely solidly in behind that, pushing it out to the covers. Fielded by the ever-energetic Safe Zabe, coming in from point, and there's no run. Well, I'll say one thing, Mark, if the two sides can produce a match anything like as good as they did when the two sides met at Northampton last September, which was a wonderful game of cricket, and Northamptonshire just squeezing it, but it could easily have gone either way.
Young Mr. Sales.
James Sales on debut, yeah, pulling the winning runs. He's in the seconds at the moment. He's had a reasonable start to the season. One or two of Northampton's younger players have made an impact in the second team under the stewardship of Graham White this year. Here's Taylor round the wicket, bowling to Burns, who turns that off his hip down to Sanderson, coming in from underneath the Mickey Stewart members pavilion at long leg, and they come through for a single. Burns to 7 and Surrey to 26 for no wicket, and some wonderful individual performances in that match. Rob Keogh's 99 on the last day, I think, was one of the innings of the season as far as Northamptonshire were concerned, but we saw some terrific stuff from Jamie Smith, from Will Jacks. It was really a terrific advert for county championship cricket, and I say when you go into the final session with either side still in with a chance of winning on the fourth day, that is absolutely what you want, and that was the case there. Well, Taylor staying round the wicket to Ryan Patel, and Patel solidly forward, head over the ball, pushes it up towards mid-on, fielded by Luke Proctor, and there's no run. At the end of this over I shall go and update BBC Radio Northampton, and may even wander out onto the terrace and do it out there for a bit of atmosphere.
Sounds an awful thing to say. I can't remember Rob Keogh getting out for 99 in that game.
He did, and he was saying afterwards it was the only time, the first time he'd ever been dismissed for 99 in any, as far as he could remember, in any cricket, any level of cricket. But it was, it was important innings. Here's Taylor to finish the over, bowls to Patel, drives up to mid-off, fielded by the aforementioned Rob Keogh. End of the over. Burns is 7, Patel is 18, Surrey put into bat 26 for no wicket. I'll be back with you in a moment or two.
Thank you very much indeed, Andrew Rad, and wonderful to have Radders with us for these 4 days. So I think Surrey will be quite happy with that first hour, having been stuck in 26 without loss. Burns 7, Patel 18, and Proctor will continue down there at the pavilion end. But poor old Ricardo Vasconcelos still off the field of play, not feeling terribly well, poor chap. And Ollie Pope unwell for this game, so fingers crossed Mr. Vasconcelos feels a bit better soon and can get back out there. Proctor then, 2 slips and a gully, will come round the wicket to Rory Burns, the left-hander of course, who's forward and pushes this one out into the offside. That rolls out there towards cover, and there's no run. So very good crowd in today. Lots of people dotted around the Peter May stand, and the new tiers there of course, and the 3 tiers of the Mickey Stewart members pavilion. Quite a few people sat around there enjoying the sun, and down to our left and right as well in J.M. Finn's stand, as this one's left alone by Burns, very wide outside the off stump, that one by Proctor. Just looking at the Durham side for this game, and of course a certain England Test captain Ben Stokes playing. I think Joe Root's playing for Yorkshire, first sighting of those two this summer in first class cricket. So Stokes and Root both playing in this round of games, 5th round of championship cricket this. It's going quick as Burns waits again. Proctor's into him, and Burns has a drive at one that's a little wider and fuller of length, and couldn't resist Rory Burns. He'd sort of put that shot away to the bowler coming from the Vauxhall end, but he's just played it again there to Proctor. Bit of bounce, bit of movement. Ended up walking after that a touch towards cover, Rory Burns, but it didn't hit the edge as Proctor's in again to him, and Burns lets this one go outside his off stump. Exaggerated leave, that one from Rory Burns after the previous delivery. He sort of ended up walking after the ball, heading off towards cover, Rory Burns. Proctor gets the ball back from Simon Kerrigan, who looks like he's in charge up there at the moment, in the absence of Ricardo Vasconcelos, as round the wicket goes Proctor once again to Burns. Burns solidly forward on this occasion, playing that one back up the pitch, and there is no run. Can of course get in touch with us up here if you so wish, and at back and across on the old Twitter feed to get in touch with us up here. Lovely to hear from Mr. Gareth Berg this morning. Nathan in Singapore, of course, all over the place having a listen and a watch this morning. Bit more cloud cover now as Proctor is into Burns. Burns, the on drive, gorgeous shot from Rory Burns. Kept his shape on that one, did Rory Burns, and has just punched that straight back down the ground for 4 runs. Lovely shot from Rory Burns. He moves on to 11, and Surrey move on to 30 without loss. So as I say, they'll be fairly satisfied with this start, will Surrey. A lovely shot from Rory Burns, full face of the bat, and punched down the ground and away for 4. Tom Taylor down below us to continue from the Vauxhall end of the ground into his 4th over. Proctor's had a couple now. Matt Kelly had 4, Sanderson had 6, and as Andrew Rad was saying, only went for the 7 runs, Ben Sanderson. Tom Taylor will have 2 slips, gully, long leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off cover, and a backward point for Ryan Patel on 18, as Taylor's around the wicket to him, and Patel is forward, playing a good length ball back up the pitch. Walking in this morning, as I say, it was a busy over Vauxhall Bridge, but everybody in fairly good mood actually, because the sun was out. Always nice to, always sense of anticipation at any ground on the opening day. Sat up on the balcony and watch the players have their net session this morning, but there's always that sense of anticipation about what's to come over the next 4 days. Ryan Patel batting in a short sleeve sweater, that bat raised high in the air, left-handed of course, as around the wicket goes Taylor to him, and he's letting this one go. Just for a second was shaping, I think, to have a cut at that, was Ryan Patel, and then just let it go into the gloves of McManus. He's just looking down towards that sort of 3rd man area. It's a tempter because it's such a short boundary down there towards Lee Fortis and the ground staff's workshop behind their white picket fence. They've been here, of course, since the early hours, and yesterday getting everything ready. Worked very, very hard, Lee Fortis and his ground staff. Always looks a picture, this place. As round the wicket once again then is Taylor, and forward goes Patel, punching this one out towards cover. Won't get a run there. Saib gets round to do the fielding and then whips it in straight over the top of the stumps. Marching back towards us, Taylor. Umpire Russell Warren. He's got his white Panama on, as has Nick Cook. They still call Panamas those hats. Nick Cook looks more like a sort of wide brim sun hat from here. Taylor wears number 12, runs away from us, comes in over the wicket to Ryan Patel, who's punching this one off a goodish length. Up to Proctor. Stood up there at mid-on, and there's no run. Nick Cook and Rory Burns are in discussion about something. Nick Cook, arms folded, nattering away to Rory Burns at the non-striker's end. Burns on 11, Patel on 18. 30 without loss, Surrey. Had an hour and 5 minutes for play. We're in the 16th over. Mr. Andrew Rad is back alongside as Taylor comes round the wicket to Ryan Patel. And Patel gets in behind this one, just pushes it off the front foot really, up there towards mid-on. First update of the day done, Mr. Rad?
Yes,
excellent,
first of a few. But yeah, Northamptonshire just they haven't quite got it right this morning, have they?
No.
Collectively, Sanderson's was good as you would expect, but the others haven't looked particularly threatening, and I just don't think they've made the batsmen play enough.
Yeah, and there's been the odd occasion, hasn't there, where they've gone past the outside edge, but probably haven't really created an opportunity yet. As round the wicket comes Taylor to Ryan Patel, and Patel's driving up the ground again. Taylor, I think, has got a fingertip to that, taking the pace off it, but Ryan Patel will pick up a single. It's early days. Patel on 19, Burns on 11, but as I say, Surrey won't mind too much about runs at the moment. They'll just be keen to keep that naught in the wickets column. Is that Mr. Vasconcelos coming back on now, Radders?
Just having a little look. I think it may very well be.
Well, that's good news.
Yeah, it is.
Excellent.
Yes,
Having the captain back always helps.
Captain's back on, and Josh Cobb going to go back and have a sit down. He's signing an autograph as he went off as well. Morning to Michael Wells, or good afternoon as it is now to Michael Wells, who's listening back home, saying, morning Andrew and Mark. Just realised it's about 25 years since my last visit to the Oval. Great memories of one of my earliest heroes, John Edrich, batting there. Of course. I did notice, to my delight this morning, when I was coming up on the in the lift up to the Brian Johnston Media Centre, as Proctor starts another over from the pavilion end bowls outside the off stump, which Patel lets it go through to Lewis McManus. That it says that if you get stuck in the lift, contact security at the John Edrich security gate or whatever it is. So I thought it's rather nice to see that. I was actually saying on BBC Radio Northampton first thing this morning that one of the great things about this ground, and there are many great things about this ground, is the number of parts of it that are named after greats of Surrey cricket, and I like that very much. Same at Headingley, of course, with Yorkshire. It's, Proctor again round the wicket and again outside the off stump, and again the batsman not having to play. Patel lets it go through to Lewis McManus. The
interesting one is if you're the captain of a county of a championship winning side like Rory Burns, there's the Burns Gate now, so you get the gate named after you as well, which is nice. And I think the other thing about here now, which I like, is there's always something to look at.
Yes,
there's always a bit of history about the place.
No, it's terrific. Here's Proctor again, and he does play at this, and he's caught at extra cover. And Northamptonshire get the breakthrough, not in the manner that they might have expected. Proctor bowling round the wicket. It was a juicy half volley. It was driven by Patel, but he just picked out Simon Kerrigan at extra cover. And Northamptonshire have made the breakthrough. Patel goes for 19, and Surrey are 31 for 1.
Yeah, I think Ryan Patel might have to drag himself off here, but he timed it beautifully. But it was upish, and good catch from Kerrigan. But that's the wicket. They'd have been thinking knocking off stumps out the ground or nicking off into the slips, but actually,
it wasn't exactly as they might have expected the breakthrough to come. But well, they look the same in the book, and every little helps. So yeah, Northamptonshire have got the breakthrough. And once again, you made the observation when we were just together before I had to go off and update BBC Radio Northampton just what a useful cricketer Luke Proctor is. And so often, if they just need a wicket or they just need somebody to dig in, Proctor's your man, and he's done it again there. So Ryan Patel goes, and a certain Hashim Amla comes to the crease now.
Yeah, Hashim Amla, just looking at his scores so far this season, 2 at Warwickshire, then 73 here against Hampshire, 15 and 14 against Somerset here, and 6 at Bristol. So not quite the Hashim Amla that you'd expect, but he obviously is still absolutely world class, Hashim Amla, and has been in the nets yesterday having a bit of a hit, as I saw on social media. Oh, that's exciting. Rory Burns taking his helmet off, so you get the full on the live stream, you get the full hair effect from RJ Burns. But no, Ryan Patel, that he's in such good form at the moment as well, Ryan Patel, and he's always positive, and as I say, that's part of his game. That flashes away for 4. We all go, positive looking shot there from Ryan Patel. Just pick the man out.
To be fair, he yard either side, and we would have been saying exactly that. But he just happened to pick out Simon Kerrigan. The result that Northamptonshire have got the wicket. We now have a right-hand, left-hand combination, of course, with Hashim Amla coming to the crease, and Northamptonshire with 3 slips. Vasconcelos will now be saying, "You see, nothing to it. As soon as I'm back on the field." You get the wicket, easily done. Well, Vasconcelos is back into his regular fielding position at first slip. Absolutely. Young at second. And Emilio Gay just moving round a bit to Gully, and the backward point as well for Amla. Extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on fairly tight. Square leg and a long leg as Proctor comes over the wicket outside the off stump to Amla, who shoulders arms to his first delivery, goes through to Lewis McManus.
Yeah, and as I say, it's a good catch for Kerrigan, because that was travelling. He actually made that look really easy.
Yeah, caught it above his head. Yeah, Ricardo Vasconcelos, just if you're just tuning in and wondering why we're talking about him being off the field, he was there, tossed up, came out onto the field at the start of play, apparently felt fine, then just felt a little bit icky, to use a medical term.
Technical term.
And was off the field for a bit, but he's back on now. Here's Proctor again, bowls, and that's well, turned up towards mid-on by Amlo. Thought about a single, but there wasn't one there. It's fielded there by Ben Sanderson, and there's no run. 31 for 1 Surrey, put into bat. Batters to come: Ben Folkes, Sam Curran, Colin de Grandon, Will Jacks, Jordan Clark, Gus Atkinson, Jamie Overton, Dan Worrell. Here's Amler, struck on the pad by Proctor as he's aiming to play that away on the onside. It drops down in the crease, and McManus comes round from behind the stumps to retrieve it, and the end of a successful over from Luke Proctor, who's picked up 1 for 8 from 3 overs, and Surrey 31 for 1. Rory Burns has made 11. Hashim Amla yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, and as you say, Luke Proctor just proving what a handy cricketer he is. Obviously, when they had their team talk about winning the toss and bowling, as we were saying, it would have been nicking off to the slips or knocking stumps out the ground, but the key thing is he's made the breakthrough there. And 31 for 1 Surrey. Taylor will continue from this foxhole end of the ground. Rory Burns will be on strike on 11.
And there's a real sort of old pro mentality about Luke Proctor, which I absolutely adore. And he went up to bat because they tried safe save in the first couple of games at number 4, and it hadn't really worked for him. So they put Proctor up to number 4, gets 100.
Well, as Taylor round the wicket, he comes to Burns. Burns forward, pushing this one out towards extra cover, and there's no run. He sort of, well, of course they both came from Lancashire, didn't they? But
yes.
But sort of, I always describe Jordan Clark as my all-action cricketer, and Proctor's a bit like that as well. Wherever you put him, he'll do something for you. And as I say, he's made the breakthrough there this morning. 31 for 1 Surrey.
Yes, the 100 he made down at Chelmsford was surprisingly only the second one he's made for Northamptonshire, and the first one, and again this is pure Proctor, was batting the entire day against Warwickshire at Edgbaston, the whole of the last day, to save the match 2 years ago.
Round the wicket comes Taylor again, and this one's left alone by Burns, just shouldering arms outside his off stump. Just getting his head down here is Rory Burns at the moment. People sat in the JM Fin stand, as it's known, with the green seats away to our right, the big stand that we're in at this Vauxhall end. They're enjoying the sun down there at the moment, very pleasant. Bit of shirt sleeved action down there. There'll be some shorts knocking around at some point, I'm sure, and also in the Peter May stand.
I tell you what, they wouldn't have been doing that on the second day at Chelmsford.
Cold.
Or if they were, they wouldn't have played the banjo again.
As round the wicket once again comes Taylor. Wow, that is very wide outside the off stump. Nick Cook must be thinking about it.
He just hasn't got it right yet, has he, so far, Tom Taylor? And it's most un-Taylor-like, because he's, as I say, he's usually pretty much guaranteed to put it in the right place. And you see him just frustrated with himself as he's walking back, and he's throwing his arm across his body and sort of saying, "Yeah, I know what I need to do." It's just so far hasn't managed to do it.
Yeah, we were quite warm at Bristol in the commentary box until we went outside, and then realised just how cold it was out there. As round the wicket once again is Taylor to Burns, who's driving back up the pitch. Taylor does the fielding off his own bowling, but today it's pleasant. It's very pleasant, and I believe, Mr. Rad, having watched the weather forecast, there might be a bit of a heat wave on its way. Very exciting.
Back end of next week, when we shall be in just the place that you would want to be. You know, forget Acapulco, forget Bognor Regis. We shall be in Birmingham next week. So
absolutely perfect. We'll be in Beckenham.
Oh, right.
You see, nice. So we will be outside in a tent.
Yeah. Oh, lovely.
So that'll be rather nice, won't it?
Leafy Beckenham.
Yeah, lovely round there. Great ground, actually. I do enjoy games at Beckenham. As round the wicket once again comes Taylor. Forward goes Burns and punches this one up the ground. Rolls up to mid-off. Rob Keogh does the fielding. So yes, down at Beckenham next week in a heat wave, which is no bad thing, I have to say.
Lovely.
I can see my stints of not being on commentary, lying on the grassy knoll just outside the commentary tent.
Northamptonshire in the middle of a run of three away games, because Chelmsford last week, the Oval this week, Edgbaston next week, before we're back at Wantage Road the week after to play Kent.
Yeah, Surrey have sort of been sandwiched 2 home games by 2 away games so far. As around the wicket comes Taylor, and this is Burns looking to whip through the leg side, one of his favoured shots. Doesn't really time this. He was sort of in 2 minds there, I think, about whether to play full face of the bat up towards mid-on or really try and whip that through the leg side. Didn't really do either. No. And then rehearsed the full face of the bat. End of the over. And 31 for 1 then, Surrey. Fascinating morning of cricket this. Burns has 11 and Amler yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, Northamptonshire had, of course, I must say a luxury, but they had the 5 frontline seamers, of course, down at Chelmsford, because they had Sanderson and Berg, Ben, Taylor, Kelly and Proctor. Of course, they've only got the 4 frontline seamers in this match, so Proctor may have a little bit more work to do. He runs in again from the pavilion into bowl to Amler, who's backing across, just dropping it down behind square on the offside, and it's fielded by Emilio Gay coming in from the gully, and there's no run. Yes, I felt that they certainly picked the right team for Chelmsford. I think it was the right lineup there. And Rob Keogh got through a lot of overs in the second innings, and he's bowling well at the moment. It's just one of those little things that seems to have made quite a big difference to Rob Keogh's off spin. Here's Proctor in again, bowls and beats Amler with a bit of a jaffer. That just left him outside the off stump, and a little bit of bounce as well. And Amler lured into playing the stroke. Fortunately for him, didn't take the outside edge, but that came almost out of nowhere from Luke Proctor. Just the odd one, as is often the case with a new ball, just the odd one is nibbling a little bit. And, well, as a bowling side, especially when you put the opposition in, you need 1 or 2 of those to take the edge and be caught. Here's Proctor in again outside the off stump. And Amler showing good judgment, leaving it alone. Goes through to the keeper. Yes, Rob Keogh's, I think, bowling better this year than he has done for a while. And I was talking to John Sadler about this, and he was saying that he's just worked out that he needed a little bit of a run. He's gone back, rather than just walking in to bowl his offies. He's just got a little bit of a run now, a little bit of a spring in the step to give him a little bit more momentum. And I think he's bowling particularly well this year. Through 33 overs in the second innings at Chelmsford, his Proctor in again, bowls and pushed up to mid-on by Amler, fielded there by Proctor, and there's no run. But Northamptonshire, of course, do have Kerrigan as well in the side for this match, so a couple of spinners. They also have Safe Zabe, who picked up a couple of handy wickets down at Chelmsford with his left arm spin.
I was looking at Keogh's figures there, actually. 33 overs, 17 maidens, 4 for 51. Yeah, very tidy.
Yep, going past 100 first-class wickets in his 100th first-class match. Proctor in again, bowls to Amler, who's in behind that, playing it back down the pitch for Proctor to field. And there's no run. Yeah, Rob Keogh has had a terrific season for Northamptonshire last year. If Ricardo Vasconcelos was leading run scorer in all competitions, Keogh was the 2nd highest run scorer in all competitions. But if he's also bowling well, and I think one of the things that Northamptonshire were hoping for was that they could use him a little bit to do the sort of holding operation that they would often want Kerrigan to do. His Proctor in again, bowls to Amler, again outside the off stump. Amler lets it go through to the keeper. End of the over, 31 for 1. Burns is 11, Amler still to get off the mark. There've always been a feeling with Rob Keogh that he's a decent attacking spinner. And he'll perhaps bowl you, I don't know, 8 overs, 2 for 50 or something. But Northamptonshire, especially if he's in there as the only spinner, as he was at Chelmsford, they need him to be able to hold an end. And once or twice this year, in fact, in pretty much all of the games he's played, he has actually performed that role during the match, and if he's able to do that, it adds to his value within the side even more.
Absolutely. And he can score his runs as well. Yeah. It doesn't half make a difference. It's like with Will Jacks, you know. Will Jacks' off spin is much better than part time. He's a work in progress, but also, what he brings with the bat, it's fantastic to have that. It really does give you options. As Tom Taylor continuing from the Vauxhall end round the wicket to Rory Burns. Burns is allowing this one to pass outside his off stump.
Very patient, isn't he, Rory Burns, apart from that one little blemish early on. 55 balls he's faced for 11 not out, but doing just the job his side needs him to do.
Yeah, just, as I say, getting his head down here Here's Rory Burns. That runs column from a Surrey perspective isn't actually that important this morning. It's that wickets column that counts going towards lunch, but still 40 minutes to go until the lunch break. 31 for 1. Tom Taylor round the wicket. He comes to Burns again. Burns allows this one to go outside his off stump. So 2 balls in this over, and Burns hasn't had to play either of them as yet. But the other thing you must do, Mr. Rad, is wander down to, as it's known, 1 oval square, which is the new development at the pavilion end, which is lovely actually. Really nice.
Well, I was saying earlier this morning, it just seems as though there's been a huge amount of development on this ground, but it all somehow makes sense. It's all logical, it's all sympathetic, and it's just made this even more of a terrific arena than it was before.
Burns waits once more as Taylor's round the wicket to him, and this is where Burns does like it. Pitched up on his legs, he'll just turn that into the leg side, pick up a couple of runs. Will Rory Burns, that will move him on to 13. And Surrey moving on to 33 for 1. Yes, it's all sort of joining up now as well. That's the other thing. And the 1 oval square sort of links the pavilion to the Peter May and the MAR Galladari stand. And it's lovely up there. And that view from on top of the terrace is unbelievable.
I'm told the view over London is a bit special.
Extraordinary. Absolutely extraordinary from up there. Burns waits again. That's round the wicket. He's Taylor to him. Burns drives. Nice looking shot. Won't get a run. Oh, he might get a run because the throw's not the best there from Matt Kelly. And it almost went straight over McManus. And a bit of backing up was done in the slip cordon by the captain. But from saying he won't get a run, he almost did there, Rory Burns, with an overthrow.
That would have been one of the scruffiest bits of cricket of the season, I think, if they managed to get a buzzer there, but it wasn't good.
Yeah, Kelly immediately put an apologetic hand up to McManus. Absolutely whittled it over the top of him. Taylor in once more to Burns. Burns drives inside edge this time, flies away past his stumps and the diving McManus for 4. And he's gone after that again. Now that boundary means that Rory Burns has just gone past 9,000 first-class runs for Surrey with that boundary. And he moves on to 17. As I say, you're going to need your bits of luck on here. And that was a big inside edge. But Rory Burns going past 9,000 first-class runs for Surrey with that boundary. And Surrey move on to 37 for 1.
Yeah, well, milestone for Rory Burns. And as you say, it could pretty much have gone anywhere. And Tom Taylor finally just maybe starting to get his line right. He's looked more of a threat round the wicket than he did over.
Yes. Round the wicket he comes again to Burns. Oi, hello, that's taken off. Burns has played that really well. Back of a length, and that has climbed on Rory Burns, and he's dropped the hands and swayed inside it. He has played that extremely well, Rory Burns. And that one really did climb on him. End of the over, 37 for 1. I think that ripple of applause is for the 9,000 for Rory Burns. Burns on to 17, and Amler is yet to get off the mark.
And it is, as you would expect, a terrific tussle. And Northampton just striving for those. We talked about 3 wickets maybe. You would hope to get if you've decided to bowl first. I was trying to think of the first time I came to this ground, and it was... I reckon it was 1976, and it was the West Indies Test match that summer, that scorched summer, and you could still see the pipes, the drainage pipes, like skeletal, and that's turned away for his first runs by Hashim Amla. First ball of the over, works it away just in front of square on the leg side, past umpire Nick Cook. Chased back towards the boundary by Matt Kelly, and they come back for 2, so Amler's away with 2.
Was that
so it was 39 for 1?
Was that the Amos double?
Yes, it was.
100, yeah.
We were here on the second day when West Indies carried on their huge total up towards 700. They got 680 odd, I think. Viv Richards 291, stumped not bowled Greg. And we were sitting almost, well, it was at this end of the ground certainly, so not far away from where we're sitting now is Proctor, and again, bowled a little bit wider of the crease and pushed up towards mid-off. They come through for quick singles, Keogh Fields, and his throw is wide of Lewis McManus, and once again Ricardo Vasconcelos having to back up to prevent the possibility of overthrows, which he does. Amler up to 3, Surrey to 40 for 1. It was a good run, they went straight away. And Keogh's throw almost gifted them a second run, but it didn't. 40 for 1 it stays.
It's interesting actually mentioning that, because reading this book by Stefan Szymanski and Tim Wigmore called Crickonomics, which is very good. It's only just sort of come out, I think, the anatomy of modern cricket, and there's a whole bit about that, Dennis Amiss in there, about, you know, wearing the helmet and getting a helmet made.
Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Burns, who runs that down to backward point, and it's fielded by Kelly, and there's no run.
Yeah, and it's interesting. 1976, batting for Marylebone Cricket Club against the touring West Indians in a first-class match at Lord's in 1976. Michael Holding hit Dennis Amiss on the back of the head, and Amiss continued to bat. He then hit 203 here against the West Indies later that sorry, but then he went over to the World Series, and because he knew what was coming, he went to a local motorcycle helmet manufacturer in Birmingham.
As Proctor bustles in again, bowls to Burns, who drives pleasantly up to mid-off, fielded by Keogh, and there's no run.
So, yes, and asked him to make an adapted helmet to absorb potential blows using fiberglass and polycarbonate visor. And initially, the design covered a batter's ears with some unforeseen circumstances. Apparently, there were a few run-outs, couldn't hear anything. But yeah, so the reason he got that made was for World Series cricket.
Here's Proctor switching to round the wicket to Burns, who drives very pleasantly away through extra cover. Runs for him here. Long chase for Rob Keogh back towards the members' pavilion. They've come through for 2 and they'll settle for 2. As Keogh sends a good return into the bowler's end, which Proctor takes 2 more onto the total. 42 for 1 Surrey, and Burns up to 19. Very Rory Burns shot that, wasn't it?
Very much so. And thing now is he's beginning to find his angles, Rory Burns. That one was a little more expansive through the covers. Just beginning to find his angles, Rory Burns.
And a pleasant looking stroke. Here's Proctor round the wicket to him again, and Burns is in behind that, playing it down to Kelly at backward point, and there's no run. And that's the end of the over. 42 for 1 with Burns on 19. Amler is 3. Proctor having picked up 1 for 13 from 5 overs. The 1 wicket to fall, that of Ryan Patel, caught by Kerrigan in the covers off Proctor for 19. That was 31 for 1. It's now 42 for 1.
And the other thing about that Amiss innings was he changed his entire technique, didn't he, in his setup.
Came right across, didn't he? And yeah, as I say, we were here on the second. The thing that lives with me was the noise. It was so noisy here. Well, the old cans being knocked together, and yeah, it was
Holding just gliding in as well. Terrifying.
It was a wonderful,
terrifying.
Yeah, that was the game he took 14 wickets in, wasn't it? And final Test match for the great man D.S. Steele.
Yeah, of course.
Test for England.
Of course. Taylor's continuing from the Vauxhall end, coming into Hashim Amla, who's driving outside edge, and that flies past third slip, and that will race off down to the third man boundary rope for 4. I think that's the first ball that Taylor's bowled to Amla, and Amla there just chased it a touch, and that has whistled past the right hand of Emilio Gay. He flung out that right hand, and that goes away for 4. So Amla moves on to 7. Taylor now into his 7th over. 46 for 1 Surrey. That 1 wicket to go. Ryan Patel caught by Kerrigan at cover off Proctor with a drive that was uppish. Kerrigan hung on as Taylor is in again to Amla. Amla gets across his stumps, plays this one down into the leg side. I always find Hashim Amla fascinating to watch because he's such a good player anyway, and I bang on and on about Hashim Amla's batting, but also he plays the ball late anyway, but when he's not quite in touch, you can see him working everything out, Hashim Amla, and he's a fascinating guy to watch construct an innings, Hashim Amla. And here again today, he's just working everything out at the moment as Taylor is over the wicket to him. Amla forward, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Rory Burns down there at the non-striker's end. is not in jumper. Hashim Amla in his short sleeve sweater. It's not often, you know, the weather's okay when Hashim comes out to bat in a short sleeve jumper, because he's normally in the full long sleeve one, and then the opposition have to start worrying when he's taking off the long sleeve jumper. But he's come out today in the short sleeve.
Not a good sign.
No,
is it?
it's a terrible sign actually. If he ever calls and whips off the long sleeve, you know you're in for a long afternoon. Stands with the bat raised again as Taylor's into him, driving, crisp looking drive that from Amla. It's well stopped by Kerrigan, because he timed that quite beautifully, and Kerrigan sort of got his hands to it and then sat on the ball, so he's done pretty well there.
And he's very tight in there as well, isn't he, Simon Kerrigan?
That was why the catch was very good off Ryan Patel.
Took it head height, didn't he?
He did, and it was travelling. So it was that goalkeeper just putting the ball down under the crossbar. Was Kerrigan.
Sanderson limbering up at long leg, so I think we maybe have a little burst from him before lunch.
Yeah, there's Taylor right arm over the wicket he comes, or right across his stumps there is Amla, but that's why he's so fascinating to watch, because he's just turned the wrists on this and has worked it into the leg side and picked up a couple of runs. So he's just gone across his stumps there. He's probably taken that off middle, I would have thought, as
I think judging by Tom Taylor's reaction, exactly, yes.
Yeah. Played it so late and just worked it into the leg side for a couple of runs. A few wickets falling elsewhere. Warwickshire 59 for 2 now against Lancashire. Hampshire 57 for 1. Of course, Nick Gubbins, hundreds in both innings against Lancashire. Last week, as Taylor is in, forward comes Amla, plays this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. Essex 56 for 2 against Yorkshire. Sir Alister's still there on 29. Tom Bess has got Tom Westley down there at Chelmsford. Leicestershire at 63 without loss against Glamorgan, so solid start for Leicestershire. Sussex 64 for 1 against Middlesex. Durham 73 for 1 against Worcestershire.
And it's going to be Matt Kelly who's going to come back into the attack from the far end, from the pavilion end, which makes me wonder whether maybe we're going to see a bit of Sanderson from this end. He bowled, because they were at opposite ends, weren't they, in the opening burst, so maybe they're just going to try him from different ends, see what happens. Well, it is going to be Kelly to bowl to Rory Burns. Kelly bowled an opening burst of 4 overs without, again, just quite getting it right. Line and length a little awry. He's got 2 slips and a gully in place. A lot of people swinging their arms, including umpire Nick Cook. It looks as though he's going to have a little
bowl himself.
He fancies a little bowl before lunch. Well, he's coming up to 66, I think.
He never stops moving.
NGB. Here's Kelly over the wicket to the left-handed Burns, and he turns it again immediately down to the man who'd just been put back there, because Safe Zabe was originally just in a one-saving position at square leg. Put him back on that short boundary, which allowed Rory Burns to pick up a comfortable single. He goes to 20, and Surrey to 49 for 1. Field changing over then for the right-handed Hashim Amla. Yes, I don't know, can remember Nick Cook's birthday because it's the same week as mine in June. So there's me, Nick Cook, and Alan Lamb all within a few days of each other, so it's easy to remember. Here's Kelly in again, bowling outside the off stump, and Hashim Amla letting that go through to Lewis McManus. I think Northamptonshire first played here in the County Championship in 1905, their first season of first-class cricket, and Surrey were one of the 6 counties that gave them fixtures in that first year that actually allowed them to become a first-class county. So, debt of gratitude owed by Northamptonshire to Charles Alcock, who was secretary here then, and mind you, I think for Surrey in the early days it was a guaranteed couple of big wins, but that's being cynical. Here's Kelly in again outside the off-stump, again Amla shoulders, arms, lets it go through to McManus. In fact, when Northamptonshire lost here in 1906, their second season, there was a certain amount of muttering, chuntering back at base, where they pointed out that Northamptonshire had batted in very poor light, and I think Jack Crawford and Razor Smith or somebody had taken lots of wickets, and Northamptonshire at 7 for 4, I think, and They said that the lights were burning bright in the pavilion and in the secretary's office, but still the umpires wouldn't take them off, and the light was so bad. Not that we're bitter or anything. Here's Kelly, and again bowls to Amler, who's in behind that, pushes it up towards mid-on, where it's fielded by Sanderson, and there's no run. Yes, we don't let things fester at Northampton. That was only 116 years ago, and it still rankles.
No, well, I'm sure, you know, give it another couple of 100 years, Radders. Yeah.
Yes, well, I was coming up with all this stuff in my book about George Thompson during last year, and it's the days when Northamptonshire were known as Thompsonshire, because basically he was so far and away their best player. Here's Kelly, in again, bowls to Amler, just drops the bat on that, away on the onside, fielded by Kerrigan, just in front of square, almost within conversational range of Nick Cook. Mind you, I think even if he wasn't, he would be, if you see what I mean. I think
he'd be shouting at him.
Nick would be bellowing at him by now.
One of the great men of cricket is Nick Cook.
Well, and he had that terrific entry into Test cricket, didn't he, in 1983 against New Zealand. Got a lot of wickets in his first couple of tests. Here's Kelly, the pavilion behind him, bowls to Amler, who drives but without any great power or timing, goes out into the covers, and well, I was going to say we're going to get an overthrow. It's been a bit scruffy in the field from Northampton this morning. It was Saib's throw, which was a horrible one from McManus to take. He didn't take it cleanly. It ricocheted off his gloves and could easily have come through for an overthrow. Mercifully, Young and Vasconcelos were alert to the possibility, and it is indeed going to be Ben Sanderson coming back into the attack, as I think we thought just for a little burst before lunch. 49 for 1 at the end of the over. Burns is 20, Amler is 9.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Give Sanderson a go from this Vauxhall end and see what he can get going. But a very tidy spell from the pavilion end, of course. 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 7 for Ben Sanderson. Yes, it's a nice day for watching cricket today. It's a nice temperature. There's a bit of a sort of luncheon going on the terrace away to our right hand side. Quite a few meetings going on at this end of the ground, so people spilling out at lunch to watch a bit of cricket. As Sanderson then over the wicket from the Vauxhall end to Rory Burns. Burns is in behind a shorter length delivery, and that one with a high front elbow back up the pitch. But yet, nice day to watch cricket this. I think if you're in the area and you fancy a bit of a watch, I'd recommend it. And I think the weather's meant to be pretty good
throughout,
I think.
Into next week as well.
Very nice, very nice. I'm quite fortunate with the weather so far this season. 49 for 1, Surrey. Burns, familiar bend of the knees, and then turns this one off his stumps from Sanderson into the leg side. Typical Rory Burns shot. That's his bread and butter, really, Rory Burns. And that will bring up the 50 for Surrey. I think they'll be pretty pleased with this. 52 for 1 after being stuck in this morning. Burns on 23. Hashim Amler on to strike on 9. But yeah, Rory Burns there, anything on his legs or stumps, just tuck away into the leg side. Someone just, I think, got their camera out to take a photo, and it's just glinting. It shows how sunny and bright it is. It just sort of glinted off the lens cap down to our right. A bit like semaphore, that was. There's
the heliograph.
3 slips in there for Hashim Amler. Over the wicket comes Sanderson to him, and Amler again gets across his stumps. Just trying to negate any movement there is Hashim Amler, and plays that one off his hip. Looked a little uncomfy, but all he's trying to do is just get across those stumps and take out any movement that Sanderson might find. He picks up another single. Hashim Amler, he moves on to 10. The Surrey sort of batting unit, as they call it in modern parlance, has gone pretty well this season. 428 for 8 declared against Warwickshire and 43 without loss. 467 against Hampshire here. 308 against Somerset, and then 239 for 7 chasing to win by 3 wickets, and then 603 at Bristol. As forward comes Burns and plays this one back up the pitch. So I think Gareth Batty's just very happy with the way they're going about their batting this season.
And it is almost a ridiculously deep batting lineup. You look at this, more or less any of the sides that Surrey have put out this year, and there's just so much depth of batting. And very interesting, and I'm looking forward to seeing Sam Curran play as a batsman, especially as he's the only Northamptonshire-born player in the match.
Well, absolutely. And I think he's still under that. He can bowl 15 overs if they need him. Around the wicket comes Sanderson, forward goes Burns, punches out towards cover off the front foot, and there's no run. But he's looked in very good form with the bat so far. 80 in his first knock. Just jump into my little blue book again. 80 and 33 against Somerset here, and then 64. What I think will have annoyed him is the 80 and the 64, because you still get to score a first-class 100, Sam.
Really?
Yep. So, you know, I think his highest is 96, I think. But he does look in good nick. And Sanderson round the wicket to Burns. Oh, my goodness. Well, Rory Burns has really gone after that. Down on one knee, Caribbean-esque, Rory Burns. And that's ended up in the gloves of McManus.
I'm surprised Ben Sanderson didn't have a Z on his forehead then for Zorro, wasn't it? It was very expansive.
Well, he then played it again, but it was so wide that I think he sort of got it out of his system by trying again after it had ended up in the gloves of McManus. End of the over. If anyone's got a sort of photo of that shot, it'll look spectacular. 53 for one, Burns 23 and Amler on 10.
Got some lovely photographs that we dug out in the archive at Northampton of, I think it's Sam and Ben when they were young kids. Is Kelly starting a fresh over to Amler, turns that one away nicely off his legs down to long leg where it's Luke Proctor didn't field cleanly first time but recovered very quickly, and they'd settled pretty much for a single, so just one to Amler. He goes to 11 and Surrey to 54 for one. I think it was open day, one of the family days at Northampton, when Kevin Curran was playing at the club. I think it was probably 98 when he was captain, and they had a family day, and there's these two little lads in like cute little duffel coats. I'm not sure which one's which. I haven't shown Ben yet, but I imagine it would have been the two lads. Here's Kelly into the left-handed Burns, who's also going to pick up a single again, just turning it quietly down towards long leg, fielded by Taylor. Underarms the throw in, a la Peter Willey.
The old man would have been incredibly proud of his boys.
Wouldn't he just? And what a fine cricketer Kevin was, and very much a kindred spirit of Alan Lamb, who I know was a big mate of his, and they both played the game pretty much the same way, which was full steam ahead and damn the torpedoes. And occasionally, if it didn't come off, I know Kevin did cop a bit of criticism sometimes for, he came down the wicket, second ball to a spinner and was stumped, but if it went for six, everybody cheered. So usual things apply. Outside the off stump, that ball from Kelly, and was left alone by Amler. Stays at 55 for one. Surrey put into bat by Northamptonshire this morning. It's a beautiful early afternoon now. The sun out. Almost a little bit of heat haze over towards the big tower blocks.
It's very odd, Brad. Do you know, the one-day final that I can always remember is the Northamptonshire one in 1992.
Oh, Leicestershire, yes.
Yeah, when didn't Mr. Fordham make runs?
Yeah, he was man of the match.
I don't know what, I can just remember that final.
Well, I can remember it very well, but perhaps for other reasons. Here's Kelly outside the off stump, left alone by Amler, goes through to McManus. Yes, I mean, obviously Northamptonshire haven't won that many finals, so yes, we treasure them all. And yeah, it was a terrific side. And in fact, I mean, the game almost that I remember most of that run in '92 was the game, I think, in the second round against Yorkshire, when Curtly Ambrose bowled what I still think was the best one-day spell of bowling I've ever seen. 12 overs, 4 for 11, I think. It was frightening. Here's Kelly again, bowls to Amler, drives pleasantly up to mid-off, fielded by Keogh when there's no run, and I'm pretty sure, and I'll check at lunchtime, I think Sachin Tendulkar was playing for Yorkshire in that match. And then there was the semi-final at Edgbaston, when Nigel Felton, who we mentioned earlier on, low-scoring game, went into 2 days, and Nigel Felton gritted his teeth against Donald, Munton, Reeve and co, and made, I think, 58 not out, and saw Northamptonshire into the final. Here's Kelly in again, bowls to Amler, drives pleasantly away through extra cover. This is going to be 4. It beats Rob Keogh. It is a short boundary over there, and Amler timing it beautifully, and it races away to the stand there, and they pick up 4. 59 for 1, Amler to 15. Burns is 24, and well, if you needed to see Hashim Amler absolutely at his best, the timing in that, because he just looked as though he'd pushed it, and yes, it's a short boundary, but it absolutely raced away, and you could see the way the ball almost gathered pace. Rob Keogh set off in pursuit, stood absolutely no chance. It rattled over the rope. 59 for 1, 25 overs gone. Burns 24, Amler 15, and we have what, about 15 minutes or so to go till lunch.
And Northampton should be desperate for another wicket before lunch, as Rory Burns retakes his guard. Burns 24, Amler 15. Actually, Amler, the other thing, of course, is, as we always say, he does enjoy batting here as well. As round the wicket comes Sanderson, then to Burns, who's sort of opening the face and trying to guide that down to third man. Actually guides it straight to third slip on the bounce, and there is no run.
I've done Sir Kirtley a disservice. It was 4 for 7 from 9,
12 overs.
From 9 overs,
right,
actually. But yeah, and Sachin Tendulkar was batting at number 4 for Yorkshire, but fell to the late David Capel.
Oh, of course, what a cricketer that man was as well.
And Kevin Curran picked up 3 wickets as well. So
heck of a good side that.
Was, yeah.
As round the wicket comes Sanderson, and this one's left alone outside the off stump.
NGB Cook, 12 overs, 1 for 45. Picked up the wicket of David Bias. Bingo.
Yeah, very good side. Mark Robinson, you're sitting there at the bottom of that scorecard.
Yeah, he was playing for Yorkshire.
Yeah, playing for Yorkshire, but then of course
he just left Northampton.
Paul Taylor.
Yeah, Fordham, Felton, Bailey, Lamb, Capel, Curran, Pemberthy, Ripley, Ambrose, Taylor, Cook.
Side, that.
Decent side,
yeah,
isn't it?
Good side that. Just remember that final. I remember watching that final on the telly. 59 for 1. Johnson's in, and this one's left alone by Burns. Outside his off stump once again.
And I remember, and this probably feeds into the whole Northamptonshire persecution complex thing, but I do seem to remember that there was a certain amount of chuntering going on in some quarters, because it wasn't. I don't think Lords was absolutely sold out for that match, and they were saying, "Oh, well, you know, what do you expect if you've got 2 of the unfashionable counties, Northamptonshire and Leicestershire, playing in the final?" And
run through that.
There you go.
Just run through that Northamptonshire side again, because if that was today, you got Kirtley Ambrose in there, who at the time was probably the best bowler in the world. As forward goes Burns, has that hit him outside the line? It has. And Sanderson with the appeal just got himself outside the line of that off stump with Rory Burns, and there is no run. 59 for 1. So
yeah, Fordham, Felton, Bailey, Lamb, and then you've got the 2 all-rounders, Capel and Curran, and Tony Pemberthy as well, as very handy all-round cricketer. David Ripley to keep wicket, then Ambrose, Paul Taylor and Nick Cook.
See, I'm saying in this day and age, that's quite a fashionable side. That you've got everybody
all
being
bases,
able to, all bases are covered. Sanderson is in, and Burns gets outside that off stump again with a little step, and then just gets in behind this one and plays it straight back down the pitch. But yeah, you know, you've got everything covered in an 11 like that, haven't you?
It was also the night before the final when there were fears that Kirtley Ambrose had gone missing because he didn't arrive at the team hotel. And I remember, I think it was at the Cricket Writers Club dinner in the days when it used to be the night before the final. And Northampton's then Chief Executive Steve Coverdale getting very agitated because Kirtley Ambrose hadn't arrived at the hotel, and they're wondering what had happened to him. He just made his own arrangements, you know.
Sanderson's in, and this one's left alone by Burns outside his off stump end of the over. 59 for 1. Burns 24, Amler 15. Well, the lovely thing now is and you'd know this because you'd have chatted to him, but when he played, he didn't really say anything, did he? And didn't really do interviews and stuff like that. But now, hearing him speak and chatting about it, he's just, what a lovely man, and just fascinating when he talks about bowling.
Yeah, I think I barely got 2 sentences out of him in the whole of his time at Northamptonshire. But as he said, fair enough, he let his bowling do the talking, and it was David Capel actually who got on very, very well with him, who was always saying if you do get him talking, he's absolutely fascinating to listen to on the art of of fast bowling. Here's Kelly starting a fresh over to Hashim Amla, who's looking to force that away on the back foot. Doesn't really time it. Goes up to mid-on, fielded by Sanderson. And there's no run. Yeah, now he's the most engaging commentator.
When Sky did those masterclasses, his bowling one was absolutely fantastic.
Well, as I say, I think that game against Yorkshire, he was as near to unplayable as.
He had that top of his hand at the top. It was like he just held it for a second. It wobbled. Must have been unbelievable facing that.
Here's Kelly running in towards us outside the off stump and left alone by Amla. Goes into the gloves of McManus, and there's no run. Yeah, and I mean Northamptonshire, it was extraordinary really the way that that they signed Curtly Ambrose, because I think it might have been Brian Reynolds and or Steve Coverdale had seen him playing for one of the clubs up in the Lancashire League. It was Central Lancashire League match for Haywood in '87, and they liked the look of what they saw. They offered him a contract for '88, and on that stage he'd only played one first-class match. Is Kelly in again, bowls to Amla, forces off the back foot into the covers, fielded by Zabe, and there's no run. He played one first-class match at that stage for the Leeward Islands, and they basically picked him for 1988, only for him then to be picked by the West Indies. So he didn't actually make his debut for Northamptonshire until '89. But yeah, what a player. And yeah, that 1992 side, he was just absolutely magnificent. And the contest in '94 when Warwickshire played Northamptonshire, it was Ambrose against Lara. Here's Kelly, and again outside the off stump, and Amla shouldering arms, watching that go through to the keeper. Still stays at 59 for 1. Yes, the 1994, when Lara was absolutely at the peak of his greatness, and I think it was about the fullest I've ever seen the press box at Northampton that day. We had everybody came to watch. It was a decent crowd in as well. And
well, I couldn't believe it. It was B. Lara's birthday the other day, and looking at his age, I won't say what it was, and I was thinking, where does the time go?
No. What a wonderful, two wonderful cricketers. Here's Kelly, and again bowls to Amla, drives beautifully straight back past the bowler, runs for him here as it goes up towards the members' pavilion, and it's going to beat the fielder and crosses the rope, and that's 4 to Hashim Amla. Beautiful stroke again. It's all about timing. It's all about balance from the great South African. It runs away for 4. 19 to Amla, and Surrey up to 63 for 1. Yeah, 1994 is looking at Curtly Ambrose's figures in the Championship. 77 wickets at 14 in that summer. So
ridiculous.
That I remember right. It was after he'd arrived late.
He missed the first 6 games.
Missed his flight. Here's Kelly, and again bowls to Amla, plays it just up to a man just in front of square, Simon Kerrigan on the onside, and that's the end of the over. 24 to Burns, 19 to Amla, 63 for 1. Yes, there was never a dull moment when Curtly was there. From a journalistic point of view, there was usually something happening, because he had a famous run-in with Dermot Reeve, and there's good clean fun. In the day when Northamptonshire Warwickshire matches were hard and played with no quarter expected or given.
Yeah.
And
well, there was that famous Richie Richardson pulling Curtly off Steve Waugh in the middle of a test match, which he spoke about during that masterclass, which was fascinating actually. He said sort of the red mist descended. He said it doesn't normally, but it did. As Sanderson will come round the wicket to Rory Burns. Runs here for Burns into the leg side, exactly where he intended, but he'll get a single. Looking to drive down the ground, I think, was Burns, a thickish inside edge. Moves on to 25, 64. Well, it's funny what you remember, isn't it? I was fortunate enough to go with Mum and Dad to Barbados in '94 when England ended up winning that test match. The Stewart twin tons, of course. Anyway, and I remember walking into the ground and being absolutely blown away in the old ground. It was just unbelievable to be abroad and watching. But then watching Lara get himself warmed up, and the way what there used to be at Barbados, as In over the wicket goes Sanderson. That's just nipped back at Hashimam. Played that as if it kept a little bit low on him. I think he didn't really go anywhere on the crease and was jumping a touch. Buys the signal. McManus got a glove to it, but it died on him as well. And tough for the keeper, that. And that'll be one more to the total. But they had a white wall in front of the pavilion. And Lara had one person throwing a ball to him. And he had another person probably 25 yards off at an angle, and he was driving the ball, hitting the ball, and it was going straight. And they were just rolling it back. And he did that for 10 minutes. And I remember just standing there going, this bloke's an absolute genius. As around the wicket again goes Sanderson. Forward goes Rory Burns. Plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. I missed England win it, because in those days they had rest days, Radders.
Yes.
And on the rest day I decided to do some sunbathing and got the worst sunstroke known to mankind, and missed England actually winning, unfortunately.
Dear, I shouldn't
yes, locked in a hotel room somewhere, feeling a bit worse for wear. But I did get to see Stewart's twin 100, so that was something. And those are the days, of course, where everyone just sat on the boundary rope. As round the wicket again comes Sanderson, and that's nicely played by Burns. He just waits for this, opens up the face, and then just guides it deliberately down to that short third man boundary. And Burns moves on to 29, and Surrey move on to 69 for 1.
But it's interesting, Mark, because we were saying earlier about statistics don't always tell the story. I was just looking at Curtly Ambrose's first-class figures for Northamptonshire. In first-class cricket, 318 wickets for the county at 20.6. Ben Sanderson's taken nearly 300 at pretty much the same average.
Sanderson is in, short one to Burns. Burns is pulling this behind square on the leg side. Made sure he got right on top of that. Rory Burns was out here against Somerset playing that shot, top edge hook, so made sure he got right on top of that one. Moves on to 31, and Surrey move on to 71 for 1.
In fact, the figures, and I've just noticed this, the figures are uncannily similar between Curtly Ambrose and Ben Sanderson in terms of their first-class record for Northamptonshire. Pretty much the same number of matches.
Amazing, isn't it?
Pretty much the same number of wickets and pretty much the same average.
Sanderson round the wicket once again. Forward goes Burns. Thick inside edge into the leg side. Scrambles another single. And Rory Burns just ticks round before lunch here. He's on to 32. And Surrey with an over to go, I think, till lunch. 72 for 1.
Now the question is, do we get the obligatory over of spin before lunch? And I think we
are because of the pad.
all the padding, as Jack White's come out with various items of protective equipment. So it looks as though we are going to get the obligatory over of spin before lunch. So presumably it'll be Simon Kerrigan, and it is indeed going to be Simon Kerrigan who's going to have a bowl. Yeah, Ben Sanderson's figures for Northamptonshire coming into this match, 75 matches instead of 78 for Sir Curtly, and he's taken 296 wickets at 20.59, so the average is 0.01
great
run
spot
difference.
From you there, Radders.
20.6 against 20.59, 296 wickets as against 318, and 75 matches opposed to 78.
That's
so
a brilliant spot from you.
Well, it underlines just how valuable Ben Sanderson has been to Northamptonshire in recent seasons. It is going to be Simon Kerrigan, and it's fair to say they're not exactly rushing into this over. Hence the fact that we still hasn't started, but we are now going to see Kerrigan bowling over the wicket from the pavilion end, bowling to Burns, who pushes it past the man under the helmet at forward short leg. Safe save, but it runs out to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Emilio Gay. And there's no run. The clock on the scoreboard says 1 o'clock, so I would imagine that's what it's going to be. Here's Kerrigan in again, down the wicket, driven by Rory Burns, fielded by Gay at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Kerrigan, once he gets going, doesn't half rattle through his overs. Slip and a forward short leg, Kerrigan in again. Bowls down the pitch comes Burns, turns it round the corner, but Will Young is there on the 45-degree angle to save 1. And there's no run. Kerrigan just putting his hand in the dirt. He has been known to get through an over in a minute. I think we bowled a sub-minute over against Yorkshire when we had the clock on him last year. Here he is again, bowling to Burns, who's just playing that pleasantly. Nice crisp timing. Positive in defence, as they say. Up to mid-on. It was fairly deep. Ben Sanderson, but there's not a single there. 2 balls to go in the over. Carrigan bowling to Burns, just runs that down. They're going to get a single as it goes down towards backward point, and it was a little bit of work for Matt Kelly to do, coming in from extra cover. And 1 more onto the total, 33 to Burns, 73 for 1. 1 ball to go in the session. I shall whip off as soon as the last ball is bowled, because I need to go and update my listener.
And get your lunch as well. Get your lunch.
Round the wicket comes Kerrigan, last ball of the session, and that's punched away off the back foot by Amler, fielded by Gay, and that's the end of the session. 73 for 1 Surrey, put into bat. Burns is 33, Amler is 19.
Thank you, Andrew Rad. And of course, Mr. Rad will be back after the lunch break, so I think Surrey will be quite happy with that. At lunch, Northamptonshire will be a little concerned that they've only picked up the 1 wicket. That wicket, Ryan Patel, caught by Kerrigan off Proctor for 19, but that of course after putting Surrey in this morning. So 29 overs in that morning session, 73 for 1 at lunch. Burns 33 not out, having gone past 9,000 first class runs for Surrey in the process, and Hashim Amla is 19 not out. And we'll be back with you here on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Northampton in around about 40 minutes time. But at lunch here on the Surrey live stream, really and congratulations to Ebony Rainford Brent, who of course got her MBE this week. We got a lovely documentary about her brainchild, really, the ACE programme on the Surrey live stream. But at lunch, Surrey 73 for 1.
The love and passion that the Caribbean community had for the game when they first came to the UK was just taken for granted, that it would always be there. And actually, if you don't do anything to support it and to feed it, then you end up where we are today.
I think at times we can be a bit lazy, not looking outside that small independent school bubble sometimes for some of our better cricketers.
I think there's a lot of beauty in that system, you know, so this is not me sort of saying change that. What it made me realise is we need to design new systems from the ground up to support everybody else getting in.
You know, any way we can help to encourage or just let other black kids know that, you know, it's possible, you know, it's not impossible, it's very possible. That's why we're here, to pretty much fly the flag, you know, let them know that it can be done.
Hello and welcome to the press launch of the ACE programme charity. My name is Ebony Rainford Brent and I'll be hosting proceedings today, so I'm absolutely delighted to be here.
Now, Surrey have announced that their ACE programme, designed to increase opportunities for the African Caribbean community, is to become an independent charity following more than £500,000 worth of support from Sport England.
Well, now what we're going to do is build the programmes from the bottom up, look at the grassroots, build school programmes, community programmes and link that all the way through. This is a serious programme that can make a difference.
You must once again stay at home, protect the NHS and save lives.
In January 2020, an initiative was launched aiming to re-engage the Black British community with cricket in London. 25 scholarships were handed out to players in 2 age groups, all with the chance to play and train at the Oval.
For black players playing cricket, it's decreasing, and not just at the county level, at the recreational level as well.
It was really shocking to me when I found out the figures about like a 75% decline. Again, it's not something that was on the forefront of my mind, but now when I think about it, you know, that's so shocking, and a programme like this is really going to change that.
Good. Cricket is one of the sports that you need facilities, you need the resources, and it's quite hard. It's quite hard for a lot of players, and especially without being in a private school or a pathway within a county. Access to facilities just by itself, just for recreational purposes, is quite hard to get.
We've had 2 training days here for the boys and girls. We selected from the winter pre-COVID. Unfortunately, because of COVID, we've had to cut our summer short, but it was still a good summer for them to have 2 training days here at the Keir Oval, to have a game at our outground LSC, and then also to have a game here. I think they all went away really proud players.
The pitch here is amazing. It's a different level, completely different to club cricket. It's like one of my dreams to play on an international cricket ground. It's amazing.
I found out through an email that I got the A scholarship, and I can tell you that it was one of the happiest moments of my life. I remember I just jumped up, shouted, screamed all over the house, called my mum and dad, and we definitely got to celebrate a special achievement.
I especially like the social aspect, being around my friends who also enjoy the game too, and I love bowling, especially like bowling aggressively at the opponents and trying to get them out.
We've taken big strides to get 24 young people that we didn't really know about, and they've had a chance to play here and train at the Oval, and we've seen them develop over a short period of time. And thankfully, we've had one player in particular who's come through and now is being seen by our academy performance managers and is going to get opportunities to play for the under-18s. Now, that wouldn't have happened without this programme.
The thing that's great about it is I believe that anyone can do it. If you can't think you can't pick up a bat, I'm sure you can run. You've got to run in the field, you've got to run between the wickets, everyone can throw. There's so many different elements to it that can make like so many different people enjoy the sport.
You're going to come and stand here. We're looking and finding anybody out there that wants to play cricket. But also with that comes, we can help you access not just playing at county level, but we hopefully could get you to access playing at first team club level, or becoming a scorer, or getting involved with being a physio, or an S&C guy. So there's so many angles that you can be within the game, that their taste of cricket will help them explore where they want to go.
After a successful first summer, Ace continued making national headlines as autumn brought some thrilling news.
Today we're going to announce this exciting partnership with Sport England, who have invested over £500,000 over the next 3 years to support us reaching these communities and to make a difference. They've set us the exciting challenge of taking the insight, the learning and the passion, and we can look to have a wider and maybe more national impact. So the ACE programme charity has been born. Yeah, it's big, isn't it? It's one of those where, I remember when we were speaking, should we go big to Sport England? Will they match that? And they did.
The thing that's missing for so many of them is opportunity. If you give them the opportunity to get involved, many of them will grab it. And this is such a brilliant example of a programme and now a fledgling organisation that's going to help many more young people have those opportunities.
Good ideas are great, but people who've tested them, and what Surrey County Cricket Club have done here is they've given this an opportunity to prove its worth, and that's why we can now with confidence get behind it.
It's a talent ID programme, so hopefully we'll have them playing at the highest level, but also if we can just make them better cricketers, better people. It's important that we're realistic in that we might not get 20 county cricket players. It's not just about that, it's about helping these players on their journey, developing as individuals.
It's a great scheme, it's a great programme, but are we playing catch-up in reality after years of complacency and neglect?
Long overdue, long overdue. How many other industries or sporting establishments would allow one demographic that you knew had a 75% interest and drops nearly to 0%, and for 20, 30, 40 years and not allow anything to happen? That's a clear problem.
There are going to be many people to say thank you to today.
Ebony Rainford-Brent, who's at the heart of this and the leader of this, the work that she did with Michael Holding on Sky in the early days was absolutely central, not only to getting people's attention but to keeping it going. Black Lives Matter has been picked up by the athletes and the retired athletes, and they're not going to let this go away until they see real change.
West Indian clubs, or the black clubs that tried to get established, never got homes. You know, there's a lot of wandering clubs. I really want to work towards building more homes or places that the clubs can go, that the prices aren't going to shoot up on them, that they know that they can get fixtures on set days, that they know that they can do fundraisers and build around that. So that home, that infrastructure is massively important for making sure the community can thrive in 5 to 10 to 20 years' time.
Behind the scenes, what we're hopefully going to help with is just making sure that they're clear about how they can measure their success. We can connect them to other parts of the country where they might be able to take their model. And hopefully, at the end of the day, what we can do is turn this into a programme which runs everywhere.
With more restrictions and lockdowns throughout the winter, training opportunities were limited. To keep the kids engaged, ACE sought help from a few familiar faces to inspire the scholars.
I was just wondering, do you have any advice to give for us, to boost our cricket skills?
As a batsman, I think good practice is a massive thing, especially at your age. You don't want to be practicing bad habits and doing things without thinking about it. You want to make sure every ball you're hitting, there's a purpose behind it.
It's all about you guys. If you guys are willing to put in the hard work, it can take you anywhere. It can take you anywhere, trust me.
Sport's about mistakes, and we're all going to make that mistake. But if you start looking negatively at things, if you see failure, you fail. It happens, you know, and the more relaxed you are, the better you are at playing. So I teach and get people to adopt that principle and the thought of it from young.
Your mindset is going to be switched on. You have to be able to block out any sort of distraction, whether that be your form, whether that be the flat wicket, whether that be the media, whether that be an injury, or whether that be whatever it may be. You have to block that out and be able to purely focus on what you're there to do.
As a community, we need to stand up, support ourselves, and then people will then come on board with us.
With support from the ECB and Warwickshire, Birmingham became the first city to run the ACE programme outside of London. Inner City Club Handsworth hosted the launch and have strong roots in the Afro-Caribbean community.
Hi guys.
The ACE programme launching in Birmingham is really important because cricket in Birmingham is for the black community, for me, has completely sort of been caught kind of wiped out through various reasons over the past few years.
Who likes batting? Let's get him in action. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
We've got a real passion to try and reflect the communities that we serve around Birmingham. And I think over the last 2 or 3 years, the ECB and the Council have done a great job building cricket for women and South Asian communities. We just felt there needed to be a focus on other areas of the community as well to bring them up. And so when we saw the ACES programme in Surrey, we spoke to Ebony and said, could we be the first people to bring it out of London and bring it to Birmingham?
Together, catch, good.
I can only commend Ebony on what she's done. It's taken a lot of courage for her to use her platform to actually come out, stand up and say something about the lack of engagement, and for her hard work she's done up until this stage has been fantastic, because the ACE programme that we see today isn't the ACE programme that started, so she's had to do a lot of groundwork. That's the message I think as a community we need to do. We need to stand up, support ourselves, and then people will then come on board with us.
The identity with Birmingham black youngsters in cricket has been sort of is not there. We just want to bring that back to them, to be fair. So we're starting from scratch. I think the ACE programme started in Surrey, where there's a lot more sort of black youngsters playing cricket in Surrey. There's no black youngsters play cricket in Birmingham. So our aim is to just get them back in love with the game and try and enjoy it a bit more. So we're not really looking at guys that can really play the game to a different standard at this moment in Birmingham. I just want us to be able to say there's black kids in Birmingham that like and can relate to cricket. Simple as that.
As hard as you can, Jean. Good throw, Jean. Ready, DJ? Good swing. One at a time, son. Yeah.
This is my home club. I was telling a few of the guys today about a little bit of how I got started here. I didn't play, and then I came down here, and we always have the Malcolm Marshall Day, and I got to see Surrey Vs walk out, and I would say there's about a couple of thousands of people in the park, and it was just amazing to be here. And then that's when I knew even more that, you know what, one day I want to be able to walk out to a crowd like that.
We do know there's a strong West Indian community. We do know that they love the cricket. That's waned a bit over recent years. So our job is to think, how can we try and get that going again? And it's not just for the cricket in terms of finding youngsters and getting them playing, but also the benefit of the social side of things as well. We can see here today there's a barbecue going, the music's on. It starts to bring the community together again.
We're doing a schools project to start off with. So in the last half term we were in 5 schools over the 6 weeks of the half term, which is a school a day. So we just go in and we just coach the kids in the skills of cricket, the bowling, the batting, a little bit of fielding, a little bit of catching, stuff like that. Just get them invigorated with the game again. And then from that, we're going to start our community hubs, which will start next week. So we'll have a community hub here at Hansel Cricket Club and another community hub at Holford Drive, which is just down the road, Perry Bar. And then that just sort of brings it, you can do it at school, but one in the community as well. So we're just trying to cover all aspects of trying to get to those kids and get the game to those kids.
Good. I think short term, I think we've got 3 years to ensure that we can actually stand up on our own 2 feet with something such as the ACE program. And then from there, long-term goal would be, you know what, it's not just one Ricardo Gordon, but many more from the community, a wider community from Wolverhampton, you know, from Dudley, from south of Birmingham, West Bromwich, to come and see that, you know what, there is a space where I can be who I am and develop with my cricket.
Just relax a bit more. Well done.
That's it. Oh, brilliant. Well done.
How many kids can we get playing cricket? And the reality is that 95% of those won't progress any further in the game, but they've been introduced to cricket, they're playing it, and they might take it up recreationally. Out of that, can we find some talent? And that goes into our county age group, and hopefully 5, 6, 7, 8 years' time, we have an academy that's representative of the communities that we serve. So if you think most of our academy this year is from the Pakistani and Indian community in Birmingham, it'd be great to be able to say, right, we've now got that diverse mix from the Afro-Caribbean community, the Pakistani community, the Indian community, the Afghan community. And what I really want is to get to a point where the squad that walks out at Edgbaston represents all of those communities, and the people sitting in the stands represent those as well. And I think then we've started to achieve something really interesting.
One such player is Davina Perrin. The 14-year-old from Staffordshire might just be a future England star.
All right, Davina, so plan, I think we'll start on the front foot, and then as you feel comfortable, if you want to crank it up or change the length, you just let me know. So what are your favourite shots?
I'm quite confident with pull shots, cut shots.
Okay, so yeah, like the short ball. Ready?
It's just how at ease I feel when I'm playing it. There's that adrenaline rush and everything about it makes me feel happy.
Loving the attacking play. What I think we're going to do is pretend we're opening the innings. We'll go V first, then occasionally I'll throw in one.
One person I love to watch is Michael Holding. From the first time my dad showed me a clip of him bowling, I was like, I want to bowl like that.
You've got 6 balls, and I want 3 boundaries. Woo! That is over. Extra's got, yeah, boundary.
Outside of cricket, so Serena Williams, she's such a great advocate for everything I stand for, really, and I aspire to be like her.
Everything's going to be traditional ball, and then when I say offside, then I'm going to go into a favourite.
I really want to inspire other young black girls in particular. I just want to be the best I can be, go all the way, hopefully.
Davina's first steps on that journey began just 2 days after her 15th birthday, as she made her debut for Central Sparks in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy.
And that'll be 4, lovely shot.
Young Ibrahim from Ebony Rainford Brent's ACE programme, which is going great guns here at the Oval. And Ibrahim, on that programme, got the honour of ringing the bell this morning.
I believe they've just secured another £1,000 worth of sponsorship, which means that they're going to be able to open up in Bristol following the opening in Birmingham a month or so ago.
Well, now to a new initiative that's aiming to see more young black people take up cricket in Bristol. It involves a partnership with Gloucestershire Cricket, the charity ACE, and sponsors as well.
So we set up ACE about 18 months ago and created academies. We started in London, got out to Birmingham, but we really wanted to get to Bristol because it's a big community down there where we know there's a lot of talent and a lot of need. So in partnership with Gloucester County Cricket Club, we're going to be going out there now to find ideally the next generation of players. You know, talent that can come through. Boys and girls is vital. And we're working all the way from the ages around 8 up to 18, trying to find talent and get it into the system.
This is the third city that this initiative's been launched in, following on from London and Birmingham. So why Bristol?
Yeah, when we started out, we kind of started with the big picture vision, and we really mapped out the key communities, key areas where there's a high density of the black community. So Bristol was key to us because there's a big community. You just go back to Edward Colston and, you know, us seeing a statue being overturned. There's a big history in that city. And I think going to the black community there will help to strengthen, you know, future community ties as well.
With a new partnership and significant funding provided by the ECB, ACE will become a national programme and expand to 3 more cities this year. A whole community now re-engaging with the sport due to the hard work of Ebony and her team. And with players like Jofra Archer and Sophia Dunkley to inspire them, perhaps a future England star will emerge too.
Sky Sports Cricket. Feel it all.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Northampton, the BBC Sport app and BBC Sport website, and the Surrey live stream, of course. And at lunch on this opening day, Surrey 73 for 1 after Northamptonshire won the toss and asked Surrey to have a bat. The 1 wicket to go, that of Ryan Patel, driving a ball from Luke Proctor, and a very good catch from Simon Kerrigan in the covers. And Patel going for 19, but Rory Burns and Hashim Amla seeing Surrey through to lunch on 73 for 1. Burns 33 not out, Amla 19 not out. Can see the Northamptonshire players out there just going through a bit of a warm-up after lunch. Mr. Andrew Radd is here. He's just nipped off to get himself a drink, quite rightly, before the afternoon session, and it'll be interesting to see what happens. I think Northamptonshire will sort of say to themselves, we're going to have a good couple of hours this afternoon, otherwise they will start to get very worried. And if Amla and Burns can get themselves in again after lunch, then it could be quite a big score on the board, having won the toss and stuck Surrey in this morning. Welcome back to Andrew Radd.
Afternoon, Mark. Afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. And yes, I think from a Northamptonshire point of view there, that they won't be concerned just yet. They would have liked 2 or 3 by lunch, but if an hour after lunch Burns and Amla are still going, then the concerns might start, I think.
Yeah, I think it was emphatically Surrey's morning, because I think having made the call to put the home side in, unless, and we did discuss this off air, I know earlier, unless there was just an element of a negative insertion, but they thought, yeah, OK, we'd rather let our bowlers, let Ben Sanderson have a go on this than face the Surrey seamers on it up front. But having committed themselves to bowl first, I don't think they actually made best use of the conditions. I really don't. Overall, I thought Ben Sanderson, as ever, was doing what Ben Sanderson does, bowls top of off stump, and he generally made the batsman play more than the others. The other seamers, Matt Kelly, Tom Taylor, uncharacteristically for Taylor, bowled 1 or 2 absolute jaffers, but generally I don't think made the batsman play enough. Luke Proctor was good, but again, they were able to leave a lot of deliveries, and the wicket that was taken, that of Ryan Patel, was a little bit of a Brucey bonus, wasn't it? You made the point on commentary, Mark, that they would have been thinking about, nicking off, catch behind, catching the slips, maybe an LBW, and in fact the wicket they got was caught at cover. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't think Northamptonshire had a great morning. They need to hit the straps earlier in the afternoon. As I say, if they can pick up a couple of fairly early wickets, then they'll think, OK, we're still very much in this. But I agree with you entirely. I think if Burns and Amla are still there in an hour's time, then it could be a long, hard war, as they say.
It could be. And you look at the Surrey batting line-up, and the fact that sort of on our card we've got Gus Atkinson down at 10. That's a long old batting line-up for Surrey. And no Ollie Pope in this game for Surrey, not feeling well, so fingers crossed he's feeling a bit better now. Of course, Mr. Vasconcelos had to nip off as well. Not feeling great when he was out there, but Mr. Vasconcelos back now, and Rory Burns and Hashim Amla make their way down the steps, and then out there already in the middle Northamptonshire. It's a lovely afternoon now, blue sky and sun out, few wispy clouds around the place. Matt Roller's here, Will McPherson's here, Mark Baldwin's here, all the greats are here today.
I was having a spot of lunch with Stanley Baldwin just to catch up with what's been going on. We go back a frightening number of years, back in the old press box at Northampton. Terrifying number of years.
Well, 2 of the great men were sat out there together on the terrace, chatting away.
I'd have to say, if there's any better places to sit and have a working lunch than on the terrace just outside the Brian Johnston Media Centre here at the Oval, I haven't come across it. It is absolutely magnificent.
It's a nice place to sit and have your lunch, isn't it?
Superb.
It really is, and a nice lunch today. Falafels.
Oh yes,
yes. So not a word I've used many times straight after the lunch break,
and to you.
I have today.
Yes.
Exactly.
Well, I've saved some of it for later on in case.
Good idea.
In case we get the munchies at tea time.
Very good idea. That's experience from you,
well,
Andrew
no,
Radd.
it was advice from the local man. Who,
yes.
He suggested that would be a good idea.
Yes, very good idea.
Anyway, it's going to be Ben Sanderson to resume after lunch. I'm sure he'll have lunched well. He's got 2 slips and a gully in place, and he's bowling first ball of the afternoon to Rory Burns, who drives up to mid-on. Think about a single, but Proctor's quickly to the ball, shies at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Fortunately for Northamptonshire, Simon Kerrigan was backing up. The fielding was another thing this morning, Mark. It was just a little bit scruffy at times. You know, you would think, again, in the circumstances and having put the opposition in, you want to be absolutely on it. And, yeah, just no drop catches or anything. It just probably wasn't quite as sharp as...
Bit messy.
Yeah, it was a little bit at times, a bit scruffy. Anyway, this is another session. Here's Sanderson round the wicket again, bowls to Burns, who's in behind that, playing it back down the pitch. Sanderson fields in his follow-through, and there's no run. Sanderson into his 10th over, no wicket for 19 so far. I can hear the wails of people of a certain vintage back in Northamptonshire about my comparison with the figures of Sanderson and Ambrose. I'm not in any way comparing them as bowlers. They're each outstanding performers in very different styles, but I think the similarity between their figures for Northamptonshire is quite extraordinary. Here's Sanderson. Well, I was going to say he bowls, but he doesn't. He gets there and discovers that he's missed his run. So Nick Cook signals dead ball, and he has to head back to his mark. Nick Cook, is it 2 years ago when he was at Northampton championship match against Somerset? Ben Sanderson was batting, and he was hit on the pad, and we saw him walking off. We didn't actually see him given out, but apparently it was so plumb that
he didn't even wait.
Didn't even wait for it, and it was the umpire then, and that's the next ball from Sanderson, played down into the gully by Burns, and there's no run. Yes, and apparently Nick gave the most perfunctory out signal, just sort of a finger almost like put up in front of his chest, and we certainly didn't see it from our commentary position a long way away, but he did give him out, but apparently it was so plumb he didn't think anything more was needed.
Well, he's already in deep conversation with Hashim Amla.
Well, he's going to be in deep conversation with somebody, isn't he, this NGB. Here's Sanderson running away from us. This Vauxhall end down the leg side. Obviously that from Ben Sanderson, bit of a wasted delivery. Burns looking to try and turn it down. If he got anything on it, I think it would have gone down for 4 down to fine leg. There is a long leg on the boundary in front of the Mickey Stewart members pavilion. There's a man at deep backward square in front of the MAR Galladari stand. Then a mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, backward point, and then 2 slips and a gully. 73 for 1, Surrey. Gorgeous afternoon in South London, and that's turned up towards mid-on by Burns, but Proctor's there quickly to the ball, and there's no run. In case you're just joining us, Northamptonshire, I think Mark mentioned, had Ricardo Vasconcelos off the field for a time this morning, wasn't feeling too well, and of course as soon as he came back on the field, Northamptonshire immediately got a wicket, so I'm sure he'll be claiming that it was all down to him.
Easy game, isn't it?
Yeah, easy from up here. Here's Sanderson again, bowls width wide outside the off stump and cut away by Burns, but straight to backward point where it's fielded by Safe Sabe, and that is the end of the first over after lunch. 73 for 1 Surrey, with Burns on 33, Amla on 19.
Yeah, and Rory Burns will be a bit disappointed there because he timed that beautifully, but Safe Sabe sort of got behind it, sort of hit him really. Beautifully timed by Rory Burns, that cut shot. Now Luke Proctor will get us started from the pavilion end. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13. The 1 wicket to fall, which was Ryan Patel. Oh dear, Nick Cook stripping off now. He's got rid of his jumper.
He has, and Ricardo Vasconcelos is off the field again.
Is he?
Just noticed he's not back out there, and because I spotted Josh Cobb locked in conversation with Nick Cook.
There he is at mid-wicket.
Yeah,
yes.
So Vasconcelos obviously not able to take the field after lunch.
Luke Proctor then, coming right arm over the wicket to Hashim Amla, who punches his first ball after lunch down to Safe Sabe again in there at backward point, and there's no run. Of course, no Ollie Pope either for Surrey, not feeling well. So fingers crossed Mr. Vasconcelos is back out there sooner rather than later. Lovely afternoon, as Andrew Rad says, and it forces Nick Cook into removing his jumper, which is now tucked into the back of his umpire's coat, as Proctor, over the wicket he comes, and that's just nipping back, hitting Amla high up. Height will be the issue there. Got it to nip back at Hashim Amla, but he was almost jumping as he played that, hopping as he played that, and Russell Warren keeps the hands down in front of him, but nicely bowled by Proctor. Just getting that one to come back a touch at Hashim Amla. It doesn't matter how good you are, you've got to start again after a break, so this is always a good time to get at two batsmen that have played pretty well up to luncheon. Proctor in once more, and forward comes Amla, studiously forward. There was Hashim Amla, head everything over the top of that defensive shot as he just pushed it straight back up the pitch. A few people getting back into their seats. It's a good crowd today. It really is, because the thing is, with the whole ground open, everyone spreads out, so you're never quite sure how many people are in, but it's a really good crowd today, as Proctor in once more, and Amla up on his toes turns this one into the leg side. Won't get a run.
I was going to ask you, Mark, for the previous matches here, has it been the case that some of the ground hasn't been open to...
No, it's been open. It's always the whole lot is open for you to sit where you want to sit. I think the only place that you can't is the top terrace of the Peter May stand, or the MAR Galadari stand, but everywhere else is open for business, so to speak, as Proctor's in again. Good leave this from Amla. It's good over this from Proctor, first one after lunch. But yes, you can find your seat anywhere in the ground. The sort of sun worshippers tend to sort of congregate in the Peter May stand, because you get the sun all day over on the sort of gasometer side of the ground. If you want a bit of shade, down in front of the pavilion is a pretty good place to go. But a nice warm day today, as Amla plays this one. It just hops on him a touch from Proctor. Bottom hand came off the bat. Nice first over that from Luke Proctor after lunch. Surrey yet to add to their lunchtime total. They're still 73 for 1, with Rory Burns on 33 and Hashim Amla on 19.
Yes, it's like the seats down in front of the Lynn Wilson Indoor Centre at Northampton, where that's about the only place. And it is, we have this rather bizarre situation during one of the matches this year, where you had people sitting down below us with the sun out, and you know, shirt sleeves, sun hats, all the rest of it, and those sitting in the rather cavernous Ken Turner stand at the opposite end of the ground were still in the fleeces, mufflers, and well, I think Jack White is making himself very useful now by gathering up jumpers. Is he going to take Nick? He's not going to take Nick Cook's jumper.
No, Cook's kept his.
He's keeping it out there in case he doesn't want to risk not feeling the benefit. So he might want to put it back on again later. And Jack White, in his fetching blue bib, is herring off the field, laden with sweaters. Here's Sanderson, starting third over of the afternoon session to Rory Burns, who plays it back down the pitch. I was looking at, we were talking before lunch about Nick Cook and his introduction into the test scene. His first two test matches against New Zealand in 1983 took 17 wickets in his first two tests. These days, that guaranteed a place for life, wouldn't it? Pretty much.
Absolutely.
But, then he did, of course, come back in '89 after quite a long, in the Ashes series in '89 after quite a long break, during which, of course, he moved to Northamptonshire in '86 from Leicestershire. Here's Sanderson again round the wicket, and that's the first runs of the afternoon session. Turned away through mid-wicket by Burns, out towards the scoreboard to our left, and they come through for a couple of runs. Long chase round there for Josh Cobb, fielding substitute for Northampton's captain Ricardo Vasconcelos, and takes Burns up to 35 and Surrey to 75 for 1.
It's interesting. 52 test match wickets in 15 test matches.
Not a bad,
it's very
bad strike rate,
very good, that. As you say, this day and age, you'd have played 150 test matches. But yeah, he was a very good bowler, wasn't Nick Cook? I remember when he came back in '89 as well.
Here's Sanderson in again over the wicket to Burns, who turns that down to fine leg, and there's a comfortable single down there to Cobb again, who finds himself in the action. One more onto the total, 36 to Burns and Surrey to 76 for 1.
Yeah, that was a horrible series that England had, wasn't it? In fact, I was looking at that the other day because that was the Marsh-Taylor battle.
That's
the opening day, 300, and then Taylor went on and got a double 100
at Trent Bridge.
Was it at Trent Bridge? Yeah.
Yes, I just about remember that. It was, and it was also the Anything Goes press conference,
absolutely,
wasn't it?
Mr. Gower.
Mr. Gower.
Yep.
Yeah. Here's Sanderson in again, 2 slips in a gully, and it's outside the off stump. Namler able to leave that alone, goes through to Lewis McManus as the sun disappears behind a cloud for the time being. Yeah, Nick Cook certainly had his supporters when Jeff Cook gave up as captain at the end of 1988, and there was some, certainly I know, supporters who felt that he would have been a good choice as captain, but they opted for Alan Lamb instead, and that turned out
pretty well.
But I think he would have been an interesting captain. He wouldn't have taken many prisoners. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Amler, who's just pushing that up towards mid-off, intercepted by Sanderson, and there's no run.
I don't know what you always think, but I always think left-arm spinners, they're always a bit like naughty schoolboys at the best of times, aren't they? And, you know, you think of Mr. Tufnell, and, you know, Axar Patel always looks like he'd be a bit naughty, and Mr. Cook as well. They're always great characters, left-arm spinners.
Articulate, never short of an opinion, as NGB. Probably, I'm sure, the same now. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Amler, plays that out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Kerrigan. And there's no run. End of the over. Burns is 36, Amler is 19. Surrey put into bat are 76 for 1. And pretty happy, I would have thought, with the way the match has unfolded so far.
Yes, very much so. And they'll want to make it count. I think that the sort of the Surrey kudos this year has been, if we're going to bat first, bat once, and make sure we make a big total, even if we're stuck in. Try and get through it and then make a big total. And with a long batting lineup as well, that's what you're always looking for. And of course, stuck in at Bristol, made 603 after being stuck in at Bristol. So 2 slips and a gully for Proctor. Then he's going to have the long leg, but it's a very short leg side boundary there towards the Harleford Road. As Proctor over the wicket, he comes in to Burns, who's driving. This is a nice looking shot from Rory Burns. That's away to the right of backward point, and it's all along the floor. Nice looking shot from Rory Burns. He tried a couple of those before lunch and almost led to his downfall, but that one he's got across enough, and away through that backward point region it goes. Burns is on to 40. Sorry, move on to 40 for 1.
The long chase down there for Josh Cobb, who is a senior member of the club, and he's Northampton's white ball captain. Spent quite a lot of time on the field as 12th man at Chelmsford. Is now having to do the same again here.
Not probably what he was thinking would happen.
Have a word.
As Proctor's round the wicket once again, and now that's come back at Rory Burns, and it hits the pad. But umpire Russell Warren will just signal leg byes. Might have got himself outside again.
The line, I think so.
Rory Burns, he's trying very hard to get himself outside the line. That would have been the one thing, because he's nipped it back. Has Proctor, nice bit of bowling again. Leg byes the signal, and 2 more to the Surrey total. They move on to 82 for 1, and that's the 50 partnership between these two. Those 2 leg byes worth 51 now between Messrs Burns and Ambler. Ripple of applause for that, as round the wicket comes Proctor again to Burns. Burns pushing this one into the leg side, and there is no run.
I suppose the issue is now with second team cricket being played over 4 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. There's Northamptonshire seconds are still playing against Worcestershire seconds today, the last day of 4 at Northampton. So a lot of the younger players who would probably have been in line to do 12th man duty, and possibly will for the remainder of this match, at the moment having to play. Hence Josh Cobb's presence on the field.
As Proctor is in, and that one again just coming back at Burns, is looking to work that leg side. Possibly got a little bit of bat on that as well, Rory Burns.
In fact, Ben Curran's at the crease for Northamptonshire this afternoon. The seconds looking to try and chase down a victory target of 200 and just over 303 they need all told against Worcestershire at Northampton. The second 11 championship, 35 for no wicket, with Ben Curran and James Croney, ex-Stowe schoolboy, at the crease.
As Proctor runs towards us to Burns. Burns is playing this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. Of course, Alex Blake sort of isn't playing red ball cricket anymore, but he's playing for Kent Twos to get himself ready for his white ball contract, and he's smashing double hundreds for fun at the moment.
To see that one, it was something ridiculous, wasn't it? I think he made a double hundred. Next high score was 20 something. It was an extraordinary scorecard.
Yeah. So, he's getting himself in form with some colour of ball. As forward comes Burns, plays this one out towards cover point, and there is no run. That one boundary in the over, and a couple of leg byes. And Surrey, if you're just joining us again after lunch, 82 for 1. 9 have been added since lunch. Burns has 40, and Hashim Amla's on 19.
Yes, and I shall just have to leave you to
Yes,
update
of course.
BBC Radio Northampton. I shall be back with you in hopefully after the next
Are
over.
you doing your updates from the terrace, old boy?
No.
No.
From indoor. There's one good. Well, there are many good things about the Oval. There are lots of boxes to choose from.
You can slip into.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe one update from the terrace.
Well, I did my pre-play piece at 9:30 this morning from the terrace, which was
nice.
very civilised.
Yes, very nice indeed. Sanderson from the Vauxhall end, coming over the wicket to Hashim Amla, and Amla on his toes to a short delivery, looking to go through extra cover with that, but hit it pretty straight, did Hashim Amla. But a lovely afternoon for cricket, this really is, and as I say, Northamptonshire will be not too concerned yet. They'll be a little concerned at the moment. What they don't want is Surrey at tea only a couple down. They would have been looking for 3 before lunch, as over the wicket is Sanderson to Amla. Amla playing this one quietly out into the offside, and there's no run. No huge breeze today either going across the ground. The Surrey flag in that on that middle flagpole on top of the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion, it's fluttering. But in the game here, was it the Hampshire game or the Somerset game? At certain points it was a complete right angle, that flag. Sanderson over the wicket once again to Amla. Amla covers up once more to a good length ball, plays that one into the leg side. Elsewhere around the country, have a little look at the scores elsewhere. Day 1 of all these games, and Warwickshire are 85 for 2 against Lancashire. Dom Sibley's 45 not out from 107 balls with 6 fours, and Sam Hayne's 20 not out for Warwickshire against Lancashire. That one up at Manchester as forward goes Amla. Plays this one down into the gully region. Stays where he is, as does Burns. Hampshire is 76 for 2 against Gloucestershire at the Ageas Bowl. Essex 77 for 2 at Chelmsford against Yorkshire in Division 2. Leicestershire 88 without loss against Glamorgan. Sussex are 101 for 2. Sorry, 102 for 1. I've got all those numbers round the wrong way as forward comes at Amla again and plays that one down into the gully once more. Let me try that again. Sussex are 102 for 1 against Middlesex. Durham 111 for 1 against Worcestershire. So those the scores from around the country. 5th round of Championship cricket at the moment already. So it's going quickly this season already. Sanderson, I think I've missed a no ball in this over, my apologies. 2 more have gone up onto the score there, so 84 for 1, my apologies. Missed a no ball there from Sanderson. As over the wicket he comes once again, and this is tucked off his hip by Amla. Out towards deep backwards square. The fielding's good because there's not a huge amount of room to work with, and Amla has to come scurrying back for the second, but he is safely home. Throw whipped in over the top of the stumps, but he's come flying back for the second run as Hashim Amla. He moves on to 21. Partnership with 55 now. So we move on to 86 for 1 on this first afternoon. Sanderson, little step back and then into his run he goes. Away from us, into Amla. Amla's pushing defensively, back up the ground to Simon Kerrigan. And there is no run. Amla wants something from the dressing room. I think he wants to get rid of his short sleeve sweater. So even Hashim Amla is beginning to heat up. As I was saying to Andrew Rad, normally this time of the year he's in his long sleeve sweater, and you have to worry if he ever takes the long sleeve sweater on and he's just in short sleeve sweater because it means he's in. But now he's going to get rid of the short sleeve sweater as well. 86 for 1. Surrey. And Rory Burns, the man on strike. 2 slips and a gully are in there as Proctor. Round the wicket he comes to Burns, and Burns letting this one go that comes back from the reaction behind the stumps. Lewis McManus taking that, moving to his right, so on the angle Burns letting that one go. Proctor into now his 8th over. Picked up that 1 wicket to fall today. 1 for 17 in his 8th over, Luke Proctor. Bustles in once again, round the wicket to Burns. Burns lets this one go off a goodish length. Outside is off stump, and then he's down to do some more deliberate gardening on it. Where that ball's pitched, he's just checking where his off stump is. Rory Burns, who goes down, does some gardening on that patch, and then just turns around to check exactly where his off stump is, where he's letting that ball go. Just got a gentleman who's walked right behind the bowler's arm, but he's got away with it. Down there in front of the dugouts. Proctor round the wicket once again to Burns. Burns drives, doesn't time this at all. That potters out towards extra cover. Matt Kelly's round to do the fielding, and there is no run. Mr. Rad, very sensible there, though, having sort of provisions ready for tea time. A couple of falafels there, and some ricey type of salad. It's very nice, with some cold peas. Very nice, that will keep him going this afternoon. Proctor's in again to Burns, that's on his hip, and Burns will just help this round the corner. Out there towards deep backward square, and Rory Burns picks up another single. He moves on to 41. Surrey move on to 87 for 1. Ashley Mamler coming back onto strike once again. Yeah, very interesting. Just looking at the scores around the place today, and the batters aren't going too badly at all in the championship today. Most wickets that have fallen in a championship game so far is 2. As Proctor is into Amler. Oh, bowls Amler! And Surrey are 2 down now. That looks an absolute crackerjack from Proctor. Amler didn't really get forward or back. He stayed on the crease, and it's at the top of his off stump, and any delivery that hits the top of Hashim Amler's off stump is a pretty good one. And Proctor will be delighted with that. That's a really good ball, and they needed that wicket, did Northamptonshire. Amler goes for 21, and Surrey at 87 for 2. Welcome back, Andrew Rad.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Well, I'm not absolutely sure where Luke Proctor found that one, but it was an absolute jaffer, and yeah, it just did enough to beat the defensive stroke of Hashim Amler. And as you say, Northamptonshire, who were just, we're saying if Amler and Burns were still together after an hour, and we've had 25 minutes or so since lunch, and they were just looking in absolutely no bother at all, really, and just talking about the fact that Northamptonshire hadn't really made the batsman play often enough over the course of the first 30-odd overs of the innings. Well, he didn't make a lot of difference what stroke he played to that. It was an absolute beauty from Proctor, and he's now taken both wickets to fall. And Will Jacks comes to the crease, but that was, I think, timely, I think is the word.
Yeah, and an opportunity here for Will Jacks. Batting at 4, no Ollie Pope, of course. He's been batting at 7 for Surrey in the first 4 games of the season. So an opportunity here for Will Jacks, batting at number 4. And we'll join Rory Burns, but yeah, great delivery that. As I say, anything that hits the top of the off stump of Hashim Amler must be a good ball.
Yeah, absolutely was. And, well, Proctor's now telling Rob Keogh how he did it. And yet again, as you say, when Northamptonshire needs something to happen and they just get a partnership that they need breaking, Luke Proctor at the moment seems to slightly have the golden arm. And he's certainly done it this morning with the wicket of Ryan Patel, which again came out of nowhere, really. And it was just a fairly routine delivery that was driven to extra cover, but that was a beauty, and that deserved a wicket, and it got one.
It did indeed. So, Will Jacks, right-handed of course, 3 slips and a gully in there for him. Has a quick survey of the field and then settles himself down ready for his first delivery. Proctoring to him. Oh, and that's nipping back. Shout for LBW. Given. Will Jacks goes first ball. And umpire Russell Warren had a long look at that. And then up went the finger. And Luke Proctor has 2 in 2 balls. Will Jacks goes first ball. And all of a sudden, Surrey are 87 for 3.
Well, I don't think it was going over the top, that is for sure. It just looked to me as though it kept a teensy bit low. Now, my first thought was, well, did he just about get himself outside the line? But having watched the replay, I don't think he did. And as you say, Russell Warren having a long, hard look at that one before he sent Will Jacks on his way. And all of a sudden, Luke Proctor finds himself on a hat-trick.
It does indeed, and Northamptonshire have a bowling point.
It does, and well, it's like Sir Geoffrey always says, you add 2 wickets on it and see what it looks, and at 87 for 1 it was plain sailing for Surrey, and all of a sudden, captain's still there of course on 41, but all of a sudden there's a, Northamptonshire find themselves back in the game, and it's Luke Proctor who's done the business. I'm just going to see I think it's Ben Folkes, I think, coming out
coming at 5
on a hat-trick ball, which probably wasn't quite what he had in mind. But
well, I think Proctor's got that horrible thing of he's going to have to wait now, because I think that was the last ball of the over. I think the next ball of his next over, be harsh to take him off at the moment. He'll be on a hat trick. But here comes Ben Folkes to join Rory Burns.
I think he might need a wheel jack to get him off at the moment. I think absolutely he'll be looking to steam in for the hat trick ball. Well, for the time being, as you say, it is going to be Rory Burns on strike as Ben Folkes makes his way out to the middle. With just the look of somebody who's had to get things on in a little bit of a hurry there. He's just adjusting various parts of his equipment as though he was just not quite ready.
He's been in terrific form this summer, Ben Folkes. 132 not out in the first game, 45 against Hampshire here, 63 and 48 not out against Somerset. Didn't play at Bristol, so he's been in very good nick so far this summer, Ben Folkes.
Well, it's one of those situations where in the when I first started doing this job, and you'd be going up into the Yorkshire press box and they'd be saying it's 7 now. You need 7 more for all 10. Luke Proctor. Here's Sanderson feeling a bit left out. First ball of that over driven up to extra cover by Burns, fielded by Rob Keogh when there's no run. And I think you made the point this morning, Mark, that we think Surrey would have been thinking, OK, we've been put into bat and the danger man is probably going to be Ben Sanderson. We don't know a lot about Matt Kelly. Obviously hasn't played a lot of cricket in this country, but he's still going to be obviously just feeling his way a little bit in county cricket. Sanderson's going to be the threat, and all of a sudden they've lost 3 wickets and Luke Proctor's got all of them. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Burns, who's nicely in behind that, pushing it out to the covers, fielded by Zabe, and there's no run. Northampton just still without their captain, Ricardo Vasconcelos, not feeling too well, so Will Young finds himself in at first slip, been in its second slip since first ball of his championship debut for Northamptonshire. He's taken a couple of absolutely blinding catches in there, one very early on debut against Yorkshire to dismiss Adam Lythe. Here's Sanderson in again, round the wicket, and Burns letting that go through into the gloves of McManus. Yes, he's in the 4th over of his debut. He took an absolutely staggering right-handed diving catch to dismiss Adam Lythe at the start of the match against Yorkshire, which went very much Northamptonshire's way when they were 22 for 3, and then rather as Surrey did when they lost 3 early wickets against Bristol. Yorkshire then proceeded to dominate the match, really. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Burns, who looks to drive, and it goes off the sort of inner portion of the bat. I wouldn't say an inside edge, but it rolls up onto the onside, and it's a bit of a chase round for Proctor. Presumably mind just wandering a little bit onto the possibility of a hat-trick. Fields and they go through for a single, so Burns up to 42, Surrey to 88 for 3. I think Andrew Hall was the last bowler to take a championship hat-trick for Northamptonshire, if memory serves. Before that it would have been Richard Williams way back in
Richard Williams.
1980. Chippy.
Well, I tell you what, that wasn't a bad first ball to get Jacks
No, it
with.
wasn't.
So it was a good ball, really good ball to get Ambler, and then pretty good first up delivery for Will Jacks as well.
Well, the reaction from Luke Proctor, who's usually a fairly undemonstrative cricketer, to see him almost giving it the Freddie Flintoff with both arms in the air. It was on this ground after he'd run out Ricky Ponting. Here's Sanderson in bowling to the new batsman Ben Folkes, and that's a beauty. First up. Well, welcome to the crease, Ben Folkes. First ball that he faced just zipped through, beat the outside edge.
It's been that fuller length, hasn't it, so far today, that's been the tricky one.
Well, I think you have to say sort of better late than never as far as Northamptonshire are concerned, because they've obviously worked this out now. Yes, I think that's the most demonstrative on a field I think I've ever seen Luke Proctor. He's
well, what's he going to do if he gets a hat-trick?
He's usually a bit understated. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Folkes outside the off stump, well wide, and he doesn't have to play it. Goes through to Lewis McManus, and now we shall see the hat-trick ball from Luke Proctor. 88 for 3, Surrey. Burns is 42. Ben Folkes still on 0.
Well, you do this delivery, Radders, just in case for Mr. Proctor.
Well, as I say, it's been a rarity as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. I think must have been about 10 years ago. Andrew Hall. I almost don't want to tempt fate by getting it up, but I suppose I ought to, really, just in case it becomes relevant. It was certainly Andrew Hall who did the last one, and it was against Glamorgan at Northampton in 2010, and before that Richard Williams 30 years before that. Here he is, hat-trick ball. Luke Proctor running in from the pavilion end to bowl to Rory Burns, and it's outside the off stump, and he lets that go through. Late decision to leave, I think. Applause from round the ground for Luke Proctor, but no hat-trick for him today, so Andrew Hall still has that distinction of being the most recent Northamptonshire bowler to take a hat-trick in a championship match.
The only problem there for Luke Proctor is he probably had too long to think about it. He's had an entire over to think about what ball he's going to bowl for his hat-trick delivery.
Yeah, it's never a good idea, is it, really? 3 for 18 in his 9th over, and the next ball also outside the off stump and also left alone by Rory Burns. A lot depending, well, I say a lot depending, there is a lot depending on Rory Burns, not least for his own satisfaction, for his team of course, but also he'll be wanting to get a score on the board to keep himself in the mind of whoever actually ends up picking the England team, who presumably we'll find out at some point. Here's Proctor in again, round the wicket, bowling to Burns, and that's very wide outside the off stump, and well, this hasn't been Luke Proctor's finest over in contrast to the previous one. That goes through low.
Might be quite fun to never find out who does actually. There's a mystery person out there.
Well, they have mystery shoppers. Perhaps we should have a mystery selector.
Yeah, and then they'll reveal who it is after a year if it's gone well. In a big ceremony somewhere.
And if it doesn't, then
they don't bother.
Here's Proctor round the wicket again, bowls to Burns, who does have to play at that one, and does so, gets nicely in behind it, plays it back down the pitch, fielded by Proctor off his own bowling.
The other thing with that, Redders, is you get rid of that whole thing that players get a bit nervous if they know the selectors at the ground, because they might be having a look at them. So if you didn't know who it was, then that would take that out of the equation as well.
Well, I saw somebody make I thought it was quite a common sense suggestion on social media the other day. The two are not automatically synonymous, it must be said. Here's Proctor in again, round the wicket, bowls to Burns, who drives up to mid-on, fielded by Keogh, and there's no run, which was why not leave the selection in the hands of the people who see more cricket than anybody else from the better viewpoint than anybody else, and that's the first-class umpires.
No, absolutely. I've often thought that there's a lot of people around county cricket who see a lot of county cricket who would have their opinions, which would be worth getting at times.
Here's Proctor switching to over the wicket against Burns, and does get it right this time. It was probably sort of 4.5 stumps, and Burns was drawn into playing at it, went harmlessly past in the end, into the gloves of McManus, end of the over. 42 to Burns. Folkes yet to get off the mark, 88 for 3. Well, you think of somebody like Nick Cook, as we say, who's been in county cricket for a very, very long time, thick end of 50 years, as player and umpire, and if he doesn't know a cricketer when he sees one, then I'd be very surprised.
Absolutely, and as you said, they've got the best view.
Best seat in the house.
22 yards away, so they'll have a pretty good idea. And I quite like that idea of you never find out who the selectors are. They're just like mystery people. And then if it all goes well after a year, you unveil them. If it doesn't, you just don't tell anybody. Sanderson coming in over the wicket to Ben Folkes, and Folkes is forward. Plays a good length ball out into the offside, and there's no run.
Well, of course, you could almost make it into a reality TV programme,
yes.
couldn't you? Sort of.
What's that singing one where they put a costume on or something? And yeah, and you don't know who it is.
I know the one you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. It's another. I was having a bit of a rant the other day, Radders, about the celebrities with the man who lives in the Arctic that was on the.
Oh yes, Wim Hof.
Yes. In over the wicket once again comes Sanderson, and this is Folkes up on his toes, looking to punch through extra cover, thick inside edge, and there's no run. Now, don't get me wrong, I quite like a bit of Alfie Bow, but do I really want to see him jumping in a pool of ice water of an evening? That's not my idea of a great sort of TV sort of evening in, to be fair.
The Masked Singer, is that just?
That's the one. That's the one.
Yes,
yes, that as well. You could do that with it, and you sort of reveal who the selectors are. As Sanderson from the Vauxhall end over the wicket he comes to Folkes. Folkes is forward, wants a run, gets a run, and gets off the mark down through that backward point region. Rory Burns calls him through. So Ben Folkes off the mark, and Surrey move on to 89 for 3.
In fact, you could make the whole process like a sort of reality TV. You could have a golden buzzer. So, you know, we want Rory Burns in the team, so he gets the golden buzzer.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's all sorts of possibilities. It appealed to a new audience. I'm almost wary of saying this on the basis that if anybody from ECB is listening, they might actually
take it up as an idea.
Yeah. Usual percentage. You know.
Well, if we do turn up to a game and Alfie Bow is there jumping into a pool of ice water, we will know that somebody was listening. As in over the wicket once again comes Sanderson. This is nicely played by Rory Burns. Sanderson will be annoyed with himself. He's just drifted onto the pads of Rory Burns, and as we said this morning, that's absolute bread and butter for Rory Burns, and he just turns that one away through the leg side. Burns moves on to 46. And Surrey move on to 93 for 3.
Yeah, you could see how frustrated Ben Sanderson was with that. He'll know it's, as you say, absolutely not the place to bowl to the Surrey captain, who takes full advantage. It's another long chase down there for Josh Cobb, who's now actually being told to stay out there, which will probably please him.
Yeah, I think, as you say, one of the youngers will be sent from the twos.
I would imagine so, yes.
As in over the wicket once again comes Sanderson, and Burns, that hits the pad as he's looking to work this leg side. Did he get a bit of bat on that? There's no signal from umpire Nick Cook there, so there was a little bit of willow in that from Rory Burns. He'll move on to 47, and Surrey moving on to 94 for 3. Back onto strikes comes Ben Folkes on 1.
Yeah, Josh Cobb did play in the first championship match of the season for Northamptonshire against Gloucestershire. Made some useful runs in the second innings at the time when Northamptonshire needed quick runs, and in a sense you would have thought he was the ideal man to have in there, and he hit 1-6, tried to go for another, and unfortunately for Northamptonshire, hold out.
Sanderson over the wicket to Folkes. Folkes forward, inside edge of the bat, rolls into the leg side. Proctor comes up to do the fielding. End of the Sanderson over. 94 for 3 then, Surrey. And Josh Cobb, well, hopefully Mr Vasconcelos is feeling better soon, because we haven't seen him since lunchtime.
No, we haven't. No, he's been off the field. He was off the field for about, what, 3/4 of an hour, perhaps slightly more than that this morning, because he was on at the start, then he went off, then he came back on again, and now he's off the field again. So he's obviously something not quite well in his world. Elsewhere at Old Trafford, Warwickshire 113 for 2 against Lancashire. Down at Southampton, Hampshire 92 for 2 against Gloucestershire. Come on, in fact, matters at Chelmsford in a second as Proctor comes in again, bowls outside the off stump. Good leave by Rory Burns, fairly tight one, but knew where his off stump was and let it go through into the gloves of McManus as Tom Taylor and Matt Kelly both seem to be doing a little bit of limbering up, so maybe they'll be in the tack before too much longer. Down at Chelmsford, Essex are 90 for 2 against Yorkshire after being put into bat by Yorkshire first thing this morning. Sir Alistair Cook 42 not out. Proctor in, bowls wide, bit of a floaty half volley, and it's driven away by Burns. Runs for him here. I think it's going to go all the way. It is. It crosses the rope at backward point, and that's half century for the Surrey captain. 51 off 121 balls. Applause from around the crowd for Rory Burns, who, apart from just that little rush of blood first thing, he attempted rather a venturesome, extravagant drive outside off stump, has played pretty well within himself, has tucked the ball away when it's been in his scoring areas, has left the ball well, shown good judgment, and is rewarded with a half century. 51 to him, and Surrey to 98 for 3.
Yeah, nice way to bring it up as well. And they've left Josh Cobb out there now.
Yes, he's Proctor in again, bowls to Burns, who pushes it up towards extra cover, and there's no run. Fielded there by Kelly. Yes, Josh Cobb's doing a touch of the hokey cokey at the moment. He's in, out and in, out. They can't quite make up his mind where to. They can't make up his mind where to put him. Yeah, Alistair Cook 42 not out, as I mentioned, for Essex against Yorkshire. In Division 2, at screen's playing up. Come back to that in a second. Here's Proctor, wasting no time, bustling in, bowls again to Burns, plays defensively up towards mid-off, fielded by Kerrigan, and there's no run. In Division 2 at Cardiff, Leicestershire made a decent start, 101 for 1 after being put into bat by Glamorgan. Down at Hove, Sussex, 125 for 1 against Middlesex. They won the toss and chose to bat there. And at New Road, Worcestershire playing Durham. Durham won the toss, batted, 129 for 1. Proctor in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Burns, goes through to Lewis McManus. So as you say, bat's very much in control at the moment. In fact, the most wickets to fall anywhere is the 3 that have fallen here.
Well, and that's exactly the sentence I used as I was saying the most wickets to fall anywhere are 2 at so-and-so, and then Proctor took 2 balls. So
well, he was obviously listening. Here's Proctor running in again with the pavilion behind him. Bowls to Burns, who clips that away beautifully, but straight to the man, just in front of square on the leg side. It's that short boundary out there, and safe Zabe. He's just in front of square, and that ball went straight to him. And I say, a yard either side. He hit it so well, I think he would have got 4 as it is. It's a single to Burns, nicks the bowling, 52 to him, 1 to Folkes, and Surrey 99 for 3, having lost Patel for 19, Amler for 21, and Jack's first ball for 0.
Tom Sibley with a 50 as well for Warwickshire. So Burns and Sibley with 50s. And Matthew Kelly coming into the attack down below us. Matt Kelly, 7 overs, no maidens, none for 24. And Rory Burns, 52 not out. Ben Folkes on 1. 2 and 2 balls for Luke Proctor. Hashim Amler bowled by Beauty for 21, and very next ball, Will Jacks LBW. First ball to Proctor, and that was suddenly 87 for 1. Became 87 for 3. Here is Kelly then from the Vauxhall end, coming over the wicket to Rory Burns, and Burns will just nudge this one into the leg side. And Proctor's round to do the fielding, and they'll pick up a single. 53 for Burns, and that's the 100 up for Surrey. So stuck in this morning by Northamptonshire, 100 up for Surrey, 3 wickets down. And Folkes comes back onto strike on 1.
I don't think it's my imagination, Mark, but it looks as though the crowd, certainly over to our right, is building very nicely. There's certainly more there than there were this morning. And I was just looking at some footage from Chelmsford, and there's a good crowd in when Northamptonshire were there, and of course Yorkshire always take a few with them, so it's a very good crowd at Chelmsford this morning. Likewise here, which is extremely pleasing to see.
And some of the Surrey players are having a little tour around the boundary's edge, because they can do that here. I was chatting to a few people about that, and they were saying it's nice that they can have a wander around the boundary's edge.
Doing the lap.
Yep. As Folkes waits for Kelly, and that one's wide outside the off stump, and Ben Folkes having nothing whatsoever to do with that.
I can remember when I first started watching, county cricket 50 years ago, and it was something you just that sort of feeling of closeness to the players, and you wouldn't have dared speak to them or anything like that, but it was just having David Steele or Mushtaq or Jim Watts or Bob Cottam, John Dye walk past you, and it made your day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Simple pleasures.
Well, no, I remember sort of exactly the same thing. As over the wicket once again then is Kelly. Forward comes Folkes, plays this one towards mid-off, and there's no run. Remember standing behind Alan Border in the queue for the tea hut at Chelmsford once when he was... That was the highlight of my summer, of my school holidays.
We were actually reminiscing, I think, during the last match at Northampton about when the players used to have their lunches in the county tavern, the pub at the football side of the ground, and they'd walk over from one side to the other. And that, if you were a canny autograph hunter, that's where you congregated.
Yeah. As Folks waits again, Kelly's into him, and Folks once more just allows this one to go wide outside his off stump. So yes, having a little wander around the boundary's edge. There's that old game as well you can do with a ball.
Oh, yes.
Roll it and then see if you can get the other one near it as you wander around. Ryan Patel's in that little conflab. I think Gus Atkinson is in that conflab, and looks like Jordan Clark as well, perhaps. Just having a slow stroll round the ground.
Is there an ice cream van anywhere?
I don't think there'll be one on the boundary's edge for them. There might be one in the street somewhere. As Folks forward again, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. There was one at Bristol last week, just sort of on the side because the players kept coming round and having little laps of the ground. But you know, seeing Mohammed Amir having a little stroll around Bristol was very nice last week.
Yes, the ice cream van part and parcel of the scene at Northampton, of course, for many years. Did make an appearance for the Yorkshire match. I don't think they thought it was a bit of a waste of time against Gloucestershire, I think.
As in over the wicket once again is Kelly, and this is tucked away off his toes by Ben Folks, and he'll pick up a single. I think Dan Worrell is down there as well, so having a little wander around the outfield at the moment. End of the over, 101 for 3. Surrey, Burns 53, Folks on 2. Yes, because I always feel for... Well, I suppose if you've got an ice cream van and you do drive it somewhere when it's really, really cold, you know you're probably not going to sell many ice creams. But I always feel for the ice cream van and ice cream sellers when it's really cold. No fun that, is it really?
No, well, certainly in the Gloucestershire match, I think it may have put in an appearance once, but the first day, although not quite as cold as the first day the previous season against Kent when we had snow, it wasn't far off. It was decidedly parking, and yeah, they didn't exactly do a roaring trade. Hopefully later in the season they'll make up for that. For now, Luke Proctor with 3 wickets in his bag already, all 3 wickets to fall, and he's running in with the pavilion behind him, bowling to Ben Folks, who's playing that defensively back down the pitch, fielded by Proctor off his own bowling. Young at first slip, Emilio Gay at second, Taylor in the cordon as well, and the backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. And just in front of square, in conversational range with Nick Cook. And long leg Matt Kelly down below us as Proctor comes in again, bowls, and that's beaten Folks outside the off stump. And again, it was a little beauty from Proctor, who's just getting it to nibble a little bit. He's got this very quick arm, and he's bowling the right length. Just the odd one is going, not least the one that got rid of Hashim Amla. Proctor's really putting in a good stint for the side here. 3 for 23 in his 11th over. Sunshine across the ground again as Proctor comes in, bowls to Folks, who drives up to mid-off. Fielded by Kerrigan, sends in his left-handed return to McManus, and there's no run.
Just seeing those 4 sort of walking around there. My mum's listing him, Mr. Ad, and she says, do I remember bumping into Kevin Keegan all those years ago on holiday? I do, when I was little. I think my dad was more excited than me, if we're honest. But yes, I do, and that was he was at the hotel.
Oh, yes. Right. Here's Proctor bustling in again, bowls to Folks, who drives up to extra cover, fielded by Keogh when there's no run. Yes, I do remember when I would only have been about 9 or 10 years old. I think I would have been 10 because it was his benefit year, and Brian Crump, great servant of Northamptonshire cricket for many years from Staffordshire, was cousin of David Steele, celebrated his 84th birthday the other day, and Brian was doing something. I think they had the days when they used to have like bats and jars of money and what have you. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Folks, covers up, plays it up to extra cover fielded by Keogh, and they used to go around to shops and whatnot and put them in and take them out again. And he turned up in our local fish and chip shop, and I got a copy of his benefit brochure and took it to sign. It was great moment in my in my first.
Hans van Brooklyn, the Nottingham Forest goalie. Remember getting his autograph, thinking it was Christmas.
Proctor in again, bowls to Folkes, who again pushes up to extra cover. Keogh fields once again, and that's the end of the over. 101 for 3. Surrey. Burns is 53, Folkes is 2, and Proctor's bowled 11 overs, 3 for 23.
And yeah, I remember that actually vividly. I do remember family holiday where fell asleep in the car and Dad took me to Headingley for the day, and Norman Cowans, they were playing Middlesex, sat behind me, and I finally plucked up the courage after about an hour and a half to ask Mr. Cowans. It was very nice and signed my piece of paper for me, but yes, it was amazing that I remember. Yes, I do sort of remember bumping into Kevin Geegan on holiday, as waiting over his bat is Rory Burns, and Matt Kelly from this Vauxhall end will come into Burns, and Burns lets this one go outside his off stump.
Yes, I suppose, I mean, it's the nature of players' benefits has obviously changed a great deal, but in those days, part and parcel of the thing was going round to pubs and clubs and shops and whatnot, and the little scratch cards that they used to have, and fill in the squares on a card to win a bat and all this sort of business. And certainly one former England international, I won't mention his name, but I know he found the whole thing extremely embarrassing and very difficult to be going and basically asking people for money.
Yeah, as Kelly's in again to Burns. Burns, good length delivery, just plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Can I mention also one or two people have been getting in touch on Twitter rather. If you want to get in touch with me, it's @oldmanrad or @back and across for Mark. Just asking again about Ricardo Vasconcelos. What we know is, when this has come from the Northamptonshire dressing room, is that he hasn't been feeling very well. He was okay first thing, but then didn't feel very well when he was out in the field this morning. Came off the field again, came back before lunch, but he hasn't appeared after the break.
Burns waits again as Kelly's into him. Burns again just probing away outside that off stump is Kelly, but Burns is having absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with that. Yeah, and Ollie Pope, of course,
yes,
unwell. I think Ollie Pope was here for warm up and everything, and then started feeling unwell. So I think poor old Ollie Pope, not at his best, so to speak. And well, bowling from both ends. 101 for 3, and turning down below us is Matt Kelly, and Rory Burns waits with bat raised. Kelly's into him, he drives Burns into the covers, and there is no run. Crisp looking shot that from Rory Burns again. First 50 of the summer this for the captain.
Yeah, timely as we say. Also good to see Rob Keogh keeping his standards up. Very good fielder, and as we just commented earlier, the fielding this morning was just a little bit scruffy at times. It just seemed a little bit sharper this afternoon, and Rob Keogh, as ever, setting by example.
Yep. Nice crisp shot, good bit of fielding. Kelly over the wicket once again to Burns, swings that one back a touch at Rory Burns. Forward he comes, plays it back up the pitch. They've definitely had a chat at lunchtime, obviously, Northamptonshire, and what they've done is they've gone a bit fuller. And that Proctor's two wickets were good length deliveries, weren't they?
Yeah, it makes you wonder. I suppose it's futile to speculate, but it does make you wonder whether Northamptonshire would have reaped a lot more reward if they bowled this length from ball one and bowled these much better, much tighter lines.
Well, actually, I think as well, because it's a bit fuller, if there is any movement, it's probably going to cause more trouble. There's pushing off the back foot here is Rory Burns, up towards mid-off. Kerrigan does the fielding, because this morning it was moving, but they were just playing the line of it. And by the time it had gone past the edge, but a bit fuller of length. You do that, you've got a chance to nick it off or getting bowled, and we've seen that. The ball that got Amler from Proctor was a beauty, and it was a very good one first up to Will Jacks as well.
Well, certainly Northamptonshire making life much more difficult for the Surrey batsmen, which you can see from the fact that only 28 runs, we've had nearly an hour's play in the afternoon session, and Surrey have only managed to score 28 runs since lunch, with those 2 wickets going down in successive balls to Proctor. Hamler and Jacks going. Here's Proctor in again. Longish spell from him. Bowls to Folkes, who's in behind that, playing it on the bounce. Back to Proctor himself, who fields, and there's no run.
He's faced a lot of balls this summer. Ben Folkes, 263 against Warwickshire, 123 against Hampshire, 138 against Somerset, 121 against Somerset in the second innings. So he's built innings throughout this campaign.
Here's Proctor in again. Bowls to Folkes, who pushes that up to mid-off, and there's no run. He's faced 19 balls here. Northamptonshire will be hoping he doesn't quite get up to 263 balls in this innings, but they will know, as we all know, exactly what he's capable of. Fine player, as you say, in terrific form. 3 slips waiting for the edge as Proctor comes in again. Bowls to Folkes, who runs that down cleverly along the ground, wide of third slip to chase back towards the boundary, but the ball is going to win it, and it crosses the rope, and that's 4 to Ben Folkes. He goes up to 6, and Surrey up to 105 for 3. Little race down there between Will Young from first slip and Safe Zabe from backward point. In the end, the ball getting there first.
Yeah, very nicely played by Ben Folkes. Just really let the ball hit the bat and just angled it off down to third man for 4.
Here's Proctor again into Folkes outside the off stump, and he just lets that go by into the gloves of McManus, and the 2 fielders chasing that ball down towards the boundary almost took out one of the press photographers, our good friend Kyle Andrews, who's down there with the bib on and the tripod. And
it's a bit unlucky because Mr. Andrews is about the only one down there today, so it's a bit unlucky if you do get the fielders running straight into you.
And you see those 2 suddenly hurtling towards him at great speed. Here's Proctor in again. Bowls, and that straight drive by Folkes, and Proctor just managing to get a hand on it, or at least get 2 or 3 fingers on it, and it doesn't get much further than Kerrigan at mid-off. So no run. I think if Proctor hadn't got a hand on it, it would have been runs. Again, it was hit straight and timed well by Folkes.
Good looking shot that from Ben Folkes, wasn't it?
Yeah, lovely shot. Conditions could hardly be more pleasant for watching the game this afternoon. Here's Proctor in again, very full around leg stump, and Folkes turning that just in front of square out to Josh Cobb, who comes in off the boundary. He's been in the ring and on the boundary. He's on the boundary at the moment, and they come through for a single. Last ball of the over takes Folkes up to 7, and Surrey at the end of the over to 106 for 3. These 2 coming together with the 2 wickets falling in successive balls to Luke Proctor. Hamler for 21, Jacks for 0. At that stage it was 87 for 3. It's now 106 for 3. Proctor's bowled 12 overs, 3 for 28.
Yeah, seeing Will McPherson here earlier, read Might Bite by Patrick Foster, who of course was on Northamptonshire's books.
Yes, no Patrick.
And Patrick's book is quite remarkable, that he's written with Will McPherson. I don't know. I think Patrick might even pop down at some point this week with Northamptonshire here in town.
It'll be nice to see
him.
him.
Amazing book. As Kelly over the wicket, he comes to Ben Folkes and playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. I genuinely, I'd recommend that book highly. And it's a tough story, but it's well worth the read.
Yeah, I remember Patch being on the academy at Northamptonshire, and before that, because he was at Oundle School, and actually I toured with them. I went to score to an Oundle School tour to Sri Lanka about 20 years ago now, and he was on that tour. Good man.
Yeah, and, very good man.
And it's good to see him now making his experience count to the benefit of others.
Absolutely is. Kelly's in forward. Comes Ben Folkes, just plays it as if it just straightened on him a touch. Kerrigan seems to be getting warmed up there at mid-on. Either that or he's bored. He's whirling his arms, isn't he, up there at mid-on. I suppose he's out there making decisions still, though, isn't he?
Yeah, it'll be him and Tom Taylor.
Yeah.
I'm not absolutely sure which of the two actually has the final say. Perhaps it's become like a committee and they get Luke Proctor in to give the casting vote or something. Or maybe it's all being done by proportional representation or single transferable vote or something.
Waits again, does. Folks, thickish inside edge as he pushes forward, and they'll pick up another single, one more to the total. Well, of course, it is local elections today. Oh, my word. Laurie Evans is here, everybody, because Mr. Evans is doing IPL commentary, and not only is Laurie Evans here, his small dog's here as well. What's the name of the Muttons? Come here, Muttons. Where are you? Muttons.
No, Buttons.
Buttons. All right, not Muttons. Hello, Buttons. Hello, Buttons. Do you want to come and sit up here and have a look at the commentary box? Isn't this lovely? Laurie Evans' dog. Has Buttons been on IPL duty yet? Or about to go on live? Excellent, make a debut. Be better than me. As round the wicket once again, then is Kelly. And Burns, good looking shot, just punches up the ground. Good work from Proctor. Gets round to do the fielding. And there is no run.
Matthew Kelly, the nicest man in cricket.
From Laurie Evans there, Matthew Kelly, the nicest man in cricket.
Yeah, I've heard that from a number of people. I haven't had an awful lot to do with him so far in his relatively short space at.
Well, a fellow Scorcher, of course. You see.
Yes, of course.
Yes. Man of the match in the final, Laurie Evans, of course, won the Big Bash with the Perth Scorchers last year. In case anybody hadn't realised.
Did he tell you that?
He did, yeah, on numerous occasions. Bless him. That was nice to meet Laurie Evans' dog, wasn't it? Buttons. As round the wicket comes Kelly to Burns, and Burns punches this one straight back up the pitch, and Kelly does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run.
I remember Laurie doing some commentary with us the match we were talking about earlier, the match at the county ground at Northampton last summer, and
he's here doing he's on IPL duty today, but we'll see if we can get him along a bit later.
Yeah, it'd be great to get his view on things.
Yeah, absolutely. No, he's in good form, and all joking aside, he was exceptional in the old Big Bash. 107 for 3. Obviously just playing white ball stuff now. Mr. Evans, as in over the wicket once more comes Kelly, and forward goes Burns, just opens up the face and guides this one out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and they'll pick up another single. Burns will keep the strike, end of the over. Burns 54 and 108 for 3. It's not very big, Buttons, the dog. It's a small
it's
dog.
Sort of Westie to West Highland
very
Terrier
sweet.
type thing.
Lovely dog.
Miniature things. So dear little thing. Ooh. Well, here I think we are going to see a bit of twirl, and no, in fact it's going to be Tom Taylor's coming into the attack. Simon Kerrigan loitering, but of course he's now effectively one of the acting captains, so it's not he wasn't loitering at the bowler's end to have a bowl. He was just having a chat with Tom Taylor. So Taylor back in the attack. Interesting spell, a curious spell actually that we saw from Tom Taylor. He bowled 7 overs before lunch, and the first ball he bowled was a absolute corker that lifted and left the batsman, and after that he bowled 1 or 2 really good deliveries, but generally really struggled to find his line, which is, I say, surprising for Tom Taylor, because he's normally very accurate and very reliable, but he just struggled a little bit to get his. He was better bowling round the wicket, and he's going to bowl round the wicket now to the left-handed Burns. 2 slips and a gully in place, and Burns is wafted, and that's gone past gully, and it's running away for 4. It was in the air. Now, I don't think you can't really put it as a chance, because gully didn't get a hand on it. If they'd been gully had been a little bit finer, it would have been straight to him, but it wasn't, and Rory Burns benefits to the tune of 4. He goes to 58 and Surrey to 112 for 3. Be interested to see how close that was to Josh Cobb in the gully. It flew.
Yeah, and I think to start with, Josh Cobb understandably went to his left, but it came to his right. And I think that was why possibly he didn't get hands on it, because the way that Burns was shaping up, he went to his left first.
Here's Taylor again, bowling to Burns, down the leg side, shapes to play it, doesn't get anything on it, goes through to Lewis McManus. Yeah, it certainly was to the right of Cobb. It was in the air, but it was going very quickly, and one of those where you really need it to go straight at you.
But yes, I think understandably, the way Rory Burns was playing that shot, I think Josh Cobb just, for a fraction of a second, moved to his left and then tried to come back to his right, but it was past him by that point.
Young at first slip, Gay at second, Cobb in the gully as Taylor comes round the wicket, and he's caught behind, is he? No, he's not. There was a big waft outside the off stump, Rory Burns, the sort of thing that, sort of shot that he played this morning and got away with it, and there was a certain amount of interest, more especially I think from behind the stump. Maybe bat just hit the ground.
Yeah, but McManus was the only one who really went up.
Yeah, there was a little bit of interest from behind the stumps, but I certainly heard something, even through our effects mic. But anyway, it clearly wasn't bat on ball, so Burns survives. He's on 58, but Taylor will field. He's had a couple of opportunities here. Round the wicket again this time, Burns. Back in the groove, just lets that go through outside the off stump. And there's no run here. Must just, I think, a little bit of bat on the ground, maybe.
Well, because Taylor didn't really go up at all.
No,
it was
Taylor
just
wasn't.
McManus.
Yeah, Taylor wasn't interested, but McManus is now talking Will Young through it in some detail, by the look of it. Well, the upshot of it was it's not out.
Oh, I remember doing a couple of games back. Kelly played for the Scorchers with Laurie.
Here's Taylor in again round the wicket to Burns wide outside the off stump, and doesn't need to play it, and McManus has to go across again in front of Young at first slip to take it. Yeah, Laurie Evans, of course, we were talking when he was up with us on commentary last year about his brief career with Northamptonshire.
That's right, of course.
On loan when he was with Warwickshire, I think. Yeah, played a couple of games. Just the one, in fact. I'm trying to remember how many it was. I'll have a look. But yeah, a very interesting chapter here. Talk about the game. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Burns, who's solidly behind that, plays it up towards mid-on, fielded there by Proctor, and well, the end of quite an eventful over from Taylor, at the end of which Burns is 58, Folkes is 8, and Surrey 112 for 3.
Yes, indeed. He's very sought after now, Laurie Evans, in many ways, broadcasting and dog walking, and also now in the white ball stuff, of course.
Man of many parts.
Very, very many talents. Drinks being brought out for Burns and Folkes out there in the middle.
Yeah, here we go. Laurie Evans played for Northamptonshire one match. It was only the one. In 2016, came on a month's loan. His only first team appearance, made 74 off 138 balls in the first innings, 73 from 123 in the second against Glamorgan at Swansea, and then
got called back. Well, he's got good average for Northamptonshire. As here is Kelly, and he's over the wicket to Ben Folkes, who lets that one go outside his off stump.
Yeah, 73.5, 147 runs, high score 74, average 73.5.
I put him up there as under a minimum of 2 innings, obviously.
Yes, it would be at the bottom of the list when the following also batted.
Yes, indeed. 112 for 3. Well, there's some people in the Montpellier club today as well, in the posh seats down there in the old Montpellier club, having a watch as Kelly is over the wicket to Folkes, who drives up towards Luke Proctor. Stood up there at mid-off, and there's no run. Always describe that, Rad, as like, and I've never done it, it's like turning left on the plane.
Yes.
That area. Very nice it is, and nice comfy seats.
So the only time I've ever turned left on the plane was thanks to John Embry.
Oh, that's very nice.
When he was Northamptonshire's director of cricket in the first pre-season tour that they went on, I went with them to South Africa in 1996, and he knew people.
In over the wicket once again comes Kelly. Forward goes Folkes and plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
So for at least the first leg of what turned out to be quite a long journey down to the Gulf, we did get to.
Very nice.
To go into business class.
Very nice.
I could quite easily get used to.
Did you not want to get off when you were quite happy to stay for a couple of weeks?
I think we put down in Abu Dhabi, and some of the Northamptonshire players were Well, to say that they were enamoured with the shopping opportunities there would have been,
of course,
putting it mildly.
As Kelly is over the wicket. Short one. Oh, Folks has gone after this. He's not in control of that at all. That's going to run away for 4. But McManus was moving to his left. He sort of followed it round, did Ben Folks there, and helped it on its way, but it was not too far away from McManus. So Kelly banging that one in. We haven't seen many of those today. And it wasn't too far away from the glove of McManus, but it's away for 4. And Folks moves on to 12. In fact, that might be the first bounce attempted bounce, a short ball we've seen today from Kelly.
I think it is.
And I think it took Folks a little bit by surprise there as well. But he picks up 4 runs, takes him on to 12, as I say, and moves Surrey on to 116 for 3. Kelly, right arm over the wicket, he comes once again. From this Vauxhall end to Folks. Folks forward to a good length ball and plays that one out towards cover. But from memory, that's the first short ball we've really seen today.
Yeah, he's been trying to get the ball up there, hasn't he? But the surprise weapon, I think we've noticed already in the 3 matches that he's played for Northamptonshire. Bouncer can be a seriously effective surprise weapon. He uses it sparingly, and he's just learning, I think, almost daily about how to bowl in English conditions.
He's in once more over the wicket too, Folks, and Folks lets this one go outside his off stump. End of the over, 116 for 3 then. Dom Sibley is now 65 not out, and it's certainly nice to Cook. He's on 50.
He can play a bit, that lad, can't he?
He'd still make runs in Test cricket.
Well, it's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen him struggle so much as he did in the first innings for Essex against Northamptonshire at Chelmsford. He was out 48th ball for 6, caught behind off Ben Sanderson, who was bowled. Sanderson and Berg again bowled beautifully in those opening overs, and just didn't give him anything to hit. And he really struggled in a way that you just wouldn't expect to see from Sir Alistair Cook. And Nick Cook is having an animated conversation, I think, with Emilio Gay, and using index finger to emphasise the point. Not quite sure what the point was. Anyway, here's Taylor in round the wicket, bowls to Burns, who's playing that on the bounce back to the bowler, and there's no run. You talk about it being local election day. I did notice when I was coming into the ground this morning, I think it's St Mark's School at the back of the back of the oval,
a polling station,
being used as a polling station. So we'll have all the usual pictures about dogs outside polling stations, isn't it?
And there'll be reporters overnight in leisure centres all round the country. I've done that.
Yes,
I'm sure you have, Radders.
Yes, I've done, I think, 9 general elections in the studio, I think, for BBC Radio Northampton, which is frightening. Here's Taylor in again, and that's a run for Rory Burns. He turns that out towards mid-wicket, towards that short boundary, from which Saif Zaib emerges under that big scoreboard, and they come through for a single. Burns to 59 and Surrey to 117 for 3. We don't have any elections in Northamptonshire this year because we have two new unitary authorities that were both elected in full last year, so they don't have any more elections in the county for till 2025, I think, local council elections. So no leisure centre for.
Yes, I always got the leisure centre. It seemed.
No,
I did a couple of them and
tended to get the
studio
gig. Yeah. Here's Taylor over the wicket to Folks, and that's a much better ball and a much better line from Taylor around off stump, and Ben Folks leaving it around the line, just a tad outside off stump, but it was a good carry considering the ball is in its 47th over. Still a little bit there for the bowlers if they're prepared to put it in. I say Tom Taylor, we mentioned earlier, Tom Taylor does have a notable effort ball, and you just see one delivery that will zip through a few kilometres an hour quicker. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Folks, who drives beautifully through extra cover, and that's going to be 4. And Rob Keogh giving it up about halfway there. He saw it was absolutely no way he was going to catch that up, and it races away for 4, and Ben Folks goes to 16, 121 for 3. And that was again a little bit of a half volley, and Ben Folkes wasn't about to miss out.
Yeah, very nicely played by Ben Folkes, because with that short cover boundary, as long as you get it in a gap, you're going to pick up 4. So he hasn't tried to hit that hard. He's just placed it really.
Yeah, and the field placing's interesting, isn't it, Mark? Because they've got Rob Keogh in there, and Safe Zabe and Proctor in there at mid-off. There's 3 men saving the 1. You just wonder, it might not be an idea having a sweeper, to be honest.
I think it's getting that balance, isn't it?
Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Folkes, who's coming across his stumps, plays it up on the onside for Kelly to field at square leg, and there's no run at the moment. I mean, if it beats them, it's probably going to be 4.
I suppose if you did stick someone out there, though, there's an easy single.
Yeah.
And you could keep rotating the strike. It might be that they just want Taylor to settle into a line and length. And if he gets driven on the odd occasion, that's absolutely fine.
To accept that,
yeah.
Well, as I say, the 2 balls earlier in this over, one was in absolutely the right place. Just the second one was a little bit fuller, just a little bit wider. Here's Taylor in again. That's on the money again. It's driven back, or pushed back firmly, let's say, by Folkes to the bowler. End of the over, 16 to Folkes. 59 to Burns. Surrey 121 for 3. Taylor's bowled 9 overs, no wicket for 23. Bit of a mixed bag from Tom Taylor today.
Yeah, and I think that's probably, as I say, that they just want him hitting a good line and a good length, which is exactly what he'll want as well. That's the thing. He's bowled a couple of absolute beauties.
Yeah.
As Tom Taylor. Matt Kelly's going to continue down below us from the Vauxhall end. Rory Burns is taking his guard. I hate to say this, but Mr. Vasconcelos has been off since lunch, so whether we're going to see him before tea, I don't think we will now. There's Kelly round the wicket. He comes to Burns. Burns on drive, just checks it up towards Proctor. Stood up there at mid-on, but it might be that he's asleep in a darkened room somewhere at the moment. Mr. Vasconcelos much, but he might be with Ollie Pope, I suppose, in the same area.
Well, supporters of Ben Curran, I'm sure there'll be many on supporting both sides. We'll be pleased to hear that he's 50 not out for the second team, having made a century in the first innings against Worcestershire. Northamptonshire 106 for 1 at Northampton, chasing 303 to win. And Ben Curran 50 not out.
Very good, very good. As you say, 100 in the first innings. Round the wicket comes Kelly to Burns. Burns forward he goes. Again, just plays this straight up the ground. Proctor does the fielding, moving round to his right hand side. It's nice that we're back to sort of 4-day second 11 cricket in many ways, isn't it?
It is, and it's very noticeable that it's given some of the younger players, Northamptonshire Academy players, and I'm sure this is the same with any county you care to mention. It's given them the chance to actually build innings, and you're seeing some of the younger players batting in the middle order or lower middle order, actually able to go in and play a proper innings and get 70, 80 or more, and well, it's only got to aid their development.
Burns waits again. It's wide outside the off stump from Kelly.
Graham White working with this basically second 11 coach at Northamptonshire this year. Still going to be playing obviously in the white ball cricket, left arm spinner, but now involved as a member of the coaching team as well, which is where he sees his sort of longer term future in the game, I think. And so he's second team coach, and he's got some decent young cricketers to work with at the moment.
Some good ones out there. Nick Cook is. What would you do if you didn't really want to have a chat with Nick Cook? It'd be quite not that I would ever not want to have a chat with Nick Cook, but if you're up at the non-strikers end,
ear muffs or something like that.
Round the wicket again goes Kelly, and that nips back at Rory Burns. I think Mr. Rad's got to go off and do an update. So Andrew Rad's heading off, but Nick Cook now is really demonstrative with Ben Folkes at the non-strikers end. Whatever it is he's telling him in great detail. Down there at the non-strikers end. As Kelly waits to get the ball back in his hands once again. And Rory Burns settles himself down. 2 slips and a gully in there for Kelly. As right arm round the wicket he goes to Burns, and Burns again just lets a length delivery go outside his off stump. Has nothing whatsoever to do with that, Rory Burns. Taken by McManus, moving away to his left-hand side. Warwickshire are now 3 down. Sibley's still going on 65, but as I say, Sam Hain has gone for 38, and Matt Parkinson has a wicket. He's into his 6th over, that wicket of Sam Hain. So 3 down Warwickshire now, 141 for 3, yes. Kelly into Burns, and Burns flicks at this. Down the leg side it goes. Kelly's just drifted onto his pads. And Burns will pick up a couple of runs here. And that'll be 2 more to Rory Burns. And 2 more to this Surrey first innings total. Having been stuck in this morning by Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire winning the toss and deciding to bowl first. And Surrey made it to 31 in around about an hour this morning. And then Ryan Patel drove one off Luke Proctor and a good catch from Kerrigan in the covers. Patel going for 19, and then after lunch, terrific delivery from Proctor to bowl Hashim Amla for 21, and then very next ball can happen. Will Jacks LBW without scoring. That was 87 for 3, so the partnership now between Burns and Folkes is worth 36. Tom Taylor it will be to continue. Coming in, right arm over the wicket to Ben Folkes, and Folkes looking to push off the back foot. It's the toe end of his bat. Rolls away to Josh Cobb in the gully. He's having to do more fielding in this game. But as Andrew Rabb was saying, I think one of the sort of second teamers will be heading down after their game finishes against Worcestershire. On the chase there, Northamptonshire against Worcestershire in the second 11. As Taylor is over the wicket to Folkes, who's pushing a good length ball out into the offside. And there is no run. So yes, fingers crossed Mr. Pope and Mr. Vasconcelos feel a bit better soon. Both a bit unwell. Vasconcelos did start the game, the captain, but then haven't seen a lot of him so far. And Ollie Pope wasn't fit to start the game. And Surrey bringing in Gus Atkinson for this one. And Ben Folkes comes back from injury last week. And Jamie Overton into the side. No Jamie Smith for Surrey or Reece Topley. As forward goes Folkes. Guides this one down into the gully region. There's Josh Cobb once again, moving away to his right hand side. Just wonder whether we might see a little bit of Kerrigan head of tea. Been much better since lunch. Northamptonshire 50 added since the lunch break, so it's actually 50 for 2 now. Surrey in this session, so that's a good session from the visitors with the ball. And after this, over 15 overs to go till tea, so still plenty of time to go until the tea break. Tom Taylor is in to Folkes, drives again.
Back with you.
Welcome back, Mr. Rad.
Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, Taylor's just sort of bowling to this field now that he's got. Just good length, good line, making Folkes play back to him in many ways. But patient stuff from Ben Folkes. As I say, he's faced an awful lot of balls already this season, as Ben Folkes. Been pretty good with the bat so far. Excellent start to the summer for him. Over the wicket is Taylor once again to Folkes, and Folkes forward he comes. Good over this from Tom Taylor. Every ball's been there or thereabouts.
This is much more like the Tom Taylor that Northamptonshire supporters have come to know and love over the last couple of years, and it's why his bowling this morning was such a surprise, because he was really all over the shot, wasn't he? His first 3 or 4 overs couldn't get lined up at all.
I wonder how much cricket he's played at this ground, Tom Taylor.
Probably not a huge amount, I wouldn't have thought.
Might just take a bit of time to get used to surroundings. Runs towards us once again from the pavilion end, and Folkes is pushing this one back down the pitch, and there's no run. Maiden over that from Tom Taylor, good one as well. 123 for 3 then, Surrey. Folks 16, Burns on 61. But it sort of takes a little bit of time to get used to surroundings. And he's looked a lot better since lunch.
Yeah, he certainly has. I'm just looking to see how many games he's played here at the Oval in terms of first-class cricket. And just going down his record, I think this might actually be the first time he's played a first-class match here. Yeah, I think it is. So there you go. That's your answer, I think, Mark.
So I think that's probably what had to do with that first spell this morning. Now much happier after lunch.
Yep, certainly seems to be. And it's generally been a much better session. I was just able to tell listeners to BBC Radio Northampton that after, frankly, a bit of a disappointing first session, they've looked much more on it this afternoon. As Kelly runs away from us, bowling round the wicket to Burns, who steers that down cleverly, well wide of second slip. There's only the 2 slips in there. It might have gone through sort of where 4th slip would have been, but it was all on the floor anyway, and he picks up 4 runs. Takes Burns to 65 and Surrey to 127 for 3.
Yeah, nicely played by Rory Burns. Deliberate, just open the face, short third-man boundary.
It's clever batting and it's extremely frustrating for the bowler.
Well, it's not a bad ball. It's just he's waited for it, played it as late as possible, and just guided it off down to that short boundary.
And I can hear the members of the Third Man Liberation Front picking up their pitchforks as we speak. Here's Kelly in again, bowls to Burns, who turns that up towards mid-wicket, fielded in there by Taylor, and there's no run. Yep, Taylor has not played a first-class match on this ground before. So.
I did wonder if that might be, because whatever you say, you sort of, well, any ground it takes a bit of getting used to. If you've not played here before, you'd probably, had a hit and a run-up yesterday. Just getting used to everything.
But this is just such a tremendous arena now, and you were saying about the new stands and whatnot, and it's just a wonderful place to play. I'm sure it's certainly a wonderful place to watch, and we're very grateful to be here. Here's again runs for Burns. He plays that ball from Kelly just in front of square out towards the cover boundary. There is a man back there sweeping now, Ben Sanderson, and Burns comes through for a single, takes him up to 66, and Surrey up to 128 for 3.
Yeah, and he went past 9,000 first-class runs for Surrey when he went past 14 today. Rory Burns. I've got a horrible feeling I've probably seen all of those runs as well.
Well, he's coming up to 11,000.
Yeah, he is as well.
All first class, isn't he? It's like Ben Sanderson with his wickets, which I'll come back to in a second, as Kelly bowls over the wicket to Folkes, who's in behind that, playing it back down the pitch for Kelly to field off his own bowling. Yes, say Ben Sanderson picking up his 300th first-class wicket down at Chelmsford, that of Sir Alistair Cook, but he's on 296 for Northamptonshire, so he needs. There was the few wickets he took while he was on the Yorkshire books over a decade ago now. Terrific story about Sanderson's come back into first-class cricket, and what a great acquisition he's been for Northamptonshire. Here's Kelly, bowling very full, driven and well fielded by Kelly, well stopped by Kelly off his own bowling. It was a crisp drive back down the pitch by Folkes. Kelly managed to get both hands down to it in his follow-through, although he didn't stop it cleanly, he just diverted it up to Keogh at mid-on and prevented any possibility of a run. If he hadn't got something on it, I suspect it would have been at least a couple.
I do like stories like that where players... Ian Ward spent a bit of time after he was released by Surrey cleaning aeroplanes.
Yes, that's right. I remember reading.
And then came back and...
Ben Sanderson was working as a builder for a bit after being released by Yorkshire. Here's Kelly in again, bowls, and that lures Folkes into a stroke. Let's give him a bit of credit. I think he probably just played inside the line in the end, but he was drawn towards it as the ball angled away from him outside the off stump. It's the end of the over. 16 to Folkes, 66 to Burns, and Surrey 128 for 3. Yes, it is. They're great. Well, what our friends in the tabloids would call human interest stories.
Human interest stories, yeah.
Yeah, it's just left. I mean, what is remarkable with Ben Sanderson, you think he was released by Yorkshire 11 years ago when he was 22, and he might well have thought, well, that's it, that's my go of county cricket. Here he is at 33, 300 first-class wickets, getting out Sir Alistair Cook, and to say with a record that statistically is
amazing,
is exactly the same as Curtly Ambrose for the county.
Yeah, he's a terrific bowler. And he's been very good this season. I think again, what Surrey will be pleased about is that he's remained wicketless so far today, but it's Luke Proctor who's picked up the 3 wickets to fall. And it's going to be Taylor to continue from that pavilion end, coming round the wicket to Burns, and Burns is just allowing this one to pass outside his off stump.
It's Northamptonshire. I mean, we talked about Gareth Berg obviously being given this game off, being rested, and they need also to just manage Ben Sanderson's workload. They can't risk just bowling him into the ground, because it's very tempting to do so as a captain when you've got a bowler like that who just gives you, well, even when he's not taking wickets, he gives you control. But he's bowled. Come back to that in a second.
Taylor, passed umpire Warren. Burns lets him go again outside that off stump.
He's averaging 40 overs a game. He's bowled 124 overs before in the first 3 matches of the season before this one. So he's getting through
big workload.
20 overs an innings. They need to be careful.
It's a bit like Jordan Clark, you get Jordan Clark this season, bowled a lot of overs. And obviously in Bristol they bowled a lot of overs and only picked up the 2 wickets, but 26 for Jordan Clark at Warwickshire, 18 and 13.5 here against Hampshire, 28 and 21 against Somerset here. This is pushed by Burns from Taylor out into the offside, and there's no run. Then 26 at Gloucestershire as well for Jordan Clark. But I think with Jordan Clark these days, he's virtually the first name on the team sheet for Surrey.
Yeah,
he really is. He's such an important part of this Surrey team, Jordan Clark. And, he was the bowler of the year last year, and he started this season pretty well with the ball, and then had 100 as well last week at Bristol to it. He's a good all-round package. But yes, with Sanderson as well, you don't want to over-bowl him. It's difficult though, isn't it? It's round the wicket. Comes Taylor once again, and this one's let go once more by Rory Burns, because he'll be keen to play. I suppose there's a chance that Mr. Berg could come back next week and Mr. Sanderson could have a week off.
Yes, I think that's that is a possibility, because they also have, what is Nick Cook? Sorry, I was just distracted by whatever Nick Cook is.
Never stops, does
he's
he?
gesticulating at square leg. It looks as though he's always taking a photograph of somebody. Yes, obviously they've got Jack White, who's probably earned a go with his performances in the second team. Nathan Buck as well.
Around the wicket again goes Taylor, driving his Burns, and this will actually go out into the leg side. He'll get a single. That'll be out towards deep mid-wicket. He's looking to go more through the covers there, is Rory Burns, but he gets one more, moves on to 67. Surrey move on to 129 for 3.
So Northamptonshire do have some other seam bowling options. We say 2 more matches, because Northamptonshire missed the second round.
Of course.
Played Gloucestershire and then missed a week, and then they got basically 6 in a row. So after this one, Edgbaston and then Kent at home.
Yeah, Surrey have got their week in 2 weeks' time, I think, where they're not in championship action. There's over the wicket goes Taylor, and Folkes clips this one into the leg side. Nicely timed by Ben Folkes, but a tumbling stop in there at mid-wicket, and there is no run. End of the over. Just having a look. Yeah, there are people up on our middle terrace. The Royal R. But on the middle terrace where we're sat. But then down to our left, people there in shorts and T-shirts and caps and hats with sun cream. A very nice afternoon to be sat there in the sun this afternoon.
Yeah, a few Panama hats in evidence as well.
Yes. Are they still up? Now, I was wondering, the sort of hats that Mr. Cook is in, a sort of a wide brim, white floppy, But Mr. Warren, is that a Panama?
It looks like Russell may have gone down the Panama route today. Yes, it's very fetching.
Very nice hat, that one.
Here's Kelly, hatless, running in from this Vauxhall end and almost draws a stroke from Rory Burns around off stump, but in the end he plays inside it, goes through to McManus, and there's no run. Much better discipline from Northamptonshire in this session. It really has been. It's like a different team. Say Surrey have scored 56 runs in an hour and a half nearly since the lunch break. In fact, just over an hour and a half, isn't it? Here's Kelly in again, bowls to Burns, who's beaten by that one. Played that slightly on the walk, and it beat him outside off stump. Nick Cook stands there with he's great. He's got sort of arms akimbo, giving it the double teapot, which is exactly what he would have done had he bowled a ball like that that beat the batsman.
He almost looks like he's crossed with Rory Burns for playing that shot, doesn't he?
He was known when he was playing for Northamptonshire. He was known as ARF Cook, the angry red-faced Cook, because he tended to have a word every now and again. Two slips and a gully in place. Kelly in again, bowls very full to Burns, who plays that nicely away through mid-wicket, runs for him here. It's a long chase round for Josh Cobb, who's thoroughly enjoying himself out there.
Not what you want, is it?
At deep square. It's two more to Burns. He goes to 69, and Surrey to 131 for 3. Still the airliners coming in. Must be on the flight path today to into Heathrow, about 14 miles away, something like that.
I reckon Josh Cobb was looking forward to a sort of a little sit in the dugout, perhaps, in the sun, and then back up in the dream, run the odd drink out there.
He's not happy about this, is he? He really isn't. Here's Kelly in again, outside the off stump, left alone by Burns. Yes, I imagine he just would have thought as white ball captain he might have been able to pull rank, but as we say, I think the problem is that there's pretty much all the other players who might have been doing the job today are otherwise occupied for the second team. But I just say I very much imagine we'll see some of the younger brigade here tomorrow. Maybe, I don't know, the likes of Gus Miller.
Just remember, was it a Wantage Road last season that Alex Stewart did some umpiring?
It was, yes, and David Ripley.
That's right.
When Russell Warren was taken ill.
That's right.
Here's Kelly straying wide outside the off stump, very wide, and left alone by Burns and taken by McManus in front of Will Young at first slip. Yes, it was. They both had little spells. David Ripley, the two head coaches, suggested that Alex Stewart was doing just a little bit of giving a little bit of helpful advice while he was out there. But
I remember him turning Ryan Patel off for throwing the ball in
on
the bounce.
On the bounce, that's right. Yes. But they did a good job until I think it was Mark Saggers. Was have to travel up from somewhere down in the south of England, and that's whipped away in very characteristic style by Rory Burns. It's another long chase for Josh Cobb down there at deep square, and again they pick up 2. Takes Rory Burns into the 70s, 71 to him. Folkes is 16, and at the end of the over, Surrey 133 for 3. 46 runs this partnership came together when Surrey lost the wickets of Hashim Amla and Will Jacks to successive ball. Drinks come on for Messrs Burns and Folkes, and Nick Cook is now having a animated conversation, this time with Will Young, Lewis McManus and Emilio Gay.
Yeah, well,
and there's just I'm just trying to think who it was reminding me of with those gestures. It's a little bit like the late great Tommy Cooper.
Yeah, it is. Or it's a little bit like if you ever have work done to your house and the old builder comes around and says, I can put that there for you and we'll move that wall there. Oh, and off he goes now to square leg, does umpire Cook.
I thought you were going to say that the shaking of the head.
I'm not sure about that.
It's going to cost you.
Yeah, that'll cost you. But I reckon I could do it. But
well, he's now having a chat because the only person now within, even remotely within conversational range, is.
I'd love to put a camera on him for the whole day.
Is Simon? I think it's Simon Kerrigan. No, it is Simon Kerrigan down there. Yeah.
Yes. Taylor from the pavilion end is into Folks, who drives nicely, but straight down to Zaya, but backward point, and there's no run. But you could put a camera on umpire Cook for the whole day and then speed it up.
Beast cam.
Couldn't you? And it'd be very exciting.
Yes, I'm not entirely sure you'd want the sound up. But
No, you'd turn the sound right down, but you'd speed it up and you'd see all the gestures from Nick Cook. I think in many ways for him it is the bloke he is, and it also keeps him concentrating as well. I think if you just stood there, it's a long whole day, isn't it, if you don't talk to anybody. And umpires need to be concentrating for every ball as Taylor's in, and that's left alone by Folks outside his off stump. Kerrigan's definitely getting warmed up.
Yes.
They're at mid-on.
I think they're the thing with Nick is, as I say, he was a very, very good. You talk to some of the players who played under him when he was coaching the second team in the late 1990s, because I think he finished in '94 as a player. But they all speak very highly of him as not necessarily as a technical coach, but just as somebody to convey his cricketing wisdom and just strategy, tactics.
Taylor in again. Length delivery outside the off stump. Folks again has nothing to do with that one.
I was thinking at lunchtime, I think you were saying this morning that the last time you'd actually had a conversation with him yourself, he said, get your hair cut.
That's all he said.
Well, I'm pretty sure the last vague, I hesitate to call it a conversation because it's actually a monologue, but I won't repeat what he said, but he was suggesting that my beard didn't suit me.
Yes.
So,
yes.
There's a bit of a theme
there,
does.
isn't there?
Yes.
I like your beard.
Well, there's a bit of a theme developing on from
there. Yes. As over the wicket once more comes Taylor. This is driven up towards mid-off, and there's not. In fact, I say it was sort of advice from umpire Kirk, but not polite advice, if that makes sense, about my hair.
Well, heaven knows what he must be saying to Rory Burns on that basis.
Oh, well.
But,
well, we de Grandhomme here now as well. Unfortunately, he's had a bit of a trim, but I was quite looking forward to watching those two bat together. Lovely. Sent a bit of shampoo off them. 133 for 3 as Taylor is in once again to Folks. That short, Folks looks to hook. Top edge, he'll go here. Yep, caught behind. It went straight up in the air. McManus takes the catch, and it's that surprise short ball from Taylor. And he was looking to pull off the front foot. Big top edge went straight up in the air. McManus taking the catch with the gloves, and a 4th wicket for Northamptonshire, and Surrey a 133 for 4.
And Taylor immediately acknowledged Simon Kerrigan at mid-on, so it makes me wonder if, say, there are the two vice-captains in this side, whether Simon Kerrigan had suggested to Ben Folks that the short ball might be a good weapon, because immediately after the catch was taken, and he just sort of celebrated, and then he immediately turned round, pointed at Simon Kerrigan, who's then there at mid-on. So maybe that was a bit of a ploy that Kerrigan had suggested. If so, well, it did the trick, and this decent session for Northamptonshire is getting even better. To see the back of Ben Folks, who, as you say, has faced so many balls this year. He's faced just the 49 today before miscuing that one straight up in the air. Easiest of catches for Lewis McManus. And now we see Sam Curran, the only Northamptonshire player in the match.
Exactly. So out comes Sam Curran into the middle. He's been in good nick this season. I suppose it could be the other way round there, Radders, that Taylor, Kerrigan had said something to him, and he said, "No, I'm going to bowl the short ball." And Kerrigan goes, "Don't do that, don't do that." And he just turned around and said, "He told you." But no, I think you're spot on. I think that was...
Well, yeah, either or. We should doubtless find out. Later. Well, if he doesn't get any runs, he's Surrey's Sam Curran. If he does get any runs, he's Northampton-born Sam Curran. But,
well, he's in good form.
Well, he's in good form, and it's just great to see him out on the field again, isn't
absolutely.
it? It's just very, very good news. And
80, 33 and 64 so far this season.
Well, that's pretty good going. Those two, partnership between those two, realising 46 in 18 overs, and that again is indicative of talking about discipline, and Northamptonshire have just generally been more disciplined after lunch. And yeah, we talked about Matt Kelly just bowling the surprise bouncer, and well, Tom Taylor trying it as well, and whoever's idea it was, as I say, we shall doubtless discover later, it worked. So new batsman is Sam Curran.
Yep, indeed, taking his guard. And there's one ball to go this over. Sam Curran just rehearsing a couple of shots. Left-handed, of course. 2 slips and a gully in there for him. First ball for Sam Curran as Taylor's round the wicket to him, and Curran's pushing off the back foot neatly and tidily out towards backward point. So Tom Taylor with the wicket of Ben Folkes for 16. 133 for 4. Patel caught Kerrigan, bowled Proctor 19. Amla bowled Proctor 21. Jack's LBW first ball to Proctor without scoring. And Folkes top edge. McManus with the catch off Taylor for 16 of the wickets to fall.
We now have 2 Currans batting at the same time, 66 miles apart or thereabouts. Sam Curran's just come to the crease here, and brother Ben is still going strong for Northamptonshire seconds against Worcestershire at Wantage Road this afternoon. He's 79 not out, with Northamptonshire 149 for 1, chasing a target of 303. And we are going to see the spin of Simon Kerrigan coming back into the attack. Now let's have a look at the field. He's going to be setting for Rory Burns. There's a slip in there. I think Safe Zabe is getting the shin pads and the helmet ready. So he presumably is going to go in either at forward short leg or at silly point. They have a man back sweeping on the cover boundary. They have extra cover mid-off, mid-on deep. Luke Proctor's probably around about, what, 10, 15 yards in from the boundary, down below us. Then a mid-wicket, deep square, Josh Cobb, inevitably. And the man on the 45-degree angle on the leg side just looking to save 1. Safe Zabe has now got all his protective equipment on, and he's going in there at forward short leg. So slip and a forward short leg, the close catches. That's Kerrigan. Left arm spin, bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Burns down the leg side, and it hits Burns on the pad as he shapes to play it down towards the man at backward square. It doesn't make contact. A polite inquiry for LBW not out. Kerrigan in again, flights that one up to Burns, who drives up towards the man at mid-on, and that's a really good bit of fielding by Emilio Gay, because as I mentioned earlier, mid-on is deep, and Gay just coming across from mid-wicket to cut that off, and I think he fell a little bit heavily there.
I think he landed on the ball.
Yeah, big man, Emilio Gay. But he cut off a single. Kerrigan in again. Burns down the wicket. This time he is going to get a single as it goes out to Luke Proctor at deep mid-on. One more to Burns. He goes to 72. And Surrey up to 134 for 4. And now Sam Curran is going to be facing the left arm spin of Simon Kerrigan.
Another lovely book is Felix White's book.
Yes, I
think you wonderful book.
Yeah, I haven't read that one yet, but here's Kerrigan firing that quicker ball in, and it's forced away by Curran off the back foot up to Gay at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
There's an entire chapter there with Simon Kerrigan in that book.
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
Very interesting.
There's no more dedicated cricketer than Simon Kerrigan, and that's punched away by Curran. He's going to get certainly 1. I think he's going to get 2, in fact, as the man sweeping on the cover boundary has to make quite a lot of ground. It's Tom Taylor round to his left, and they're coming through for an easy couple. Ball a little bit short of the length, and Curran just punching it away to get himself off the mark. 2 to Curran, and Surrey up to 136 for 4. Curran on strike again. Kerrigan again bowling a little bit quicker, a little bit shorter, and it's punched up towards mid-on. They were just waiting to see if Gay was going to be able to come across the mid-wicket to field. He couldn't, and it goes out to Proctor, and they come through for an easy single, and Sam Curran nicks the bowling. 3 to him, 72 to Rory Burns, and Surrey at the end of the over, 137 for 4. We've still got, what, are the 10 overs to go till tea. Northampton's over rate showing at -2, and they haven't seen a lot of spin so far today. It has been a little bit tardy.
Well, it was a fascinating chapter, because Kerrigan sort of saying at the start of his career he'd never measured out a run-up or anything. He just bowled. And just bowled and bowled and bowled and bowled and bowled and bowled and bowled.
That's what he still loves doing,
yeah.
whether he's playing or not.
Yeah. No, he just loves bowling. It was a lovely chapter. And all his troubles have been well documented, but great to see him back. It really is.
Yeah, it is.
I said that last year as Taylor, round the wicket he comes to Sam Curran, who lets this one go outside his off stump.
You talk to the other players and they say he is the ultimate cricket badger.
He calls himself that in the book.
Anywhere, if there's a match on anywhere in the world that happens to be on streaming, cable, satellite, anything, he will be watching it and he'll be absorbing what's been going on. And I've told the story before of down at Hove last year when he just bowled 35 overs the previous day, taking 5 wickets. It was Northamptonshire then batting to chase a target, so he wasn't going to have to bowl again.
Taylor, round the wicket he comes to Sam Curran. He's up on his toes, plays this one out into the offside.
And who was first in the nets at 9 o'clock the
having
next
a bowl.
morning? Having a bowl.
Yeah.
And he wasn't going to have to bowl again in the match. He just loves bowling and loves the game. And yeah, as you say, it's terrific to see him back. He's a real artist. He, as I say, he didn't have a great game against Yorkshire, but good to see him bowling with a bit more of his accustomed control here today so far. And he is, I know John Sadler, the Northampton's new head coach, regards him as an absolutely key member of the team.
Sam Curran waits again. As round the wicket goes Taylor to it. Was looking to drive Sam Curran. That's hurt Sam Curran because that's thick inside edge straight back onto his inner ankle. And that's had him hopping around a little bit there, Sam Curran. But he's inside edge straight back past the bit of the pad that doesn't have any padding, if that makes sense. And hit him on the ankle. Elsewhere, Hampshire now 174 for 2. Warwickshire 154 for 4. Essex 129 for 2 against Yorkshire. Leicestershire 152 for 2 against Glamorgan. As Taylor around the wicket he comes again to Sam Curran, pushing this one back up the pitch, and there's Norrin. Sussex, Mr. Rad, 218 for 1 against the much vaunted Middlesex attack down there at Hove.
Yes, it's well, Sussex is certainly with I don't know. I'm looking to see who's got the run. Certainly with Pujara there, it's their top order looks a bit more.
Well, Pujara hasn't got near the crease yet.
Oh, right.
Well, it's Allsop and Orr. 95 to Allsop, 98 to Orr.
Tom Haynes out for 17.
Tom Haynes out for 17. But then quite nice that you've got Pujara and Rizwan still to come with a bit of a base as Taylor's in and this one's pushed up the ground by Sam Curran.
Must admit, I'm a big fan of Tom Haynes. I think he's a fine player. I saw him get a very good 100 against Northamptonshire last year in difficult circumstances when they were really up against it. And it was an innings of technical accomplishment, but almost more to the point, it showed a bit of character.
He's another one that's getting a lot of mentions by people now. Sam Curran having just got out there, 3 not out. Burns at the non-strikers end on 72. 137 for 4, sorry, as Taylor is into Curran, who's pushing off the back foot out into the offside end of the Taylor over. Maiden over, so tidy over from him. 137 for 4 then, Surrey. So 9 until tea. Kerrigan, of course, is going to get through his overs fairly quickly.
So I was just looking at the Northamptonshire comms team, obviously, may have been listening to what we were saying, because that delivery that Matt Kelly bowled that beat Rory Burns and that Nick Cook finished up doing his double teapot, they've actually put it on.
Yeah, well, he did look like he was annoyed.
Yeah, he was. It was
for Kelly.
It was a great moment. Here's Kerrigan, who's coming back into the attack, continuing his spell from this Vauxhall end. City of London behind us. It's wonderful when you can sit and have your lunch on the terrace down to our left and be able to see the top of the Houses of Parliament and all the tall buildings of City of London spread out in front of you. Slipping a forward short leg here at the Oval, and Kerrigan in over the wicket, bowls to Burns, who comes down the pitch, meets that on the full, clips it straight up to mid-wicket, where it's fielded there by Proctor, and there's no run. Kerrigan already back at the end of his mark, and that's nudged away round the corner by Burns, but there is a man there on the 45, Luke Proctor, and there's no run. Still that man back on the sweep on the short boundary. Tom Taylor at deep point. Kerrigan's in again, flights that one up to Burns, who plays it again up to Proctor at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Sun behind a cloud at the moment, but beautiful day here in South London. Lovely for playing, lovely for watching. Kerrigan again, ball short of a length to Burns, who rocks back, plays it down to the man sweeping on the cover boundary, and they come through for an easy single. I think it looked as though he was telling them to back up. Yeah. Burns to 73, Surrey to 138 for 4.
It's almost like he's giving a tour of the ground, isn't it?
On our left, here's Kerrigan again, quicker ball, and Curran playing this one again off the back foot. This time playing it a little bit straighter, and Taylor having to make more ground round to his left from deep point, but they still only come through for a single. One more to Curran, 4 to him, 139 for 4. Kerrigan again bowling to Burns, who's down the pitch, plays it on the bounce to Zabe at forward short leg, who flicks the ball back towards the stumps, but Burns was back in his ground. Burns is 73, Curran is 4, 139 for Surrey, and Kerrigan has bowled 3 overs for 7.
Yes, indeed, and gets through his over quickly again. So Burns and Sam Curran get together for a bit of a natter about all of this, with 8 to go till tea. But obviously we'll get there a bit quicker if Kerrigan keeps going. The other thing with Kerrigan, I think, is it would be quite tough in that you sort of play him, have a breath, put your bat down, look up, and he's at you again.
He's there again, yeah.
So you don't get a huge amount of break in between deliveries, really. And it was fascinating, as I say, reading that chapter in Felix's book. As he said, he never had a run-up or anything. He'd just bowl. And bowl and bowl and bowl and bowl and bowl. And I think, obviously, there was the chat about the England test match here. And he was saying he sort of went into it for the first time ever not feeling in good nick with the ball. So super to see him back and going well. As Proctor's back into the attack. Now he's had the 3 wickets so far, as round the wicket he comes to Sam Curran, who's looking for an expansive drive through the covers. Doesn't really time this at all, and it just rolls out there towards extra cover.
Only one Curran batting now. Ben's out. That second 11 game made 85 to go with his 100 in the first innings. Northamptonshire 160 for 2 in their second innings, chasing 303 to beat Worcestershire at Northampton. Ollie Jeffries and Charlie Thurston in the crease at the moment.
Obviously in good form, Ben. As Proctor around the wicket he comes to Sam Curran, and short ball, and the left-handed Curran's pushing this one back out into the offside. Of course, Tom coming back from his back injury as well. So
it's frustrating with Ben. He had the chance to open, obviously, the first part of last season. He was given the opportunity to open with Ricardo Vasconcelos. That was David Ripley's preferred choice at the top of the Northamptonshire order, and just didn't happen for him. Didn't get going, and he seemed to find odd ways of getting out, which sometimes happens when things are not running your way.
Proctor is in, forward goes Sam Curran, pushes this one towards cover point. There's no run,
but he did when he was brought into the white ball side at the end of the season. He scored runs and scored them very well. Again, he's had just the one chance in the championship this year. He was put in for the first game before Will Young arrived, of course, against Gloucestershire, but didn't have a great game. 9 and 18. Just needed to make a big score then, I think, to stake a claim.
Proctor's in again. Forward comes Sam Curran.
And in a sense, the signing of an opener clearly wasn't great news for him. But he's a fine player. He's got a lot of talent, and hopefully, let's say, if he gets a chance in white ball at least, he'll be able to prove what he can do.
Yep.
Doesn't lack confidence. He is a Curran after all.
As in round the wicket comes Proctor, and Sam Curran, good-looking shot this, off the front foot. Great placement, because he hit the fielder a couple of times in this over, but that one nicely played through the covers and away for 4. Laurie Evans is back. Where's Buttons?
Don't know.
Easily lost.
I see him running out.
Easily lost. And someone's just tweeted me, Laurie Evans, about your adverts in your underpants. Have you been doing underwear adverts, have you? Glad I haven't seen those. Dearie me. There we are. Hello, Buttons. Buttons is here with us again. Hello, this is lovely. have Buttons under my chair now. Hello, Buttons. So yes, there we are.
Can we get Buttons on your Twitter?
Yes, of course. Let's walk. Buttons is now heading towards Radders. Come here, Buttons. Here is Proctor round the wicket again. And that's played by Sam Curran out into the offside. So, yes, do you want to get a photo of Buttons? Can we get a photo of Buttons sort of in there we are. Look at that. Isn't that lovely? There's Buttons. I wonder if Buttons might want to take over the commentary here. Well, could knock us off air, obviously, but that wouldn't be a bad thing.
He talked more sense than us,
absolutely,
probably, so.
Absolutely. Oh, Buttons, bless you. So Laurie Evans here doing a bit of the old Indian Premier League today, Mr. Radders. Very good, isn't it?
It's extremely good, yes. I think Mum was saying that the box at the end of our corridor is a corner of an English field that is forever Mumbai, isn't it? I think.
My mum got very confused the other day when I was doing a little bit here, and then suddenly there I was in Mumbai. Ah, there we are. I'm gonna.
Here's Kerrigan starting another over from the Vauxhall end. K9 distractions permitting, with a slip and a forward short leg. First ball played down on the bounce to forward short leg by Rory Burns. He's on 73. Sam Curran is 8. 143 for 4. Kerrigan in again. Bowls a little bit short of a length, and Burns gives himself room. Chops it down to backward point. Fielded down there by Tom Taylor, sweeping on the boundary at point, short boundary, and one more to Burns. 74 to the Surrey captain. Surrey up to 144 for 4 after being put into bat by Ricardo Vasconcelos first thing. Here's Kerrigan in again. Bowls flights that one up to Curran, who probably feels he misses out a bit there. Meets it on the full toss, but drives it straight to Proctor at mid-wicket. And there's no run. Curran settles again in his stance. Kerrigan in. Better ball, which Curran plays defensively to, back down the pitch, fielded by Kerrigan off his own bowling in his 4th over. Kerrigan in again, bowls short, and that's cut away by Curran, and he's going to pick up a single once again to Taylor, sweeping on the point boundary. Taylor, I think, having a chat with Northampton's bowling coach Chris Liddle, who's doing his lap of the boundary this afternoon. Curran up to 9, 145 for 4. Burns back on strike. Kerrigan into him and takes that ball. I think got a mixture of bat and pad. It just drops down in front of Safe Zabe under the lid at forward short leg. End of the over. Burns is 74. Curran 9. Surrey 145 for 4. Kerrigan's bowled 4 overs for 9, and we have 6 overs to go until tea.
Yeah, 6 overs till tea, and Northamptonshire will be much happier with this session, of course. 72 for 3, Surrey in this session. At lunch it was 73 for 1 after 29, so 145 for 4 now. Proctor sort of turned it around with that wicket of Ambler, and then very next ball trapping Will Jack's LBW. Because we were saying, weren't we, if after an hour it'd still be Burns and Ambler, there'd have been concerns for Northamptonshire. As Proctor is in, and in behind this goes Sam Curran. Plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. So very nice to have Buttons back again with Laurie Evans. But yes, apparently I got a tweet, Radders, from, where are we, Daniel, saying it's a sight, the adverts of Laurie Evans in his underwear. So, as I say, thankfully I haven't seen those. As over the wicket once again comes Proctor, and short ball in behind it goes. Sam Curran plays this one back up the pitch.
A sight, you can take that various ways, can't you, really?
Are we talking about Laurie in his underwear or the picture of Buttons?
No, I was thinking of Laurie in his underwear.
Yes,
really.
absolutely. I'd rather just not even consider it, to be honest with you. Even though I think the world of Laurie Evans, it's not something I'd want to see. As over the wicket once again comes Proctor, and Sam Curran just opens the face, guides this one down into the gully region. But the fielding's done by Tom Taylor in there, and there's no run. It's been disciplined stuff, this, from Northamptonshire after lunch.
Much better.
I think, at lunchtime, they wouldn't have been worried, but they might have just been in the back of their mind slight concern. And as I say, if after an hour it has still been Amber and Burns, been real worry there for them. But Proctor with those 2 wickets in 2 balls changed things a touch as Sam Curran forward here to Proctor, playing that one out towards cover point. Sorry, as we were saying, do bat a long way down though. De Grandhomme next up, then Jordan Clark, then Jamie Overton, Gus Atkinson and Dan Worrell. Proctor's in again. Sam Curran is forward. Tucks this one up towards mid-on, but I think Chris Little will be pleased with this. I think what he'll be pleased with is they've found a plan and they've stuck to it and it's working.
They have, and they've also, as I say, the short pitch ball, which we were talking about as a useful surprise weapon. Matt Kelly certainly discomforted the batsman a wee bit with his sparingly used bouncer, and then of course it picked up the wicket of Ben Folkes for Tom Taylor.
He's in again. Here is Proctor, and forward goes Sam Curran. Good maiden over again from Proctor. 3 for 32 he has now after 14, and Surrey stuck in this morning are 145 for 4.
Yeah, Chris Little's a great one for bowling partnerships. He says, you know, you talk about batting partnerships, but bowling partnerships are as important to building pressure for each other, and I saw him applauding at the end of that previous over from Luke Proctor, and probably feeling that these two of his obviously most experienced bowlers in Proctor and Kerrigan are at the moment doing a really good job, and they're keeping it tight. They're not, you know, the batsmen are allowed to bat well, but they're not giving them easy runs. They're making them work for it, and that's obviously with a clatter of wickets not happening this morning. That's what Northamptonshire need to do now. Kerrigan starting another over to Burns, works that into the onside. First ball fielded by Proctor at mid wicket, and there's no run. They call it bowling dry, and just try and keep the runs down. Here's Kerrigan in again, forcing Burns onto the back foot. Plays it again up to Proctor at mid wicket, and there's no run. Proctor 3 of the 4 wickets to fall, and here's Kerrigan, and this time Burns is going to get a run because he plays it just past the man at forward short leg out to Josh Cobb, fielding down there at deep square, and they come through for a single. Burns up to 75, and Surrey to 146 for 4.
He's just ticking it around now, Rory Burns.
Well, he's doing a good job. He's doing the job his team needs him to. 75 not out of 177 balls. Good patient stuff. Here's Kerrigan bowling to Curran, who's going to get a single. It eludes the dive of Luke Proctor in there at mid-wicket, fairly tight in, looking to save the single, but doesn't manage to do so on this occasion. Goes out to Kelly at long on, and they're through for a single. Curran into double figures, 10 to him, and Surrey 147 for 4. Slightly more cloud around this afternoon, but it's high cloud. Kerrigan in again, bowling to Burns. Burns plays it once again up to Proctor at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Hard to keep Proctor out of the game at the moment.
He's everywhere, isn't he?
Yes, well, he was a bit like that down at Chelmsford in the previous matches. Kerrigan in again, fires that one in a little bit quicker, and it's played on the bounce to safe save. I was going to say stops it. I think it basically hit it into him, and he happened to be in the way. Nevertheless,
he didn't know a lot
about it. End of the over, 147 for 4. Burns is 75, Curran is 10. Kerrigan's bowled 5 overs. No wicket for 11. Haven't seen anything of Ben Sanderson for a while, so they are obviously just trying to ration his quota of overs a little bit, which seems to make sense to me. And to be fair, Proctor's done a pretty good job. He's only bowled, what, 9 overs today? Bowled 9 overs in this morning session, didn't he, Ben Sanderson? And 5 overs this afternoon, so 14 in all.
Yeah, and oh dear, we've got a few people running behind the bowler's arm. They're trying to get to a seat in the dugout. Not ideal, but they're settling themselves down now as Proctor will come over the wicket to Sam Curran. Curran looking to cut. Bottom of the bat. It's well fielded by Gay in there at second slip, because it hit the toe end of his bat and sort of bounced up at Gay's knees. It's not what you want in there at second slip, really, but good bit of work from him. And of course, Mr. Rad, you are staying in the fair city of London for the next few nights.
Right, yes, we should be. Yes, right, about as central as it's possible to be. Very, very close to Westminster Abbey.
Oh, very nice, very nice. As over the wicket once again comes Proctor, solidly forward goes Sam Curran, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. It's like, I stayed there a few weeks ago around that area, and actually, do you know what? It sort of, I went for a walk in the morning, and when you're here, you don't really look at anything. And then I went for a wander and had a look at the House of Commons and Big Ben and all that good stuff. It was rather nice, actually. As in over the wicket again comes Proctor, short ball. This is good stuff from Proctor. Just bang that one in. Sam Curran can't find a run at the moment, and he stays on 10. 147 for 4, but it was quite nice, actually, sort of having a bit of a stroll.
Yeah, I might have a little wander out later. I think the danger is always you come to these, one of the world's great cities, and you finish up sitting in your hotel and doing all your stuff from the post day's play. And there's always stuff to do.
As in comes Proctor again, driving is Sam Curran. Lovely looking shot, but straight at the fielder again. And Sam Curran will just be saying to himself, don't get frustrated here. Proctor's sort of bowling to his field. Sam Curran, as always, looking to be positive. Likes to see his score going round as Sam Curran. But he's got plenty of time to bat today. Waits again as Proctor's over the wicket to him and plays this one out into the offside once more. And there's no run. I actually last week in Bristol we were staying in the middle of Bristol and walked to the ground every day up the Gloucester Road.
Crumbs, that's a wee bit of a hike. I think that might be a bit more than I could.
No, it was quite enjoyable actually, just watching the world go by as well.
Yeah,
and
yes,
it's always something to look at on the Gloucester Road. As over the wicket once more comes Proctor. It's good over from Proctor. Pushing off the back foot this time is Sam Curran. Won't get a run, so another maiden over. Just building up his maidens at the moment. 147 for 4. Burns 75, Curran 10, and 3 till tea.
Yeah, staying in Chelmsford, I was really occurred to me that you can do the walk along the river into the ground, which I previously thought really only Cardiff is the one that you think of in connection with that, because it is a beautiful walk along the River Taff from the city centre out to Sophia Gardens. Now Rob Keogh is going through his elaborate warming up routine, which makes me think we may be going to see a little bit of spin from t'other end as well before tea. So Keogh's got through plenty of work in the last few days. 33 overs in the second innings at Chelmsford as Kerrigan rather starts this next over of his 6th of the innings. First ball is played out to mid-wicket by Burns, and there's no run. Kerrigan in again, flights that one up to Burns, who again drives to mid-wicket. Proctor fields, only three men involved in the game at the moment. Yeah, Rob Keogh, because I think not least because he's had a little bit of back trouble in the past, the warming up routine takes a while, and that next ball is punched off the back foot by Burns, who's going to get a single. 3 fielders converge on it. This time it just eluded Proctor in there at mid-wicket, and it was Emilio Gay who had to come across from mid-off to field. One more to Burns, 76 to him, and Surrey up to 148 for 4. Slip and a forward short leg for Sam Curran as Kerrigan bowls to him, and he goes onto the back foot, rocks onto the back foot and punches it back down the pitch for Kerrigan to field off his own bowling. Rob Keogh still going through the limbering up routine. Here's Kerrigan, bowls loopy full toss, and again Curran probably feeling he's just missed out a bit there, because he hits it straight to Proctor at mid-wicket and there's no run.
He looks very disappointed there, Sam Curran.
It's a couple now that he's had from Kerrigan that he hasn't put away. There's Kerrigan in again, and this is on driven. Nice stroke by Curran, and well counted as well, because it was the last ball of the over. So he's driven it up to mid-on, deep mid-on, and he's pinched a single and the bowling. 11 to Curran, 76 to Burns. Surrey 149 for 4. We have 2 overs to go before tea, and the penultimate one of those is indeed going to be bowled by Rob Keogh from the pavilion end.
And thank you to Daniel as well, just with Laurie Evans and his underwear adverts. Daniel's saying he's even got a little toy koala with him in the advert. So there you are. I'll let everybody think about that as well. Thank you, Daniel.
I bet Buttons is feeling slighted.
Yes. So Rob Keogh, it's sort of watching him warm up. It's a bit like I have to do that to get out of bed in the mornings these days. So
well, I've described it on commentary before as being a mixture between Strictly Come Dancing and a Zumba class.
Yes.
It wears you out. It wears me out watching him warm up.
Well, he's here to bowl, and he's ready to bowl now. Mr. Keogh, down there in the distance. Both spinners wearing their sunglasses to bowl. I quite like that. 149 for 4. And Sam Curran will be on straight. So Keogh with his off breaks comes around the wicket to Sam Curran. First up, Curran is forward and playing this one out into the offside. So just a reminder, at lunch, 73 for 1. Now 149 for 4, sorry. So kept it very tight. Northamptonshire and picked up those 3 wickets. Keogh is in, tosses this one up. Sam Curran whips this one up towards mid-on again. Doesn't really time it. Sam Curran. Partnership in its early stages. 16 it's worth for this 5th wicket at the moment. Keogh, tall man, comes round the wicket again. Tosses that up, full toss. Not going to miss out this time. Sam Curran. He's missed out a couple of times there to Kerrigan, but that time with a short leg side boundary, he has just whipped that for 4 runs, and that's 150 up for Surrey. 153 for 4, and Sam Curran moves on to 15, but never missing out on that one, was he?
No, well, he missed a couple from Kerrigan, but no, not that one. Short boundary especially.
Round the wicket again goes Keogh. Driving is Sam Curran back up the ground. Keogh does the fielding sharply down to his left. So Rory Burns, 76 not out down there at the non-striker's end. Quicker one this time from Keogh, covered up by Sam Curran. Plays it very solidly back up the pitch. He's a attractive player to watch, Sam Curran. He really is. Keogh in again to him, and this time he's just pushing this one out into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. 1 to go till tea. Radders may have to nip off before then and do his update at 4 o'clock, I suppose.
Not a bad thought. I was just going to ask you a long and detailed question about Sam Curran's role within the Surrey side and the England side, but we'll save that.
Should we do that after tea?
We'll save that for after tea.
That'll give me a chance to think about it.
I think it's an interesting point. I just wonder, if Sam Curran is making himself into a batsman who bowls.
I always have thought that is where he'd end up.
Well, if he's getting the weight of runs, then that's obviously going to help him in that respect. So the last over before tea is going to be bowled by Simon Kerrigan, bowling over the wicket to Rory Burns, who picks up a single straight away, turning it out to deep mid-wicket. Josh Cobb emerges from the furthest reaches of Kennington and underarms the ball back to Kerrigan. 1 more to Burns, 77 to him, 154 for 4. Kerrigan again bowling to Curran, who's playing that defensively back down the pitch for Kerrigan to field. Sun just breaking through the thin high cloud, bathing the ground here in South London. And that next ball finds Curran punching it away off the back foot, just in front of square. And it's fielded by Will Young, who has a little trot out from slip. Cut off the chance of a single, square of the wicket. Here's Kerrigan in again, bowls to Curran, pushes it up to Proctor at mid-wicket. And there's no run, 2 balls to go in this second session. Kerrigan in again, bowls slightly flatter, slightly quicker ball, turned round the corner by Curran. But straight to Sanderson, saving the single at 45. And so the last ball before tea is bowled by Kerrigan, and Curran punches it up to Proctor at mid-wicket. That's the end of the over, that's the end of the session. Kerrigan's bowled 7 overs for 14, and Surrey go into tea at 154 for 4 with Rory Burns 77. Sam Curran is 15, and from Northamptonshire's point of view, a much better session.
Yeah, very good session that for Northamptonshire, and I think Surrey will be too upset with where they find themselves, with Rory Burns there on 77, but those 3 wickets after the lunch break, and it was Luke Proctor who really got it started with 2 in 2 balls. Hashim Amla bowled for 21, Will Jacks LBW without scoring, and then Ben Folkes top edge pull straight up in the air off Taylor, and McManus taking the catch. But Burns still there on 77. Sam Curran is still there on 15. This after, just a reminder, Northamptonshire winning the toss and deciding to have a bowl this morning. So that is tea here on BBC Radio London and on BBC Radio Northampton and on the Surrey live stream to get you through the tea break. A very nice package with Sam Curran and Gus Atkinson out and about with the Surrey Cricket Foundation and in the community. But at tea time, you'll find Surrey 154 for 4. We'll be back with you in about 20 minutes.
Fantastic to be here at Scarrett Park School today. This is one of 9 Super Ones groups that we run across the county. The groups are aimed at 12 to 25-year-olds. This group here is largely young people in their teens. For a lot of young people with additional needs, Super Ones is the entry level. We will adapt the sessions to fit with the requirements of the people who come along. What we aim to do is use cricket as an end in itself, with the social benefits of getting back out there with some friends and also developing some other skills.
Sam and I have come down today just to play a bit of cricket with the kids. It was very interesting to see and I had a lot of fun, and I hope the kids did as well.
This is a fantastic opportunity, having 2 Surrey players, one of whom plays for England, visiting the group today.
As soon as when we found out, me and Gus, that we were going to come down here, it was great. We jumped at the opportunity. We just popped in after training to see the Super Ones, these young kids with disabilities who, when they're growing up, might not have the opportunities that we did when we were young.
It was so nice having those role models coming in, like professional cricket players coming in to visit the kids was fantastic. Our children don't often get those opportunities, so it's so nice that to happen.
Nice bowling! The cricket is so awesome. And we had fun having a turn, bowling and batting. And we had fun playing with the mates and make sure they have fun with each other.
We were here for over an hour with the kids, just kind of learning, and you could see their confidence grow. One ball the guy would miss and the next ball he'd smash it at the net.
There was some serious talent on the show. I was very surprised, some proper players.
The opportunities are there to play locally with your friends, but also to take it further forward and play representative cricket if that's what you want to do. Hopefully some of them will want to take it further and emulate their heroes.
Hopefully the kids can sort of look at us and take some inspiration from us and get more into cricket, and sort of brought me back to when I was their age, just having fun with your mates playing cricket. So that's what it's all about, really.
I was very touched by coming down and seeing these kids with disabilities and now having that access and opportunity to kind of get involved in cricket, which is a sport we all love. It's expanding around the country, and I think it's an amazing thing that needs to keep being emphasised and keep building.
It's been a really nice day, really honoured and very thankful to be invited down, but it's great to see all the kids having lots of fun. So hopefully they keep it up and it keeps blossoming, really.
Pride Alliance programme is an all abilities course which teaches children between the age of 4 and 16 core cricket skills, whether that's front foot batting or learning to become a spin bowler or a budding young wicketkeeper. And this is done through 2 core programmes, one that's pre-Christmas between October and December, the second which is 10 weeks after Christmas, which is January to March. Those 2 programmes are at weekends, and then we run holiday courses during the rest of the year, such as February half term, Easter, May half term, and a couple of courses over the summer, one of which is on the outfield at the Oval.
Certainly recommend the programme, and it doesn't matter what ability the kids are at. Come into the programme, you notice that all the kids improve over 10 weeks. The individual coaching that they get is fantastic.
We've got our standard 10-week course, which works on a ratio of 1 to 7, and has children from the ages of 4 to 16, so school years reception to year 11. And then our pro package course which offers a more personalised experience, better coach to player ratio of 1:4, and the advantage of that is they can offer a more personalised experience which helps bridge the gap between group and one-to-one coaching. So the Pride Alliance programme runs at a number of different venues. Two are our own venues. One's the Ken Browning Cricket Centre, which is the indoor centre at the Oval. Another is Surrey Cricket Centre in Guildford. And then we've got schools across Surrey, one of which is here, Felton Fleet School in Cobham. And we've got Downs End School in Leatherhead, Donatus School in Reigate, Ewell Castle School in Epsom, Wallington County Grammar School and Weydon School in Farnham.
Hi, I'm Tushar. I'm the coach for Sutton Chance to Shine Youth and Young Adult Sessions. I'm a casual coach with Surrey Cricket Foundation. I organize these sessions. These sessions is going on for 3 or 4 years. Different abilities of children with different community backgrounds. 60 to 70% they haven't taken the bat for the first time. So since I have started, there are even brothers and sisters that they feed into the next one and it goes up and up and up.
When I was growing up, the opportunities available at clubs like that weren't as big as some of the other clubs, more recognised clubs. So definitely platforms like this will really give that opportunity for kids that maybe don't feel comfortable to go to those bigger, more established clubs. But being at a system like this where they can still get the same opportunities and same opportunity to progress if that's what they want to do in the sport.
I started as my own community club's coaching sessions. With the Surrey's help, we transferred this one as a chance to shine. Then I spread the word within my community, my friends, their friends and friends. It just propagates all the time. So we have got, say, registered 140 kids. When they start early, we can have a talent ID program, so as an independent thing, rather than going through all these recommendation or club application session, from Chance to Shine directly to the trials or talent ID sessions, and they can have a look at it and see if there's a potential, and most likely that they can go up with the help of Surrey and further.
I think you've got to have trust in the system, and I think that you've got to be willing to put the hours in and do the bit of the hard graft with the travelling, getting to the training centres. But I think the main thing is you've got to invest that time to the training, and I think going to platforms like this and being in maybe county systems and things like that, that will really help push forward. A lot of my dreams were to play for Surrey. I think when I was growing up, being given that opportunity to play in the first team was really my big dream, and then kind of since I've been there now it's like, okay, I want to play for England as well. So hopefully, getting a test place at some point in the future would be amazing. But I think for now it's just doing my best I can for Surrey in the first team, especially in red ball and all the other formats as well.
There are more potential that there are few players, good potential to play further up. And I would see them in Surrey hit very soon. That's what my target as well, make sure that they play for Surrey and further up if they can.
Fantastic to be here at Scarrett Park School today. This is one of 9 Super Ones groups that we run across the county. The groups are aimed at 12 to 25-year-olds. This group here is largely young people in their teens. For a lot of young people with additional needs, Super Ones is the entry level. We will adapt the sessions to fit with the requirements of the people who come along. What we aim to do is use cricket as an end in itself, with the social benefits of getting back out there with some friends and also developing some other skills.
Sam and I have come down today just to play a bit of cricket with the kids. It was very interesting to see, and I had a lot of fun, and I hope the kids did as well.
This is a fantastic opportunity, having 2 Surrey players, one of whom plays for England, visiting the group today.
As soon as when we found out, me and Gus, that we were going to come down here, it was great. We jumped at the opportunity. We just popped in after training to see the Super Ones, these young kids with disabilities who, when they're growing up, might not have the opportunities that we did when we were young.
It was so nice having those role models coming in, like professional cricket players coming in to visit the kids was fantastic. Our children don't often get those opportunities, so it's so nice that's happened.
Nice bowling! Cricket is so awesome, and we had fun having a turn bowling and batting. And we had fun playing with the mates and make sure they have fun with each other.
We were here for over an hour with the kids, just kind of learning, and you could see their confidence grow. One ball the guy would miss, and the next ball he'd smash it at the net.
There was some serious talent on the show. I was very surprised, some proper players.
The opportunities are there to play locally with your friends, but also to take it further forward and play representative cricket if that's what you want to do. Hopefully some of them will want to take it further and emulate their heroes.
Hopefully the kids can sort of look at us and take some inspiration from us and get more into cricket, and sort of brought me back to when I was their age, just having fun with your mates playing cricket. So that's what it's all about, really.
I was very touched by coming down and seeing these kids with disabilities and now having that access and opportunity to kind of get involved in cricket, which is a sport we all love. It's expanding around the country, and I think it's an amazing thing that needs to keep being emphasised and keep building.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Northampton, the BBC Sport website and the BBC Sport app, and of course the Surrey live stream. Tea is over, and Surrey at tea after being put in this morning by Northamptonshire 154 for 4 with Rory Burns on 77. Sam Curran on 15 at lunch. Surrey was 73 for 1 with Burns 33, not out. Amla 19, not out. The man to go in the morning session, Ryan Patel for 19 off Luke Proctor. And then Proctor bowled Amla with an absolute beauty. Hit the top of his off stump. Amla going for 21. And then Will Jack's LBW first ball to Luke Proctor without scoring, obviously. And that was suddenly 87 for 3. And then a partnership between Rory Burns and Ben Folkes took Surrey through to 133 until Tom Taylor with a sort of surprise short delivery to Ben Folkes, who looked to pull off the front foot top edge, and McManus taking the catch behind the stumps. But Burns still there on 77. Sam Curran is 15. Andrew Radd is alongside me in a much better session that for Northampton.
It was, yes. I think the first session it was a strange one, wasn't it? Whether they were slightly I don't know, wrong-footed by the fact that the captain went up as soon as having decided to put Surrey into bat. The captain then had to go off the field not feeling very well. Whether that just slightly unsettled things, I don't know. But they didn't quite get on top of things this morning. Much better in the afternoon session as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. They seemed to have a much clearer plan, as we mentioned earlier. That the lines were more disciplined, the lengths were more disciplined. We saw, as you mentioned there, Mark, the occasional short ball. Kelly slipped a couple in, and when he did, it looked a good ploy. And then Taylor doing it, getting the wicket of Ben Folkes and immediately pointing to Simon Kerrigan at mid-on. So whether it was a question of Kerrigan maybe suggesting it, we weren't absolutely sure. I say we'll check that little bit of strategy or tactics later on after close of play. But yeah, I think Northamptonshire, even in the field this morning, just looked, they weren't bad, but they were just a little bit scruffy, a little bit untidy at times. Much more on it this afternoon, much more focused. So as they say in football parlance, whatever was said at half time, or in this case whatever was said at lunch, obviously had the desired effect.
Yes, well, Sam Curran has come all the way down the steps and now gone all the way back up the steps to change his bat. So obviously not happy with the one that he took out there with him. Sam Curran, the Northamptonshire players are gathered. We're still waiting for umpires Cook and Warren. No doubt Nick Cook stopping off to have a chat with someone on his way down the steps. And
must be. Yeah. Well, Sam Curran, having chosen one bat, the other one finished up going down a couple of steps on the pavilion. The steps leading up to the dressing room there, falling down. It would have done it not a lot of good, but yeah, the umpires have now appeared, so I think we're going to get underway. Well, isn't it great, by the way, to see so many spectators out on the field at tea time? Wasn't that terrific to see?
Yeah, I do like that. I think it's lovely for spectators to get the opportunity to go out there and, as I said, Radders, whenever I do it, I sort of go into my own little world that I'm making my Test match debut, and it's 27,000 people here, and obviously I'm getting my first ball from Cummings and extra cover driving it and signalling away. But I just think it's lovely for people to be able to get it out there. And who was I chatting to? I think it was Anthony Gibson, and I was saying I can still remember down at Hove with the old man, going down there and watching him round Carl and Garth LaRue, and then going out in the tea break with a bat and a ball and bowling at Dad for 20 minutes, and then, or at lunchtime bowling at him for 40 minutes, then bowling at him for 20 minutes during tea, and then if it went to day 4, he might let me have a bat then. But it was nice. It was really nice.
Well, I do remember discovering for the first time how hard professional cricketers hit it when you were watching the players warming up, and one occasion I wouldn't have been, I don't know, probably in my teens, and intercepting a ball that Alan Lamb had hit in warm-ups, and with the inside of my shoe, and realising then just how hard top professional cricketers hit the ball, and it was a little bit harder than I'd anticipated, and probably wasn't a great idea to be trying to stop an Alan Lamb extra cover drive with a sort of flimsy street shoe. But anyway, live to tell the tale. But no, it was just really good to see so many spectators of all ages out there as well, and you know, Dad's showing the kids the pitch. It's brilliant. It really
good.
is good.
Not knowing what's going on
No,
with the pitch at all, but making their kids think that that's where they want to be bowling. If I was out here, I'd be hitting that length, son, and just getting it to nibble. So no, it's really lovely to see everybody out there. It's going to be Sanderson to get us started straight away after tea. Rory Burns will be the man on strap. I'm just keeping an eagle eye out here, Radders, to see whether the captain's out there for Northamptonshire. But I don't think he is.
No, he's not. No,
so poor fella. And we were saying Ollie Pope wasn't well after warm-up this morning, so Mr. Vasconcelos won the toss, decided to bowl, and we haven't really seen him since. As here is Sanderson coming in over the wicket to Rory Burns with the first ball after tea, and he plays that one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Well, he appeared briefly on the park, didn't he? He was on for a bit, then he went off, then he came back on, because we were saying on commentary at the time that they managed to take the wicket then, so we thought obviously his presence on the field, I'm sure he will at least would have said was the decisive factor. That he hasn't appeared after lunch, and he's certainly not out there now, because Josh Cobb's at backward point.
Sanderson's in, Burns is forward. A good length ball out into the offside. Are you talking about how hard the players hit it? There's that lovely story about Gordon Greenwich, and I do hope it's true. And I can't remember who the fielder was at cover point, and Greenwich played one of his square cuts, and he turned to go and field it, and the ball came back past him as it had hit the boundary boards and come flying back. So I do hope that's true.
It deserves to be.
Great story. Is in over the wicket once more comes Sanderson, and up on his toes goes Burns, pushing this one up towards mid-off, and there is no run.
So I once had the misfortune to field for a session for Northamptonshire seconds in a second 11 championship match, and the virtue of the fact there was some illness coincidentally, and I just happened to be on the ground, and no other reason. And Neil Williams was batting with Clive Radley.
Cool.
And Alan Fordham was captaining Northamptonshire seconds, and obviously Fordham, as we know, has a sense of humour, and his sense of humour on this occasion manifested itself by putting me in at backward point, which with Clive Radley batting in particular was a very, very bad idea. And one broken advertising board later, I thought it was an even worse idea.
As Sanderson is in over the wicket, and forward goes Burns, plays this one out into the offside, and there is no run.
Rarely have I felt quite as inadequate and quite as stupid as I did on that occasion.
It's fascinating actually when you sort of take it for granted what these fellas get up to, and when you were at the women's games as well, you sort of just take it for granted, and then you might have a situation where you get to see it up close and personal, and God dear. Sanderson's in again. Burns whips this off his hip out towards deep backward square. He'll get a single, and that will move Rory Burns on to 78, first run after tea, and Surrey move on to 155 for 4. But yeah, there was a few clips of it was Mr. Greenwich's birthday, I think, the other day, and there were a few clips of him batting on social media, and God dear, that square cut was frightening. Absolutely terrifying.
Playing in the first county match I ever saw.
Really?
And Hampshire were playing at Northampton in May 1972, and he was opening the batting with Barry Richards, of course. Roy Marshall was playing as well. It was a decent...
Richards and Greenwich. God dear. As over the wicket once again comes Sanderson. First ball for Sam Curran after he's playing this into the leg side. But Bristol last week at the end of the first over, 155 for 4. They have a lovely, now down at the Ashley Down Road end, under the flats, they've got sort of a Legends walkway now.
Yeah.
I was looking at Mike Proctor's stats. God dear.
Steady,
terrifying.
Yeah,
terrifying when you look at that. Zahir Abbas's stats weren't bad when I looked at those either. But yeah, it's rather lovely that, and they sort of what they've done is with their street artists that they have at Bristol, they've done the pictures of them and then put their stats up on some of the pillars, and you look at those and you just think, wow.
The thing I like very much that they do at Bristol, and I would hope maybe Northamptonshire should think about it, is the badges of all the
club
sides.
Yeah, it's a nice touch,
which I think is a really nice touch, and yeah, big fan of that. Here's Matt Kelly starting his work for the evening session from this Vauxhall end, and starts off by bowling to Burns, who turns that away out to Proctor at mid-wicket for a single. So Rory Burns moves up to 79, and Surrey up to 156 for 4. Kelly in his 15th over, no wicket for 44 so far. The only 2 wicket takers, Luke Proctor, who's picked up 3, and Tom Taylor the other.
Yeah.
Even Ben Sanderson has gone wicketless today. In terms of workload, we were talking about that earlier, the overs have been shared pretty evenly amongst the 4 frontline seamers. No Gareth Berg in this match, of course, for Northamptonshire. Here's Kelly in again, bowling to Sam Curran. Plays that up to mid-off, where Kerrigan fields and there's no run.
I had the great honour, I was saying to you, sitting with Graham Gooch at the Cricket Society a couple of weeks ago. And interestingly, from the floor, someone asked him, who was your best opening partner and who would you have liked to open with? And Sir Geoffrey was his best opening partner, and who he wanted to open with was Barry Richards. He said, I'd have loved to have opened with Barry Richards.
He's an amazing player, wasn't he? And he was going well. One innings I do remember of his, which fortunately was captured on video. Here's Kelly in bowls to Curran, and they might come back for 2 here. He's worked that cleverly into the onside, and he didn't hit it too hard. And there's 2 men converging on it, one from long leg, one from deep square. One of them was Ben Sanderson, the other was Josh Cobb, and because Curran didn't hit it too hard, they were able to come back for 2 in the end quite comfortably. Clever bit of batting by Curran, 17 to him, and Surrey up to 158 for 4, and that was I think it was an old Gillette Cup match against Lancashire at Bournemouth. And you watch that now and you think, my goodness, this against a good Lancashire attack, and you think, crikey, this fella could play. Here's Kelly, and again bowls to Curran, who drives pleasantly up towards mid-off, fielded by Kerrigan, and there's no run.
Well, and also with Proctor, you know, he'd bat and whack it, and then he'd come out and bowl absolute rockets off that sort of off the wrong foot, and bowl absolute rockets. And yeah, you I don't know. At times, again, you take it for granted, and then you look at the stats, and you just think. And when I did Mr. Gooch, adding up his number of runs he scored, it was ridiculous. Over 60,000 runs.
Amazing.
Wicket once again comes. Oh, Sanderson. Now that's down the leg side. I'm not sure that's come off bat or anything. Now that's Byes. Beats the diving McManus again, who would have to grow about 1.5 feet to get anywhere near that. But it goes down on his record, sadly. And 167 for 4. I'm not quite sure how McManus gets across to that, to be honest with you.
No, absolutely not. He was also, totally obscured by the batsman. So no, it's a bit harsh, that, isn't it? They can't find the ball now. But no, and he was. I think we probably talked about for about an hour about all the. And interestingly, because we talked about Dennis Brooks, of course, he was the only those that scored comparable number of runs. Still holds the record for most first-class runs and most first-class centuries for Northamptonshire. And of course, he'd had dealings with Mr. Brooks when he was still involved at Northamptonshire, walking around the ground every day, talking to the players. And
Sanderson over the wicket to Sam Curran. Curran, short ball, just pushes away into the offside, and there's no run.
And Alan Lamb was saying, particularly in his first season when he came to Northamptonshire in 1978 from South Africa, and he was just working it all out. And he said, the advice that Dennis Brooks gave him and the amount of time he was prepared to invest. But I thought it was absolutely terrific, and because he didn't have to do it. It was his initiative. It wasn't mine. But he felt there were so many great players that needed to be, talked about as well. And I think that says a lot about the man.
Over the wicket once more comes Sanderson. Oh, and flashed away by Sam Curran. Feet didn't really go anywhere there. That has flown off down towards the third man boundary rope and away for 4. So Sam Curran threw everything after that, and that's gone off down below us. A couple of boundaries in the over. Sam Curran moves on to 25. Surrey move on to 171 for 4. This might be the best time to bat today in this session, I think. Yeah. But I'm just looking at the Lamb stats here, and I was sort of adding up Gooch's over 60,000. Well, Lamb over 48,000 in both first class and list day, and obviously those two never played any 2020.
No. No, it's a pretty solid record, isn't it?
Yeah, 89 first-class hundreds, 19 list A hundreds, 14 test match hundreds, 18 test match 50s for Alan Lamb, average 36 in test match cricket and 48.94 in first class and 39.14 in list A.
And the thing was, he was still playing very, very well when he retired in at the end of 1995. He could easily have gone on for another couple of years and scored more runs, but there were a lot of others, a young batsman coming through at that time. Here's Kelly starting a fresher, bowls short to Rory Burns, who plays that really well because it followed him a little bit. And we were saying this afternoon that Matt Kelly's bouncer doesn't employ it very often, but it's a very effective surprise weapon. Nick Cook just gestures the fact that that's one for the over, and there's nothing minimalist about Nick Cook signalling on that occasion. He would have been seen at Lord's probably, but Burns played that really well, managed to get everything out of the way, jerked his head back but got bat and gloves well out of the road. Skillful bit of batting by the Surrey captain, who's on 80. Kelly comes in, bowls much fuller length, and he steers that down to backward point for a single. Safe save comes in off the boundary down there, the short boundary, and fields. Burns to 81, Surrey to 172 for 4.
And the one everybody sort of remembers Alan Lamb one day wise was off Bruce Reid, wasn't it? Was that 86, wasn't it? That one day game.
And 18, was it 18 off the last over?
Yeah. Great. And then the other thing I remember is, it's a strange one to remember, he played the most beautiful cut shot against the West Indies on that tour, and Roger Harper took the most extraordinary catch at backward point.
Here's Kelly, and again bowls to Burns, turns that up to mid wicket. They go through for a quick single, and it's shied at the stumps and hits the stumps, but he was home, says umpire Russell Warren, and I think he probably, not too much doubt that he was, but a good bit of fielding there by Tom Taylor.
Might have gone upstairs on the old
had,
televised game, I think.
Might have had a look at it. Let's have a look at it on the replay. I think he was
he's easily home.
Comfortably home. One more to the total, 173 for 4. Curran up to 26 brings Rory Burns back on strike after Russell Warren goes and repairs the wicket. Yes, of course, Roger Harper was with Northamptonshire for a few years and was struggling to get in the side, and was described as the most expensive 12th man on the county circuit. Not a bad 12th man fielder, that is for sure. Here's Kelly again bowling outside the off stump to Burns, who lets it go through to Lewis McManus.
Well, there's sort of the correlation with Roger Harper with Gooch and Lamb is so that was the catch was extraordinary because he just hung in the air, and he was about 6'8" anyway, but he was about 12 foot at that point and took the catch. And then, of course, in that bicentennial test at Lord's, he rang Gooch out off his own bowling.
Yes, remember that.
But if you get a chance, going on to the old YouTube, have a look at that catch that Harper took off Lamb. It's just unbelievable.
Here's Kelly in again, bowls to Burns, who's playing that defensively on the bounce back to the bowler, and there's no run. Yeah, Roger Harper was signed by Northamptonshire in '86, I think. Which was the same time Nick Cook came, and so that was the thought that, particularly with the pitches being as they were at Northampton at the time, and that was when Alan Lamb famously said the only thing they could do was put a box of hand grenades under the square. Then they went down the route of going for a couple of spinners. Here's Kelly, and again outside the off stump, and Burns shoulders arms, lets it go through to the keeper, and another over ticks by. 81 to Burns, 26 to Curran. Surrey 173 for 4, and Kelly's now bowled 16 overs, no wicket for 48.
Well, Harper was an extraordinary fielder, absolutely extraordinary fielder. He was like an elastic. but that catch, as I say, anybody who's listening, go and look it up, because Lamb absolutely, I think it's off Marshall, and he absolutely nails it, and Harper just goes up in the air, comes down with it one-handed and makes it look the coolest thing in the world. And then of course there was the run out of Gooch in that bicentennial test as well.
I do remember Roger Harper making 234 not out in a championship match for Northamptonshire against Gloucestershire at Northampton. I think it was in that first season. and hitting, I think, just about the biggest six I've ever seen at Northampton. What a cricketer.
Yeah, absolutely is. Sanderson is in. Forward goes Sam Curran. Sanderson operating from the pavilion end. But Gooch, Lamb and Smith as well. Those two always batted well together, didn't they? Sort of in that era. On West Indies. Well, there was that series where Wayne Larkins opened.
Yes.
With Gooch.
Yeah.
I think that was Alex Stewart and Nasser's debut series as well.
Yeah, 1990.
Yeah, it'd be about then. As over the wicket comes Sanderson and forward goes Curran. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there was something rather, for me then, there was something rather comforting about Gooch and Larkins opening. I don't know why. Just the two of them out there, mustachioed, with their helmets with no visors on. It's just something. But then, of course, Gooch had his hand broken by Ezra Mosley, which was a bit annoying.
Northamptonshire had 4 players on that tour.
D. Capel, of course, was on that tour.
Capel, Bailey, Lamb and Larkins.
That's it. As in over the wicket once again comes Sanderson. Forward goes the left-handed Curran. Well, they all had their moments on that, because, of course, Capel was out there in the bad light when he didn't know whether they were coming off or going on. And then Mr. Bailey, of course, had the caught off his thigh guard moment as well, where Viv sort of ran down and persuaded everybody that actually he had hit it. Mr. Larkins made some runs as well, but there was just something about Gooch and Larkins, both in white helmets, as in over the wicket once again comes Sanderson, drives this one up towards mid-off, and there's no run, with no visors, both mustachioed. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Can I say a very big thank you to Russell Chapman, who's tweets us the Bard of Caterham.
Yes, he's written a lovely poem.
He has written a lovely poem. Now, the background for this, I probably just need to explain this. We were having a discussion. I can't remember which match it was during, but one of my pet hates. I don't have many, but this is one of them.
Round the wicket goes Sanderson, and this nips back a touch at Curran. He just pushes this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
It is Northamptonshire's victory song. Which they sing whenever they win a match. And it's basically it's a Northampton Town football song, and it talks about finer town. Now, I'm fed up to the back teeth pointing out that it is a county cricket club, and when they're talking about a town, they're obviously talking about Northampton, but it ignores Kettering, Wellingborough, Towcester, Daventry, Houndle, so on and so forth. So I was suggesting that surely they can come up with something a bit better.
That's round the wicket once again. I see where this is going now, as this is punched by Sam Curran out towards cover point, and there is no run.
And I was saying, the county that gave the musical world Sir Malcolm Arnold and Edmund Rubber and William Olwyn, and had John Clare, the peasant poet, and John Dryden, the first poet laureate, all from Northamptonshire. Surely we could come up with something better. So Russell Chapman has come up with this, which I think is extremely good. He says, Northamptonshire, Rose of the Shires, no pennant flown but still inspires, Kevin Curran, Bish and Beddy, Lammy's thwack and Steele is ready, Kirtley Ambrose, Peter Willey, Ned Larkins made you look silly. What joy would a Champo bring to Daventry and Kettering?
Very good, isn't it?
Which I think is superb. So
very, very good.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Russell. It's a darn sight better than what's in place at the moment. If we could somehow set it to a Malcolm Arnold tune, we'd be in business. But thank you very much indeed for
Don't
that.
forget that the team would have to learn all that.
Well, yes,
that might be tricky.
Might be an issue. Here's Kelly running away from us. 2 slips in place, bowling to Rory Burns, who pushes that up to mid-off. Fielded by Kerrigan, and there's no run. Police helicopter flies overhead. Meanwhile, Rory Burns has done an absolutely cracking job for his side here. He's had to be patient. He's faced now 196 balls for his 81 runs, and just once or twice played something a little bit expansive outside off stump. Got an inside edge this morning that didn't miss leg stump by that much, but by and large he's really been dedicated to the cause today and done an excellent job. Here's Kelly in bowl short once again. Burns plays it really well, drops the hands underneath it and sways out of the way.
It's very interesting. He's just not taking that on, because in the last game against Somerset he got out trying to pull Jack Brooks and got a top edge and was caught. Short boundary on that leg side because we were over the other side of the ground. He's just put that to bed completely today, Rory Burns. There haven't been too many short balls, but he's just not taking them on.
Now, Northamptonshire have sensibly used it sparingly, but they do have 2 men on the hook, a deep backward square and a deep long leg on the longer boundary. Here's Kelly bowling much fuller length, and that's pushed up to mid-on, fielded there by Jack White, who is on the field as well. So Northamptonshire have now got 2 subs on. So Vasconcelos is off. Just good to see who else isn't on at the moment. Can't see. Well, Sanderson is down there at long leg. Just going to see who else isn't there. Tom Taylor, maybe.
Yeah, I was going to say, is Mr. Taylor out there?
Yeah, he is. He's at mid-wicket. Round the wicket comes Kelly again, and that's cracked away by Rory Burns. And it's one of those that a yard either side, and it would have been 4. In the end, he just found Rob Keogh an extra cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, even Philly missed out there, Rory Burns.
I think it might be Luke Proctor, who's not out there. Not out there at the moment. So we have Josh Cobb on, we have Jack White on, and I think those were the only 13 players that came down. So if anybody else goes off, you might see a member of the coaching staff coming on. Here's Kelly round the wicket again, bowls to Burns, who works that into the onside, fielded by Taylor at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yes, you can imagine there might be a fresh coach load of spares coming down.
Straight off the back of a twos game.
Tomorrow, yeah, straight off the back of the second team game. Yeah, Luke Proctor, I can just see him on the balcony, so he's coming back on. Yeah, he's just coming down the steps now, so he must have just gone off for a comfort break or to change his socks or something. Kelly in his 17th over, still looking for his first wicket of the innings. Runs in and bowls short again to Burns, who again is not to be tempted, but 2 men back, just ducks underneath it, and that's the end of the over. 81 to Burns, 26 to Curran. Surrey 173 for 4. We have 26 overs to bowl in the day, so I think we are going to be in a spot of overtime, depending on how much Kerrigan we get, I think, between now and then.
Maybe a bit of Keogh as well.
Bit of Keogh as well, maybe, yes.
But I think this will be the best time to bat today in this session. I think what Surrey will be looking to do here is just, well, they've worked hard for this 173 for 4, especially in that afternoon session and this morning. But I think they'll be looking to cash in this evening and make sure they're still there with wickets in hand tomorrow. Tom Taylor coming into the attack to replace Ben Sanderson down there at the pavilion end. So you'll have a slipper gully, a sweeper on the cover rope, the cover mid-off, mid-on. There's a short straight mid-wicket, deep backwards. I say deep, it's not that deep, out towards the Harleford Road on the leg side, and the long leg as well. Tom Taylor got the wicket of Ben Folkes today. And he's coming in from the pavilion end over the wicket to Sam Curran, who's driving handsomely for a single out to Josh Cobb, sweeping on the cover boundary rope there, bit of protection.
Surrounded by the pigeons down there.
Yes, it's that time of the day, you see.
Yes.
Well, we of course at Bristol. You haven't been to Bristol yet, have you, this season?
Not this season,
no.
no.
There is a new, it's very interesting. Pigeons have built a nest in the wall next to the commentary box.
Ah, now I think we had this last year.
Well, they're still there,
right.
yes.
Okay.
And I think they've had lots of baby pigeons as well.
Right.
So it's rather disconcerting when the wall starts scratching at you. As round the wicket comes Taylor, and this is turned by Burns into the leg side, and there's no run. And I suppose that for me, that doesn't bother me at all, because I got quite used to the pigeons here. But if you weren't used to pigeons, it would take a bit of getting used to.
We were there last September, and I think they were starting to make themselves a little home there. We were talking before tea, Mark, and it's perhaps an opportunity now to come back to it. We were talking about Sam Curran
and his role
within the side. And do you see him as becoming more of a batter who bowls a bit?
Yeah, as round the wicket comes Taylor to Burns, little inside edge onto his front pad, and there is no run. I always thought, and I always forget that Sam's only 24 now, but I always thought his career would go that way, and that he'd end up. I'm not saying he's going to be Jack Callis, everybody. So, but what I'm saying is Jack Callis towards his career sort of went from bowler batter to batter who could bowl you some really useful overs, and I think that's probably the sort of direction that Sam's career is heading. Still a long way to go in it though, of course, as round the wicket once again comes Taylor and forward goes Burns, and thickish outside edge that rolls away into the offside, and there's no run. And I think at the moment as well, anybody who's had a stress fracture, you sort of ease them back in with the ball. But I think at the moment, you know, I've added a year on to Sam there, he's only 23, isn't he? But I think at the moment it's a case of that this gives him an opportunity to bat, not worry about bowling. He bowled 10 overs in the first game against Hampshire. He came back, didn't bowl at all against Somerset or at Bristol. As in round the wicket goes Taylor again, and this is high up. Rory Burns looking to work it leg side. It's a concerted appeal from Taylor, and McManus behind the stumps, but umpire Warren Weiss never looked like he was going to give that out, and actually indicates that's going high. But I think this is a great period for Sam in the fact that he can just concentrate on his batting. Now he is going to bowl, and he will come back and bowl, and he will play Test cricket for England again, and he will bowl and bat for England again. But I think further down the line, I think what you might find is we always thought he'd bat as high as 4 perhaps, and then bowl you some very useful overs. But at the moment I think it's easing him back so he can bat, and ease him back with the ball as Taylor's in, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Rory Burns. And he is a lovely player to watch. He always has been, but he is a lovely player to watch. And end of the over, 174 for 4, Burns 81 and Sam Curran on 27.
Well, obviously being born in Northampton gives you an advantage straight away. Of course it does. He would have had a little, I'm sure, would have learnt the rudiments in the Curran back garden in the county many years ago. But
it is extraordinary though when you look at the fact that he'd not had a break until this forced break since he left school.
It is
you know, and he comes straight. He was playing for Surrey while he was still at Wellington College. Came straight out of Wellington College, and has played cricket ever since. So in a way, obviously you don't want to be missing cricket, especially with an Ashes series and all that good stuff. But actually, in a way, it's given him a bit of a break. And he's so enthusiastic. I've always said with Sam, you know, if you were walking along the street and there was a game going on in someone's back garden, he'd want to have a bat and a bowl. But I think now he sort of. I think this is a good little period for him, just to bat, really. He might. I think it's 15 overs he's allowed to bowl. I think that's what. So he might well have a bowl in this game, but I just think at the moment for him, being able to just concentrate on batting's great.
Well, I just think if you're an English cricket supporter, then you want to see Sam Curran on the park, and it's very good to see him back on duty, facing a fresh over, which is going to be bowled by Simon Kerrigan, coming back into the attack, replacing Matt Kelly from this Vauxhall end. And Curran on 27, facing this ball from Kerrigan, and immediately lacing that one through, extra cover for 4. Beautiful stroke by Sam Curran, and we welcome listeners to 5 Sports Extra to the Oval. Andrew Radd and Mark Church sharing commentary on the first day of Surrey against Northamptonshire here at the Kia Oval, and Surrey put into bat by Northamptonshire, 178 for 4. Rory Burns is 81, Sam Curran facing on 31, Curran turning that ball from Simon Kerrigan round the corner, fielded there by Ben Sanderson on the 45, and there's no run. Surrey losing the 1 wicket before lunch, Ryan Patel for 19. This afternoon they lost Hashim Amla for 21, Will Jack's first ball for naught, and Ben Folkes for 16. Here's Curran facing Kerrigan, clips that up to mid-wicket, fielded there by Luke Proctor, and there's no run. 3 wickets for Luke Proctor, 1 for Tom Taylor. Ben Sanderson bowling as tidily as ever, but no wicket for him today. Kerrigan over the wicket, bowls again to Curran. Curran is down the leg side, well taken by Lewis McManus behind the stumps, who has a polite word whether he thought it had just clipped a little bit of bat, maybe a little bit of glove on the way through, but umpire Nick Cook not interested. Kerrigan in again, bowls to Curran, reaching for that, playing it up to mid-wicket, fielded again by Proctor and there's no run. It's been a beautiful day here at the Oval. We've had sunshine for most of the day, a little bit of high cloud. Perfect conditions for playing and for watching, and a good crowd in. And Curran, it was only a matter of time before he comes down the wicket, hoists that for the first 6 of the match, and it lands down below us here at the Vauxhall end, and Curran making up his mind early and hoisting that one away for half a dozen. 184 for 4 takes Curran up to 37. Burns is 81.
It's a gorgeous cricket shot, that, from Sam Curran. Lovely use of his feet and straight down the ground, and he is fun to watch, isn't he, Sam Curran? Whether you're a Surrey fan, a Northampton fan, an England fan, and any type of fan, he is fun to watch with the bat. Always something happening. He's never going to let the bowler try and get on top of him. He'll try and find a way to keep that scoreboard ticking. And
they managed to get the ball back anyway, which is somebody from down below us. Well, Northamptonshire claim him anyway, of course, as we were just saying. He's born in Northampton, so he's one of ours.
Absolutely. Lawrence Booth will be delighted as well. 184 for 4. So the ball's come back. And that was a 50 partnership with that 6 from Sam Curran. Straight down the ground. Lovely clean swing of the bat.
Yeah, being together 19 overs, so they've played sensible cricket, these two, after Surrey dominating the first session, Northamptonshire bouncing back in the second.
Tom Taylor from the pavilion end round the wicket to Rory Burns, taking that off the stumps is Rory Burns. Out towards deep backward square, he'll get the single. Burns moves on to 82, 185 for 4, and we were just saying actually before listeners on BBC 5 Sports Extra joined us, I think this will be the best time to bat today. This morning was tricky, but Surrey got through to lunch at 73 for 1. Northamptonshire bowled much better in the second session, but you just think on a day like this will be the time to bat this evening and tomorrow. That'll be the key thing. And of course, Northamptonshire winning the toss and putting Surrey in, but poor old Ricardo Vasconcelos not very well, poor chap. Same with Ollie Pope, as in over the wicket comes Taylor. Looked like a slower ball, which Sam Curran's waited for, and drives out towards the sweeper on the cover rope, which is Josh Cobb, and they'll pick up a single. So yes, Ollie Pope unwell, I think, in the warm-up this morning, poor fella. So he's not playing, and then Ricardo Vasconcelos went out there, did the toss of the coin, won the toss, will have a bowl, and then within a couple of overs had to nip off, and then we did see him again when the wicket, just before the wicket fell, and then haven't seen him since lunch, poor chap.
Hasn't been on at all, and just hoping that he might be having a bit of sleep, bit of rest, and perhaps be back on the park tomorrow morning.
Let's hope so. As Taylor around the wicket he comes to Burns. Good looking shot from Rory Burns. Possibly the best drive he's played today. Check drive through extra cover. Hasn't gone after that, Rory Burns. It's over the rope and away for 4. Josh Cobb did his very best to get round to that, but it's beaten him over the rope and away for 4. But his balance and everything was lovely there, Rory Burns. Couple of times today, early in his innings, he really went after it and sort of ended up walking towards cover. But on that one, his balance was lovely.
Well, it was almost as though it got it out of his system, and he then thought, OK, I need to settle in for the long haul here. And he's worked, I mean, he's faced, 208 balls for his 86 runs, which gives you an idea of just how hard he's had to work. And say, Northamptonshire, particularly after lunch, have been more disciplined.
190 for 4. Tom Taylor, right arm round the wicket he comes, and Burns will just push this one off the back foot out towards Josh Cobb. Cobb comes in to do the fielding. Poor old Josh Cobb, he did a lot of overs at Chelmsford as 12th man. He's having to do a lot of overs today as 12th man as well.
We were saying earlier that the fact that second 11 championship matches go between Monday and Thursday now mean that the supply of younger players that you would normally see down here to do 12th man duty, because they're still on playing for Northamptonshire seconds at Wantage Road against Worcestershire today. So one imagines they'll be down tomorrow. But for now, Josh Cobb, bless him, Northampton's white ball captain, has been unable to pull rank, and he's been fielding out there for most of the day.
Taylor is into Curran, and Sam Curran forward. Quietly pushes this one back up the pitch. Taylor does the fielding off his own, but it's not ideal, is it? Because I don't want Josh Cobb to take this the wrong way, but he's a senior member of this squad. The last thing he needs to be doing is just as I said, Radders, he'd have been looking forward to sort of possibly sitting in the dugout in the sun for a bit with his feet up and running the odd drink out there, and he's had to run round now he's been out there for about 65 overs, poor chap.
Yes, he certainly has. I should just have to go and update listeners to BBC Radio Northampton in a second.
As Tom Taylor is over the wicket to Sam Curran, and Curran looks to cut this one a little too close to him. Goes past his edge, and it's taken by McManus. moving away to his left-hand side. End of the over. Surrey 191 for 4 then.
And that's about the first full shot that Sam Curran's played.
And I think he was looking just to try and run it down towards third man, but it was a little bit too close to play that shot. Elsewhere around the Championship, Warwickshire are 208 for 4 against Lancashire in Manchester. Dom Sibley 100 not out. So there we go. Dom Sibley is 100 not out for Warwickshire. So well played, Dom Sibley. Hampshire 232 for 3. And Felix Organ is 106 not out. That against Gloucestershire. Simon Kerrigan is coming into Rory Burns. And Burns is clipping this one down towards short fine leg. Left arm spin of Kerrigan operating from this Vauxhall end. Essex are 193 for 2 against Yorkshire. Sir Alistair is 84 not out. As Kerrigan is into Burns, who's sweeping. Doesn't really get a huge amount of bat on this, and that rolls down to short fine. And there's no run again. Paul Waters 76 not out in Division 1. Kerrigan is in again. Burns forward. Pushes this one out into the offside. In Division 2, Leicestershire are 209 for 5 against Glamorgan. Sussex 286 for 5, so the Middlesex bowler's getting back into that. Mark Stoneman's got a wicket. Bowling his off breaks. As in is Kerrigan. That's a full toss. Cool. Rory Burns will feel he's missed out there. I think he was looking to check that down to long on. But it's hit the toe end of his bat and rolled back up the pitch, and there's no run as Kerrigan's in once again to Burns, and Burns will clip this one shorter delivery into the leg side, take another single. Burns moves on to 88, and it's 192 for 4. Who on earth did Mark Stoneman get out? Let's have a look at the scorecard. Tom Alsop for 113. And there you are, Mr. Stoneman with his off breaks has a wicket for Middlesex. As Kerrigan is in all, and an inside edge Sam Curran, and that's flown past safe side in there at short leg. Stuck out a right hand, but that was definitely off the inside edge, and that's a single for Sam Curran. Bit of extra bounce in that delivery for Kerrigan, and thick inside edge from Sam Curran, and away for a single at the end of the Kerrigan over. Durham are 269 for 3 against Worcestershire. I think it's another 100 for Sean Dixon, who's in wonderful form at the moment. Yeah, he's just gone for 104. Ben Stokes, the England Test captain's playing in that one. Joe Root playing for Yorkshire today, of course. So good to see those two back. That's it. That's all the other scores from around the Championship. Quick trip around the country there on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Northampton. Tom Taylor to continue from the pavilion end. Simon Kerrigan and Tom Taylor are the two vice captains for Northamptonshire. Sanderson's in there as well, so it's a real committee meeting down there at the moment for Tom Taylor. And we'll wait to see what happens with this committee meeting. So Tom Taylor, actually, Kerrigan and Taylor had a bit of a chat with Ben Folkes, and then when he got the wicket of Ben Folkes, Tom Taylor pointed straight to Kerrigan, so it may have been Kerrigan's idea. They're going to leave the leg side wide open. Short boundary. They're going to get an extra man in the covers. There's a slip and a gully. There's no one down at third man. There's a sweeper on the cover rope. That leg side boundary will be tempting for Sam Curran, but he'll sort of be fetching it from outside his off stump as Taylor is into him. That's wide outside the off stump, and Sam Curran has nothing to do with that because we're on the Harleford Road side of the ground. So we're over towards Archbishop Tennyson School, the pitch. We've had a couple of games here this season already which have been over towards the gasometer, but it's a pretty short leg side boundary for Sam Curran as he retakes his guard once more, and Tom Taylor turns in the distance. Andrew Rad is back as he's in Taylor, and this is clipped away by Curran into the leg side, and he'll take a single, and that'll move Sam Curran on to 40, bring Rory Burns back on strike on 88, Surrey move on to 194 for 4.
You do feel, and apologies if you've been discussing this while I've been out of the box, but you do feel that the second new ball is going to be absolutely crucial.
Yep, I haven't mentioned that at all.
Well, if it's due in, what, five overs after this, and Northamptonshire could nip a couple out with the second new ball, they'll feel that they've had a reasonable day, if not necessarily the return they'd have been hoping for when they put Surrey in first thing. But if they don't, I think it's going to be Surrey's day.
Burns 88 as Taylor's into him. Oh, and he's had a drive at this one. And again, it's an interesting... He just lost his shape again there, Rory Burns. Just ended up sort of walking off towards extra cover. And Sam Curran's down. Just have a quiet chat with Rory Burns. He's not listening. He's wandered off towards square leg. But yeah, he played a beautiful drive off Taylor in the last over. That one, he sort of just ended up overbalancing a touch and walking after it. There's a couple of those this morning from Rory Burns. He's played so well for this 88 as Taylor. Round the wicket he comes to Burns, and Burns will clip this one off his hip and take another single out there towards deep backward square. And Burns now sits on 10,999 first-class runs.
Bit of a milestone beckoning then.
Because he went past 9,000 first class for Surrey when he got to 14, and then he needs 90 to get to 11,000. So first class runs. He's on 89 now, Rory Burns.
I wonder if anybody's mentioned to him the fact that Dom Sibley's 100 not out for Warwickshire.
Well, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? As waiting once again is Sam Curran, as round the wicket goes Taylor to him, and he lets this one go outside his off stump once more. It's been proper knock this from Rory Burns, because he didn't look at his best this morning, but he battled through it, and he's been out there for 216 deliveries now for this 89. And again, it's sort of what Surrey are trying to do with the bat this season is put themselves, however long it takes, put themselves in a good position with the bat. And having been stuck in this morning as well, they're not in any rush.
No, nor should they be.
That's the thing.
Forecast set fair for 4 days.
Around the wicket comes Taylor again. And short delivery, which Sam Curran gets in behind, pushes into the offside. There is no run. End of the over from Taylor. Tidy over that from Taylor. 195 for 4. So yes, 5 overs until that new ball is due.
Just saw Rob Keogh having a little limber up, so maybe we'll see Kerrigan from this end, Keogh from the other, and trying to hasten Northamptonshire through these 5 overs to get the second new ball. And I think there's a drink coming on for Sam Curran by the look of it. Yeah, it's one of those days, isn't it, where you just feel Northamptonshire they've plugged away. They didn't seem to have, for me, enough of a plan this morning, having made the commitment and said, right, okay, we're going to have a bowl. And we were discussing earlier the extent to which to what extent that was maybe a little bit of a negative insertion. I'm sure they would. I'm sure they wouldn't sort of say that was the case, but it just struck me as a possibility. They just didn't make. I don't think they made the batsmen play enough this morning, having made that call to bowl first. I thought they bowled a lot better this afternoon, but as you say, with conditions now getting better for batting and a lot of overs now in the legs of the 4 frontline seamers. Here's Kerrigan starting a fresh over to Burns, plays it up to Proctor at mid-wicket, and there's no run, with the 4 frontline seamers all having got through a fair few overs, 17, 17, 16, 15. It's a good opportunity for these two to press on. Flighted up by Kerrigan, worked into the onside again by Burns, but only as far as Proctor at mid-wicket, who's been very busy in the field today. He's had a good week really so far. That next ball is again worked by Burns, just wide of forward short leg. They thought about a single. Curran was a few steps down, but Burns sent him back. Yeah, Proctor having had a good game down at Chelmsford with a century. Second century for Northamptonshire, going past 5,000 first-class runs. Kerrigan in again, bowls to Burns. Again, he's in behind that. Only 3 players involved at the moment: Kerrigan, Burns and Proctor. Proctor fields again at mid-wicket and there's no run. Picked up useful wickets as well. Kerrigan in again, and that's forced away off the back foot by Rory Burns. It goes down to backward point And that is a milestone for Rory Burns. Congratulations to him as he goes up to 90, and that is 11,000 first-class runs for Rory Burns. Well played him.
Yeah, and they've been a good 11,000 first-class runs from Rory Burns.
And you've seen each and every one of them.
Well,
Mark, I'm sure.
I've seen a few of them, I think, but no, well done to Rory Burns.
Yep, terrific achievement, and plenty of power to add, as they say. Partnership now worth 63, as far as Surrey are concerned for the 5th wicket. Northamptonshire need to break this stand sooner rather than later, one feels, but they're not going to break it there, as Sam Curran on drives up to Matt Kelly, who's coming off the long on boundary down below us, and you're going to hear the announcement now of Rory Burns' 11,000 first class runs, and greeted with applause around the oval, and rightly so. 197 for 4 at the end of that over. Curran is 41, Burns is 90. There are 4 overs to go until the second new ball, and it is indeed going to be Rob Keogh coming into the attack to bowl his off spin, and Northamptonshire's assistant coach and bowling coach Chris Liddle again having a chat with Josh Cobb down on the boundary there.
Well, he's not going to have a bowl, is he, Josh?
I thought you meant Chris Liddle, I was going to say.
Well, he might. Good bowler, Chris Liddle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really good bowler. Doing a great job as well with Northamptonshire, isn't he, as a coach?
Yeah, he's a very, very popular member of the backroom staff here, with lots of really interesting ideas. Good man to talk cricket with, Chris Liddle.
So, Rob Keogh into the attack. We saw a solitary over from him a bit earlier on. He's going to get us through to the new ball here. 197 for 4 then, Surrey. 3 runs away from a first batting point. I'm pretty sure had Surrey won the toss, they would have batted this morning anyway. So I think they're doing what they wanted to do. As the left-handed Sam Curran on strike on 41. And he'll just drive down towards long off and stroll a single. And that will move Sam Curran on to 42. Surrey move on to 198 for 4. Rory Burns comes back on to strike on 90. But yeah, I may have that wrong. I'm normally wrong on these things, but I'm pretty sure they would have wanted to have batted this morning. Sorry, even though conditions cloudy and a bit of green on the pitch, I think they would have always thought batting first would be the way forward. As round the wicket comes Keogh, forward goes Rory Burns, plays that one back up the pitch, and there's no run. And you sort of expect, don't you, in the first down, the ball to do a little bit somewhere.
Yeah, I must admit I was a little bit surprised at that decision. It will be interesting to get the view from the dressing room at the end of the day.
Yes, Burns was about to sweep this, paddle sweep, and then decided against it and just let it go into the gloves of McManus. But as you say, Radders, the new ball could be crucial tonight, really. These two get through that and still there at stumps. Northamptonshire have got a few problems as this one's pushed by Burns off the back foot out towards the sweeper on the cover rope in the shape of Josh Cobb. And the only reason I say that is what's still to come.
Still to come, absolutely.
You know, de Grandhomme, Jordan Clark's coming off the back of 100. Jamie Overton, he can bat, loves batting. Gus Atkinson and Dan Worrell. So still lots to come for Surrey. As Keogh's round the wicket once again to Sam Curran. Forward goes Sam Curran. Pushes this one out into the offside. Kerrigan does the fielding.
Well, Surrey do bat almost ridiculously deep, don't they, really, this side.
And Dan Worrell, he likes to give it a bit of a wallop. As in round the wicket once again goes Keogh. And this is just played back up the pitch by Sam Curran. Bump ball. Keogh does the fielding off his own bowling. Sam Curran sort of looked rather devastated by all of that. At the end, he put his head over his hands, and I think that now he's saying to Rory Burns, I should have reverse sweat that, I think is what he's saying. End of the over, 199 for 4.
Well, it would have been an interesting one with 3 overs to go before the second new ball, and the partnership worth 66 and 2 batsmen well set and with plenty of options and plenty of power to add, and they can bat through the last 19 overs of the day. Come back tomorrow morning. Surrey are going to be in a very, very strong position. Still this conversation in progress on the deep mid-wicket boundary between the substitute fielder Josh Cobb and bowling coach Chris Liddle. Here's Simon Kerrigan with a slip and a forward short leg bowling to Rory Burns. Plays it up to Proctor at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Proctor jogging back to his fielding position as Kerrigan comes in again, bowls, and that's worked by Burns for a single. Josh Cobb has to temporarily suspend his conversation with Chris Liddle because they has to come in and do the fielding, and they pick up a single, and that's 200 up for Surrey. So first batting bonus point. They equalise in terms of bonus points. Northamptonshire already having 1 bowling point to their credit. 200 for 4. Burns to 92. And Sam Curran back on strike. Kerrigan in his 11th over, flighting that ball up to Curran, who just drops it down into the covers. Rob Keogh, I think a mutual consent single you call that. Rob Keogh wasn't about to dash in, and they come through 4-1. Takes Sam Curran to 43 and Surrey to 201 for 4. Kerrigan in again, bowling to Burns, plays it up towards mid-on, but Proctor intercepts from mid-wicket, cuts off any possibility of a single. 2 balls to go in the over. Here's Kerrigan again, swept by Burns, but doesn't really get hold of it. It goes to the man on the 45, saving the single, and there's no run.
Yeah, I suppose Chris Liddle could sort of have looked at train times for Josh Cobb to go back tonight when someone else arrives for the tees game.
Well, it's an interesting one. His Kerrigan bowls that flatter and quicker to Burns, who again works it into the onside, fielded by Proctor. End of the over, Burns 92, Curran 43, Surrey 201 for 4. Just keeping half an eye on Northamptonshire's second 11 game against Worcestershire this afternoon. Looking at the scorecard, they obviously haven't quite accommodated the fact that Josh Cobb and Simon Kerrigan, who were down at numbers 10 and 11 for Northamptonshire, are obviously not at Northampton this afternoon.
Are they on the card?
They are here, yes.
Ah,
and
yes.
They're down to bat at, I mean, I'm assuming, as has been the case in other matches this year, they've got replacements in there, but it hasn't been logged by the system. So unless Josh Cobb has got a jet that he can get back up to Northampton in about 10 minutes, then he might possibly be struggling to bat in that game.
Rob Keogh. We'll continue from the pavilion end. 201 for 4 as Keogh's round the wicket. Forward goes Sam Curran. Well, do let me know if they score any runs in that game.
Well, I'd give an awful lot to see Josh Cobb take to the air in an auto-gyro or something from the far end of the ground. Head northwards.
Keogh's in again. Forward goes Sam Curran. Plays this one back up the pitch. Well, I suppose it could be a case of whoever is playing, they've put Cobb and Kerrigan on the card. And Cobb and Kerrigan might get their runs for a little while there on the card, whilst they're here.
Yes.
201 for 4. Keogh just pulling out of his bounce up there to the stumps. I think, was there a bit of movement behind? Yeah, Sam Curran, there's a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm. The problem we got is somebody just walking up the steps there with a rucksack. So they're going to have to go and hide somewhere. So yes, there we are. So I think we can get on with the game again now as Keogh, around the wicket he comes to Sam Curran, who's forward and turning this one down into the leg side. Rolls in there towards short mid-wicket, but you just get the feeling we're sort of just setting ourselves up for that new ball, obviously, at the moment. Crucial time in the game, in the day and the game, probably, as this one's turned by Sam Curran down towards long on. He'll stroll a single. That'll move Sam Curran on to 44. Sorry, move on to 202 for 4. Partnership's worth 69 now between Curran and Burns. Burns on 92. Then, folks, the last to go for 16 in the 53rd over. Round the wicket comes Keogh to Burns. Burns forward. Just nudges this one out into the offside. So after this over, 1 till that new ball is due for Northamptonshire. Keogh once again is into Burns, and Burns, that one's just tossed up as a tempter, and Burns not tempted, just lets it go, watches it into the gloves of McManus. End of the over, 202 for 4 then Surrey. Burns has 92 and Sam Curran's on 44, and there are 6 deliveries until a new ball can be taken.
Quick counter through what's happening elsewhere up at Old Trafford. Warwickshire against Lancashire. Warwickshire 226 for 4. Down at Southampton, Hampshire 248 for 4 against Gloucestershire. At Chelmsford, Essex, who were put into bat by Yorkshire, are 213 for 2. So Yorkshire's decision to Bowl first there, not exactly having the desired effect. Sir Alistair Cook, 95 not out. Here's Kerrigan starting another over, sun behind a cloud now, and Curran coming down the pitch, but in the end getting there and just playing defensively back down the pitch to Kerrigan, and there's no run. Have a look at Division 2 in a second. Here's Kerrigan again, bowling to Curran, who's on the back foot this time, and playing it back down the pitch for Kerrigan to field, and there's no run. At Cardiff, Leicestershire 236 for 5 against Glamorgan. Down at Hove, Sussex 310 for 5 against Middlesex. Kerrigan in again, bowls to Curran, who's going to pick up a single as he works that away into the onside. Josh Cobb having to come in off the deep mid-wicket boundary, breaks off his conversation again with Chris Liddle. They're through for 1. Curran to 45, 203 for 4. They've mostly got a lot to say to each other. They've been nattering away them, and
they haven't seen each other for years.
Well, and for once, there's an animated conversation that doesn't involve Nick Cook, which is the umpire. He'll
get involved, though.
He'll pop over and have a chat. 203 for 4. Here's Kerrigan in, bowls to Burns, and he's going to pick up a single again. And once again, Josh Cobb having to break off his conversation to field. One more onto the total. 204 for 4. Burns up to 93. And the one match I didn't mention at New Road, Durham 287 for 3 against Worcestershire. Here's Kerrigan again from this Vauxhall end, and that's on driven by Curran up to Matt Kelly, coming in off the long on boundary, and they pick up another single. Curran to 46, Surrey to 205 for 4. Sam Curran still looking for his maiden first class 100. Well, he's got plenty of time. There's Kerrigan again, bowling to Burns, who just drives pleasantly up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Emilio Gay. That's the end of the over. 205 for 4. We've now had 80 overs, so the second new ball is due. Rory Burns is on 93. Sam Curran is on 46. The umpires come together, and the old ball, I think, has been rolled off the pitch. It's in the hands of Nick Allen, Northamptonshire's physio. Now the question is the new ball out there? No.
It never is it?
All right.
Someone normally has to bring it out.
Well,
they have got it with them. I apologise.
It's brandished towards the scorers by umpire Russell Warren, and the new ball has been taken. So 205 for 4. It's going to be in the hands of Ben Sanderson, and you do feel, Mark, that this is an absolutely crucial phase in the match.
Definitely. Big 16 overs this coming up at the end of this first day. Just to say, Mark, you talk about maiden first class there. That I didn't realise that was Mark Stoneman's maiden first class wicket.
Really?
With his big turning off breaks. I'm wondering where Hanscom might have been fielding with Allsop on about 106. I reckon possibly long off, maybe.
That's harsh.
Well done to Mark Stoneman. Terrific stuff, that. 205 for 4. And Sanderson has the new ball down there in the distance from the pavilion end. Bit of cloud cover now as well, so they'll be hoping this might swing a little bit tonight. This new ball, Northamptonshire. Sam Curran will be on strike. 2 slips and a gully, and Surrey 205 for 4. Sanderson then is into Sam Curran with the first delivery with the new ball, and he's just pushing this off the back foot out into the offside. Won't take a run because Luke Proctor comes around to do the fielding. Matt Kelly's down there at long leg at the moment. Luke Proctor's bowled probably the pick of the bowlers today, Luke Proctor.
Wouldn't disagree with that.
He's out there at extra cover. Sanderson yet to take a wicket. Not very tidily, obviously.
Well, David Ripley, the previous head coach, was always saying that he didn't feel Luke Proctor bowled enough, but that was partly because of the dominance of Berg and Sanderson.
Sanderson is in, and this one's pushed by Sam Curran off a goodish length straight up the ground.
But he's proving this year, Luke Proctor, just what a handy bowler he can be. That rather skiddy. Oh, don't tell me the ball's gone already.
Well, Sam Curran's hit it very hard, those two deliveries.
Absolutely leathered it back to the bowler, not. I think Josh Cobb might have been trying it on a little bit there with Russell Warren.
Gets the ball back in his hands once more to Sanderson. Over the wicket he comes, right arm over to Sam Curran, and Curran covers up once more, plays this one out into the offside, and that man Proctor comes up to do the fielding.
Yeah, Proctor's doubled his wicket tally for the season today. He picked up 3 wickets in the 54 overs he'd bowled in the 2 matches that he played. The home game against Yorkshire and then the game at Chelmsford. But of course he's picked up 3 wickets today, so 6 in all for the season.
He's on a hat-trick at one point.
He was, yeah. Could have been the first Northamptonshire hat-trick for 12 years, but it wasn't.
Andrew Hall, you said, was the last.
Andrew Hall the last, yeah.
As in over the wicket comes Sanderson, and that's going past the outside edge of Sam Curran's bat. That's a lovely length from Sanderson. And that beats the edge of Sam Curran's defensive prod, taken by McManus.
And before that, Richard Williams, 42 years ago, back in 1980 against Gloucestershire. It was great to see Chippy at the county ground for the first time in a while last summer when he came for the unveiling of the David Capel end at Northampton. And really good to see so many former teammates there, with the likes of Chippy Williams and Alan Lamb, Wayne Larkins, all there to pay tribute to Capes.
There's over the wicket once again. Oh, it's Sanderson. That beats the edge of the drive from Sam Curran. Rory Burns might just wander down here and have a little chat with Sam Curran, because of course he's very used to facing the new ball, but there was just a bit of extra bounce obviously there from Sanderson, taken by McManus. I always think when people talk about sort of who would have been good at 2020, I always think Wayne Larkins would have been unbelievable. He would have been
terrifying in the power play, wouldn't he?
Oh dear. As over the wicket once again comes Sanderson. Forward goes Sam Curran. Little inside edge that rolls away into the leg side, and he'll pick up a single. One more to the total, so Sam Curran moves on to 47. Rory Burns is on 93. It's 206 for 4.
There would have been global neddings, wouldn't there, with Wayne Larkins at the top of the order. I don't think I've ever seen too many opening batsmen hit the ball harder than Wayne Larkins, and with such a scant regard for match situation, reputation. Just if the ball was up there, didn't matter whether it was the first ball of the match or he got 100, he would just go for it. And when he was in full flow, there were a few better players to watch, and I say it was terrific to see him, and so many former players of that vintage at the county ground, and as well as David's friends and family, to recognise his contribution, I say, to officially name what used to be the pavilion end at Wantage Road, the David Capel end. 206 for 4. It's going to be Luke Proctor getting the new ball. Well, he'll be well chuffed with that. I suppose Matt Kelly was the only other possibility. He took the new ball this morning, but they're giving it to Proctor from this Vauxhall end, and first ball to Sam Curran finds Curran onto the back foot, pushing it out into the covers where it's fielded by Rob Keogh, and there's no run. There's 2 slips and a gully in play. Young is at first slip, and Emilio Gay at second, then a gully. Of course, Ricardo Vasconcelos, who would normally be at first slip, has been off the field, as we mentioned earlier, since lunch. Hasn't been spotted. He would normally go in at first slip, but Will Young moving across from second to first. Here's Proctor in again, and that's a decent delivery, and it leaves Sam Curran, and I think I'll give him the credit of playing inside the line there. I think he actually played that pretty well.
He played the line of it. This is what we saw this morning, wasn't it? Just played the line and then a bit of movement. And what I loved about Wayne Larkins was his setup as well, because he used to just put the bat in between his feet and just stand there. It was really simple, and just he was great to watch. He really was.
I think one of my favourite Wayne Larkins moments was him batting against Patrick Patterson, who was quick. When he was playing for Lancashire. Here's Proctor in bowls, and that's a lovely extra cover drive by Sam Curran for 4 runs and a 50. What a lovely way to reach it, with a beautifully timed stroke away through extra cover. Gave the man sweeping on the point boundary absolutely no chance at all, and Sam Curran goes to 50 off 102 balls, and Surrey up to 210 for 4. And you're saying, Mark, is stats this season. The time he's been back, pretty impressive already with the bat.
Yeah. Well, even if he didn't bowl, you'd think, cool.
Yeah.
His stats with the bat aren't bad. That's a lovely way to bring up your 50, wasn't it?
He got an 80, hasn't he, this year? First time back. Here's Proctor. And again, bowls to Curran, who rides the bouncer that well. He plays it down into the gully, and Rory Burns was setting off for a quick single. It would have to have been a very, very quick single as it went straight to Tom Taylor, and Curran sending him back. 210 for 4 it stays.
Well, that's his third 50 in 4 innings now.
Well,
for Sam Curran.
He's making the point. Partnership climbs to 77. Northamptonshire need to make something happen, you feel, with this second new ball. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Curran, pushes it out to Keogh at extra cover, and there's no run. Yes, Larkins. Northamptonshire went in, and I have checked this. I was wondering if you always wonder with these things slightly if it's your imagination and your memory playing tricks. Northamptonshire only needed about 24 I think to win against Lancashire, and plenty of time obviously to get them, but Patterson wasn't good. He was going to try and take somebody down with him and bowled a very, very quick spell from the pavilion end. David Capel end. His Proctor in again, bowls to Curran, pushes it up again to Keogh at extra cover, no run, end of the over. Curran 51, Burns 93, Surrey 210 for 4, and he proceeded to absolutely let rip at Wayne Larkins and bowl short stuff and absolutely pepper him. And Larkins was just getting the bat in the way. It was flying over third man for 4, and it was great fun. And I got the binoculars on Jeff Cook, his long-time opening partner, at the other end, and he was killing himself laughing. And it reminded me of the phrase that Len Hutton used about, he was talking about whether a batsman could play high pace, and he said, well, he didn't play him like a great batsman. Well, how would a great batsman play him? He'd have played him from the other end.
Absolutely.
And but that was a thrilling bit of cricket. Northamptonshire won by 10 wickets in double quick time. And
he was a hell of a player.
Good time was had by one and all.
Yeah, he was a hell of a player. And as I say, he was almost ahead of his time, really. As Sanderson round the wicket to Burns, and the first ball that Burns has had with this new ball, he's pushing down to backward point on 93, Rory Burns. He just wanders off towards square leg. 210 for 4 Surrey. Stuck in this morning by Northamptonshire. If you're just joining us, coming in from work, good evening to you. Ryan Patel was the first to go for 19. Caught at cover by Kerrigan off Proctor. That was 31 for 1 in the morning session. As Sanderson round the wicket, he comes to Burns, who's letting this one go outside his off stump. At lunch, Surrey was 73 for 1, and then after lunch, Hashim Amla bowled by an absolute beauty from Luke Proctor for 21. And very next ball, Will Jack's LBW to Proctor without scoring, and Surrey was suddenly 87 for 3. And then Ben Folkes top edging a pull shot off Taylor, caught behind with McManus taking the catch for 16. That was 133 for 4, and these two, Sam Curran and Rory Burns, have now added 77. 210 for 4. Burns 93 as Sanderson's round the wicket to him, and Burns covers up. Plays this out into the offside, and there's no run.
It's absolutely right what you say, Mark, about Wayne Larkins being out of his time. You think he finished with Northamptonshire in 91, and then because he had 4 more years with Durham, so he finished in 95, and it was 96 that Jai Surya in the World Cup
changed it.
That changed the whole thinking of world cricket. And we had the pinch hitter, which was an expression that David Capel always loathed, but the attacking opening batsman at the top of the order. And you say Larkins have been doing that sort of 20 years before.
As round the wicket comes Sanderson to Burns. Burns allows this one to go outside his off stump. Taken again by McManus, moving away to his right.
And it's all the more extraordinary when you consider that he very nearly just dropped out of the game very early on. He averaged 10. If you look at his first 25 first-class matches of his career, Wayne Larkins averaged 10 and just couldn't get going. He got a solitary 100 against one of the universities, but Northamptonshire backed him. They felt he got something, and I'll come back to that in a second.
Around the wicket once more comes Sanderson, and Burns pushes down into the gully region.
And it was 1975 when he went into bat against Essex at Chelmsford, and Mushtaq Mohammed was captain and got him in at number 5, and he got 100 and never really looked back after that. In 78, after Roy Virgin retired, he went up to open the batting with Jeff Cook, and that formed that terrific opening partnership for many years. But could so easily have been just another one who never quite made the grade. Thank goodness they stuck with him.
Absolutely. As in round the wicket once again comes Sanderson. Forward goes Burns, pushes into the offside. Quick single. If that hits, Sam Curran could have been in trouble. Proctor got round quickly. Sam Curran was a little bit late setting off. And if that had hit, that would have been tight. But the throw didn't hit. And they're through for the single. 211 for 4. Burns 94. And Sam Curran on 51. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? It's sort of... He was never a makeshift opener, but he didn't sort of start his career opening, did he? But went out and then took to it. And there's a few like that over the years that have sort of been bumped up. We were talking about Ian Holland at Hampshire.
Oh, yes.
Sort of been bumped up to open and never really looking back.
Northamptonshire's second American-born players. He played. He had a couple of games on loan at Northamptonshire. After Burton Wilkinson, who played in the 1930s, born in Nebraska.
How did he end up playing for Northampton from Nebraska?
I'm absolutely sure. He was at Peterborough, actually. Here's Proctor bowling short, and that's a really good take by Lewis McManus, because that absolutely flew. It's called a no ball by umpire Nick Cook. So 2 more onto the total. Surrey up to 213 for 4. He really banged that one in. And Lewis McManus taking off. He's not the tallest of keepers, and took that with his right mitt at full stretch. That was a terrific bit of keeping by Lewis McManus. 213 for 4. He's Proctor in again. Hits Burns on the pad as he's aiming to work that into the onside, but certainly pitched outside the left-hander's leg stump, so didn't go through with the appeal.
Quite an interesting trip that, though, isn't it, for 1930s America to end up playing for Northamptonshire?
Yeah, well, as I say, he was at Peterborough, and I think he may only have played once, actually. I'll dig him up, not literally, but you know what I mean. Here's Proctor in again, bowls, and that's lovely positive defensive stroke from Burns, showing the maker's name to Rob Keogh at mid-off, and there's no run. Wilkinson, Burton Wilkinson, born in Nebraska. This, as you say, it's a bit of a leap.
Yes, it is. Nebraska to Wantage Road, with Peterborough in between. Lovely.
Born Boone, Nebraska.
Oh, lovely.
Well-known cricketing hotbed. And this next ball to Burns is turned up towards mid-on, fielded by Matt Kelly, and there's no run. There's a picture of him.
Oh, there he is
in the nets, which is not much use on radio.
Oh,
but,
lovely! In shirt and tie as well. Tie, quite yes. Right, too.
He was farmer's son, and I think his father was obviously doing some farming out in the States. But finished up coming to Peterborough. Here's Proctor in again. Works. That's a beautiful shot by Rory Burns. He's worked it away through mid-wicket. Big gap there, and it's more chasing to do for Josh Cobb. And they come through for a comfortable second run. Takes Burns up to 96 within 4 runs of a century. 215 for 4. Yes, he played against Middlesex on his home ground at Crawthorne Road in Peterborough in July 1932. Took the wicket of the Middlesex captain Nigel Haig. But then rain washed out the final day's play, so he was out for naught. Took 1 wicket, and that was it. Here's Proctor in again, and that's nicked away through the slips, and it's all safe. It's all along the ground, and it's 3 figures for Rory Burns, who takes the applause from the crowd here at the Oval, and is embraced by Sam Curran, and it runs away between slip and gully for 4. And Rory Burns reaches his century off 245 balls, and Surrey up to 219 for 4. Well played, Rory Burns.
Played really well today. He's got his head down, grafted, gets his 100. Bit of relief in that, I think, as well for Rory Burns. But a typical Burns innings, really. First century of the summer for him, and coming up with a thickish edge all the way down to third man.
Perfectly safe.
Yep.
Big gap there between second slip and gully, and 3 figures for Rory Burns. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to him, and he's in behind that, pushing it up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Simon Kerrigan. End of the over. Burns is 100, Curran is 51. Surrey 219 for 4. And threateningly, as far as Northamptonshire are concerned, this 5th wicket partnership now worth 86.
Yeah, and it is threatening for Northamptonshire. They've still got 12 overs to try and change this around with this new ball. But yeah, Burns is 100 there, 245 deliveries and 10 fours, and he had his moments this morning, but he's just sort of got through it, really. And I think that's been the thing this season. I think the batters that have made big scores and big scores and hundreds and 200s, they've had moments where they have played and missed, or they've nicked it, but they've sort of just put it to the back of their minds and got on with it. And he's a bit like that this morning, Rory Burns, but he'll be delighted with that. He really will. And the other great thing, of course, is when he gets to his 100, he takes his helmet off, so we all get to see the full mane of hair. So,
what was the description we used this morning? Lavishly tonsured.
Yes, he's follically lavished, isn't he, Rory Burns? So it's going to be Sanderson to come round the wicket to the left-handed Sam Curran from the pavilion end, and Curran drives handsomely for a single out there towards Josh Cobb. It's a good shot for one, that.
Talking of openers getting centuries, Sir Alistair Cook, 107 not out for Essex against Yorkshire down at Chelmsford, his 71st first-class 100.
Yep. And, well, Cook, Sibley, Burns, I think that might be, and this is pathetic from me, Andrew, that might be the first 100 that Burns has scored with his hair down, because he's normally had his hair up.
Oh, there you are.
There you are, you see, that's the big news. Sanderson is into Burns, and Burns is forward, playing this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Well, it's another line for Wisden next year, isn't it?
Yes, I think that might be the first 100 for Rory Burns with hair flowing, because I'm pretty sure all the others have come with either hair up or shorter hair. So there we are. So that's there we are. Moment for everybody there.
Dear sir, is this a record?
Yes. 220 for 4. As Burns waits, and Sanderson's over the wicket to him, and Burns forward he comes, pushes this one off a goodish length out into the offside, and there's no run. It's fascinating, isn't it? Still, people talk about that first ball of the Ashes. I still say Rory Burns would have dreamt of that delivery 99 times out of 100. And he's playing that through mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah.
But because he wasn't quite lined up, because of, they didn't have much practice, had they? And it would rain during, he just bowled him round his legs. But I'm sure that would have been the ball he dreamt of. As over the wicket comes Sanderson once again. He's forward driving, Rory Burns. But all they can do at the moment is score their runs. Sibley, Burns, Lees, Crawley, these lads, all they can do is go out, Sir Alistair Cook, all they can do is go out there and score their runs. And yeah, interesting that Burns and Sibley have both got hundreds today, isn't it? Yeah, that is interesting.
Yeah, well, as I say, once we get some idea of who's actually going to be picking the England side, then we will know whose notebook their name will be going into, or names will be going into.
As over the wicket once again comes Sanderson. Ooh, Burns looks to drive thickish outside edge on this, actually. And that's going to fly out through the covers, and he'll get a single. But the other thing here is, I always, because I'm old, I always look at circumstances when you get the hundreds. So with Jamie Smith, like 37 for 3 he walked in at Bristol, and then he walked off 234 not out. Rory Burns this morning stuck in. It wasn't easy this morning. Okay, Northamptonshire may not have got it quite right. It wasn't easy. And going into the final session of the day, he's 101 not out. As Sanderson's round the wicket to Sam Curran, he's pushing this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. End of the over, 221 for 4.
That's the perfect opening batsman's innings, isn't it? He set his stall out. He's batted long, as you say. He just seemed to get a couple of those extravagant drives out of his system early on, which could have cost him his wicket. He had that inside edge down past the leg stump that ran away for 4, but by and large, he's been very solid, very patient, and, well, the T word, timely, which we'll use again. 221 for 4. The partnership now worth 88. We still have, 11 overs to go in the day's play. We've seen sunshine for most of the day, but it's disappeared behind the clouds. And the cloud's pretty high. Don't think we have any problem with the light. Here's Proctor, bustling in again, bowling to Burns, who plays that up to Matt Kelly at mid-wicket, and there's no run. And right on cue, the sun comes out again.
Well, I think there is talk of a heat wave.
Well, there is,
yes. Which is rather exciting.
As I say, especially as Northamptonshire, this is due to come next week if the forecasters are right, and Northamptonshire, of course, will be in that tropical hotspot of Edgbaston. Yes,
lovely. Some nice parts.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
To sunbathe.
Yeah, lovely. Here's Proctor from this Vauxhall end, in again, bowling to Burns, who's on the back foot, gets on top of the bounce, plays it back down the pitch for Proctor to field off his own bowling, and there's no run. Sam Curran practising an elaborate and flamboyant square cut in conversation with umpire Nick Cook, who of course played a lot of cricket with his late father Kevin at Northamptonshire. Both members of that 1992 side we were discussing earlier this afternoon that won the NatWest Trophy. Very full goes Proctor, on driven, and it goes under the body of Matt Kelly, who's now, as a result, got a long chase back towards the boundary. They've come through for 2, and that's all they'll be. Might have been a little bit tight going for the 3rd, and there's absolutely no need to take any risks of that kind this evening. And they pick up a couple of runs, takes Rory Burns up to 103, and Surrey up to 223 for 4.
Yeah, nice shot that from Rory Burns. That's when you sort of know everything's in the right place. Is that wasn't whipping it through mid-wicket, no. That was full face of the bat and sort of driving it through mid-on.
Went under the fielder's body, and Simon Kerrigan and Josh Cobb both sprinting to try and help the fielder out. Here's Proctor in again. There's it, beaten the inside edge, and that swung late. So there is still a little bit of nibble and a little bit of swing with the new ball, as you would expect, and that beat the inside edge of Rory Burns' bat, and Sam Curran comes down and have a chat with him.
Good one, that.
That was just a good ball, I think, which is allowed.
Absolutely. And I think as well, again, Rory Burns will just sort of put that to the back of his mind. He's 103 not out. It's a cracking delivery.
Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Burns, hits him on the pad. Little bit of interest from behind the stumps, none at all from the bowler. Certainly angling down the leg side, which I'm sure is what Nick Cook would have said had the question been asked, and he probably would have added a few more paragraphs for good measure, knowing the beast. 2-2-3 for 4. Siren racing away down Harleyford Road to our right, in front of Archbishop Tennyson's school. Sunshine just lighting up the flats over to our right. And that's an attempted drive by Rory Burns, who doesn't time it at all, just runs down into the offside. End of the over, 2-2-3 for 4. Burns is 103, Curran is 52.
Yes, and 10 overs to go today. And Surrey sort of manoeuvring themselves into a pretty good position at the first day after being stuck in, but still an opportunity here for Northamptonshire. They've got 10 overs tonight. Here comes Amal Verdi with a drink and a towel for Messrs Curran and Burns. The partnership's worth 90 now. There's a drink for Curran, there's a new pair of gloves for Rory Burns out there. But, yeah, without the captain out there, it's always tricky. And Kerrigan, Taylor and Northamptonshire will be saying, if we can knock one of these 2 over and get the Grand Homme out there tonight, then we've got a chance of actually not ending up too bad today. But if Burns and Curran can get through these 10 overs and be there in the morning, then Surrey will be very pleased with the way their day's gone. After being stuck in, of course, that's the thing here.
Northamptonshire badly need a wicket tonight.
Nick Cook's not in the right position at the moment. He's still chatting, so he's got to go to his position at square leg, umpiring.
He was bending Lewis McManus's ear about something.
Yeah, and then suddenly realised Sanderson was about to run in. And Sanderson's round the wicket here to Sam Curran, who lets him go outside his off stump. It's taken low down by Lewis McManus.
These pitches at the Oval this year, Mark, have they tended to get lower and slower as they've gone on, or have they kept the pace?
Yeah, they haven't been really quick pitches at all. And of course, this is the first time we've been over on this right-hand side of the ground as we look towards the Highlight for Brett. If it's anything like the other two, as round the wicket comes Sanderson, and that's Sam Curran driving thickish inside edge down into the leg side, and there's a single. And actually Proctor summed it up with that delivery to Rory Burns. If you can get it right, especially with the new ball, then there is something there for you. But if you get in, A, you've got to cash in, and B, you can make big runs.
What begged the question when I was watching that delivery from Ben Sanderson, all right, he's into his 21st over, no wicket for 48, and it just seemed to die a little bit. Now, whether that, what I was wondering was whether that was the pitch or whether it was the fact that Ben Sanderson's tired.
He might be a bit tired, I think, as round the wicket once again goes Sanderson. Oi! There we go. That one has just lifted and gone on Rory Burns, and that's taken high up by McManus away to his right. So there we go again. That one's in the sort of the right spot, and I think Sanderson may have just bent his back a little bit more on that one.
I think that answers the question.
Yeah, and that has climbed, and that's a lovely ball from Sanderson. It's gone like a quick leg break, hasn't it, to Rory? But he's just got a smile on his face looking back down at Sam Curran. As in round the wicket he comes again, Sanderson, and this is tucked away. That's beautifully timed by Rory Burns. He just waited there for Sanderson to straighten up, and then has just rolled the wrists on it. Short leg side boundary, and that runs away for 4, races away from 4. That's a perfectly timed shot from Rory Burns. But again, he's just waited for this one to straighten up, and he's taken that from just about top of his off stump, really, and has just rolled the wrists on it, and it's whistled away with that short leg side boundary. Rory Burns moves on to 107. Surrey move on to 228 for 4. Burns settles himself down over his back once again. Sanderson round the wicket to him, and Burns outside edge, gone. Picked up at second slip, looking to drive outside edge. Taylor with the catch, low down. Sanderson finishes Rory Burns' excellent innings. He's gone for 107. It's the wicket that they were looking for. He's looked to drive, little bit of movement, outside edge, good low catch from Taylor at second slip, and Rory Burns goes for 107, and it means that Surrey are 228 for 5, and Sanderson has his first wicket of the day. But a fine innings that from Rory Burns. He'll be disappointed to go this evening, but he has played very, very well.
Yeah, well played, Rory Burns. 107 off 258 balls. From Northamptonshire's point of view, absolutely the wicket they needed tonight, which we were just discussing a moment or two ago. And let's listen to the applause for Rory Burns. Good crowd in today, and some of the spectators in the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion on their feet, applauding the Surrey captain for that innings of his. 228 for 5. And well, also you have to say well bowled Ben Sanderson, because he's plugged away as he always does, bowling around about fourth stump and finally getting the edge, and that one carrying. He says good low catch by Tom Taylor at second slip. So a little bit of hope for Northamptonshire. That partnership was just starting to put Surrey a little bit out of sight. They put on 95, those two, for the 5th wicket, but Northamptonshire managing to break it with the new ball. And now, if they're being greedy, they'll be looking at the board up there, seeing there are still 9 overs to go, and thinking if they could get one more tonight, then you would think it's probably going to be more or less on as even across the day. I'm sure Northamptonshire would have hoped probably for more than 5 or 6 wickets when they put Surrey in first thing this morning. They only got 1 in the first session, when probably they'd have been looking for, what, 3 maybe. But yeah, they have actually managed to get themselves back into the game. And now if Ben Sanderson or one of the other bowlers could nip out another one, put Sanderson on 297 first-class wickets for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, there's all sorts of little big milestones for everybody in this game. Now, Colin de Gronholm is out there for his first knock for Surrey here in South London. An interesting innings at Bristol as Sanderson's into him. He lets this first one go outside his off stump, because his first delivery in Bristol from Ryan Higgins was an absolute perler that knocked his off stump out the ground, but it was a no ball. So 228 for 5. De Grandhomme yet to get off the mark. Face that one ball. And Sam Curran's on 53.
Yep, details of Rory Burns' innings. Court Taylor bowled Sanderson for 107, 259 balls, batted 350 minutes, so what, 10 minutes short of 6 hours, and hit 11 fours. So those are the details of the innings. And it's now going to be Luke Proctor trying to make further inroads, bowling to Sam Curran. 3 slips in place. And interestingly, they just slips are just taking a step up. They've got first slip is fairly deep, second and third a good deal closer. So it's something we saw down at Chelmsford. This first ball of the over is punched away off the back foot with a wonderful resounding crack. It's a decent stick he's got on his hand, I think, and that just went up to extra cover where Rob Keogh didn't have to move to stop it. And one of those where I think if you'd have said it was a yard either side, it would have been 4, because he hit that beautifully. Sam Curran on 53. Northamptonshire still without their captain, Ricardo Vasconcelos, who hasn't been on the field since lunch. Round the wicket comes Proctor, and Curran dabbing it down towards deep backward point, and they're able to come through for a comfortable single. Brings de Grandhomme on strike. Takes Curran up to 54, and Surrey to 229 for 5, coming up to 6 o'clock. So we're going to be in overtime. Northamptonshire's over 8, well, -1 on the board. We haven't had a lot of spin today. Bit of Kerrigan, 3 overs of Keogh. Here's Colin de Grandhomme facing Proctor and drives without any timing up to Kelly at mid-off. And there's no run.
Yeah, Colin de Grandhomme is a tremendous cricketer. And it was a no ball, then he was dropped on 0, then he hit a 4, then he hit a 6, and then he was out. So it was all very great entertainment.
And the next ball from Proctor finds him playing it back down the pitch for Proctor to field off his own bowling, and there's no run. Bit of sunshine to make the evening look even more perfect here in South London, but the shadow of the stand in which we're sitting, this Vauxhall end of the ground, is stretching gradually closer and closer to the square. Proctor in again, bowling to de Grandhomme, who whips that away, and it's just gone for 4. I was going to see whether it had bounced before the ropes. It did. It signalled as 4 by Nick Cook. It is the shorter boundary of that side, of course, but my goodness, he hit that hard. And if that's a bit of a statement of intent, well, it could be an interesting last 8 overs here, and well into tomorrow. 233 for 5, Surrey. De Grandhomme off the mark with 4.
He's a very strong man, is Colin de Grandhomme.
It's a bit of bottom hand came in there, and my goodness, it went like a rocket down to the boundary. All Simon Kerrigan could do was trot after it and retrieve it. He's facing this ball from Proctor, and that beats him outside the off stump. Well bowled, good response from Proctor. End of the over, de Grandhomme is 4, Curran is 54, Surrey 233 for 5. You entering the members quiz tonight?
I didn't even know there was a members quiz this evening, but there you are, there's a members quiz this evening.
Seen that come up on the...
yes,
I was looking to see what the score was.
yes, it's in the Alcock room after the close of play, a members quiz. There you are, you see. Sort of thing you're looking for.
Well, if they ask who was the first Nebraskan born cricketer to play for Northamptonshire, you'll be quids in.
Absolutely. That would be amazing if you went on one of those programmes where you can win £1 million, and that was the question at the end, Radders. or you were my phone a friend, and that was the question. I tell you, it wouldn't be Kevin Howes for me. Wouldn't be. There's certain things that the great man knows, but I'm not sure he'd have known that one. As in round the wicket then comes Sanderson to Sam Curran. Good looking shot again from Sam Curran. Out there towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. One more to the total. One more to Sam Curran. He's on to 55. 234 for 5, sorry. And that brings de Grandhomme back on to strike once more. He's a very watchable cricketer, is Colin de Grandhomme. And as I say, he is, as I said at Bristol, he is, as his surname says, he is a big man. And when he hits it, Stays hit and it's got quite a long way. Here is Sanderson to him, and here he is clipping this one very nicely off his pads through the leg side. Just get a couple this time. Will Colin de Grandhomme picks up 2. He scored a wonderful 100 against Surrey last summer for Hampshire down at the Ageas Bowl.
I love Ben Sanderson's expression as Colin de Grandhomme ran past him. Ben Sanderson is made looking disgruntled into an art form, it's probably fair to say, but he didn't look very impressed with that. I think it might have had something to do with the fact that he took it, I think, off middle and leg, probably.
Some of the great bowlers of all time have been very grumpy, haven't they? As in over the wicket comes Sanderson, and that one de Grandhomme plays as if it keeps a bit low on him, but I think it's more that he just didn't go anywhere on the crease at all. He just stood there and then dropped the bat on it from a height, and it rolls up towards mid-on. But there have been some marvellously grumpy bowlers over the years, haven't there? What it's all about, really.
Absolutely. Well,
of course, Jimmy's.
Yeah, that's been known.
In over the wicket once more comes Sanderson, and de Grandhomme drives on the up towards mid-off. There's no error. My favourite, I think, for grumpiness was always Glenn McGrath, though. Whatever was going on, he was grumpy, wasn't he?
Yes, it's just Ben Sanderson just has a slightly hangdog look about him sometimes, and he's a lovely guy to speak to, and obviously a hugely skillful bowler, but he just has that expression sometimes that just looks a bit downcast, even when he's bowling well.
Over the wicket once again is Sanderson, and up on his toes goes de Grandhomme. Plays this one out into the offside. I think it's sort of almost part of the opening bowler's armoury, isn't it?
The scowl.
It'd be rather disconcerting if they were just grinning at you the whole time. But yes, because Angus was always Fraser always looked a bit grumpy.
Yes, he had a bit of a.
He always looked like he was never going to get to the end of his mark.
Sort of demeanour about him sometimes, didn't he?
Running in with his braces attached to the side screen. That lovely phrase as forward goes Colin de Grandhomme. Plays this one down into the gully, end of the over. So 236 for 5, de Grandhomme 6, Curran 55. And what have we got? 7 overs left today, I think. Yep, 7 overs left today.
7 overs left. And yeah, it's going to be. I think we're going to see a change at this end. Yes, we are. We're going to see Matt Kelly have a little roll from this Vauxhall end. So Luke Proctor taking a blow. He's put in a good shift today, as has Ben Sanderson. 22 overs, 1 for 55. Matt Kelly's bowled 17 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 48. And took the new ball this morning. Not given the second new ball this afternoon, but getting an early chance to bowl with it. It's just 7 overs old. Sam Curran taking guard from umpire Nick Cook, with sunshine bathing roughly half the ground at the moment. The half furthest away from us as Kelly runs in from the Vauxhall end bowls to Sam Curran, who guides that between second slip and gully, almost identical to the stroke that brought Rory Burns his century, with the same effect. It runs down for 4. Takes Sam Curran up to 59 and Surrey to 240 for 5. Perfectly safe stroke. Well played.
Yeah, naughty little shot that from Sam Curran,
very
isn't it?
wristy.
Yeah, he's guided that between second slip of gully basically and a little gap there. Well, actually it's third slip and gully, they're spread out, so he's just guided it beautifully.
Not a great deal of breeze. It's actually a bit more than there was first thing. It was very still first thing this morning. Now the Surrey flag on the top of the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion, just stretching out from the flagpole. Cloud in front of the sun as Curran tries something similar to the next ball from Kelly. Looks to try and run it down. This time doesn't get as much on it, and it just rolls down gently to second slip, where Emilio Gay fields. Will Young at first slip, Gay at second, Taylor in the gully. Say again, in case you're just joining us, that Northamptonshire captain Ricardo Vasconcelos, who would normally be seen at first slip, hasn't been seen on the field since lunch because he's reportedly feeling unwell. Here's Kelly in again, bowls to Curran, who drives handsomely out through the vacant cover area. It's a really good scrambling stop by Ben Sanderson in front of the main scoreboard. He's out there sweeping on the cover boundary and keeps it to a single. Good bit of fielding by Sanderson, especially who's just he's a man who's bowled 22 overs today. Takes Curran to 60 and Surrey up to 241 for 5. A lovely shot.
Gorgeous shot, but great bit of fielding. Because you were saying Chris Little wants them to bowl in partnerships. Well, he's just done a massive favour for the guys bowling at the other end to him there. Yeah. Otherwise, that would have been away for 4.
Well, there are a few better team men than Ben Sanderson around, that is for sure. Hangdog expression or not. 241 for 5. Here's Kelly running in away from us, and that's a straight drive by Colin de Grandhomme, and he's going to get 4 because it's beaten the dive of Simon Kerrigan at mid-on, and it runs away for 4. De Grandhomme goes to 10, and Surrey up to 245 for 5, so another batting bonus point looming large.
He's hardly touched that.
he's just whipped it, and you just see on the replay there again. It was all about the wrists. It was more a flick than a drive, but it went with a great deal of power and beat the dive of Kerrigan at mid-on and raced away for 4. 245 for 4. Here's Kelly in again. Bowls to de Grandhomme, Australia to New Zealand, and that's turned away for a single down to Sanderson, fielding just behind square on the leg side in front of the scoreboard. One more onto the total. 246 for 5. De Grandhomme to 11.
I suppose de Grandhomme and Mr. Young can have a catch up.
Yes,
the next 4 days,
right,
of course.
They'll probably see quite a bit of each other later in the summer, of course. New Zealand playing tests in England. I think they named a squad. Was it 20?
20, I think it was. Yeah,
both in it. Will Young's certainly been an excellent acquisition as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. He was no stranger to county cricket. Played for Durham last year, but he's made a big impact with Northamptonshire already. Short goes Kelly, and a good tumbling stop by Lewis McManus as Sam Curran just lets that pass over the small of his back. 60 to Curran. De Grandhomme is 11. Sorry, 246 for 5. We have 6 overs to go in the day.
I'll tell you who's a good player. Old Devon Conway. Because I bunged the IPL on when I got back late last night, and he was out there scoring runs in the IPL. He can just sort of score runs whatever format, Devon Conway. But he'll be looking forward to coming back, because of course last summer, double 100 on debut at Lord's. So he's a mighty fine batsman.
Well, he is Conway. Relatively late, of course, to Test cricket.
Yeah.
And
what I quite enjoyed was on the old commentary yesterday, a couple of times, Dean Conway was batting very well. Of course, the former Glamorgan and Surrey and England physio. As over the wicket then comes Sanderson to Colin de Grandhomme, who's forward and playing this one into the leg side, and there's no run.
Onto the realms of who we should be talking to at the end of
end
of the day's play. It has to be sorted out around about this time.
Yes.
I think in the absence of the captain, it might be a coach day. I think
it might be.
As far as concerned, just two things you want to find out really is the condition of the captain and the thinking behind the insertion this morning.
Waiting once again is de Grandhomme as Sanderson's into him. That's hitting the thigh guard. Rolls away into the offside. Picked up by Kerrigan. There at extra cover.
Yeah, talk about Will Young's impact, because he's made his first appearance for Northamptonshire against Yorkshire in the second championship match that Northamptonshire played this year, and batted best part of 4 sessions to help Northamptonshire save the game. Made 96 and played so well. And what an exhibition of resilience. He'll come back to that in a sec.
Sanderson's in. Oh, now de Grandhomme's looked to whip this through the leg side. I wonder if he's got a little bit of bat on that.
I think if he hadn't, they might have been considerably more interested. But yeah, I think he might have got a little bit of a bat on that. Yeah, the contest between Harris Ralph and Will Young was well. If anybody says county cricket lacks intensity, they might usefully have watched that for a bit, because it was wonderful stuff. International quick bowler against an international top order batsman. Doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, really good. Really good. And I'm looking forward to watching him bat, actually. Sanderson is into de Grandhomme. Oh, hello. He's picked this up, swung it high in the air and will be out. Down deep, backward square legs throat. Now, interestingly, that time Sanderson has pointed at Keogh. So whether that was the thought from Keogh, it's a long old carry out there towards deep backward square. But Colin de Grandhomme gets a short ball and basically a short arm jabbed it straight to deep backward square. I think it's Josh Cobb out there who's in the game. That's something for Josh Cobb. But Colin de Grandhomme has gone. It's a second bowling point for Northamptonshire, and Surrey, bit of a bonus wicket really for Northamptonshire. That 246 for 6.
Yes, we've been saying all afternoon about Josh Cobb, Northamptonshire's white ball captain, who's because there are none of the younger players here, because obviously they're still playing for the second 11. He's had to field out there for pretty much the whole of the day, despite his seniority within the club. But well, he gets into the game there, and he didn't have to move. It just went straight down his throat, and yeah, that is a serious Brucey bonus as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. We said they were looking to try and maybe be a little bit greedy after picking up the wicket of Rory Burns and getting another one. And yeah, 246 for 6. I think Northamptonshire will feel a little bit happier about things. New batsman Gus Atkinson coming to the crease. We say, sorry, with so much depth of batting. Sam Curran still there on 60, but that is a bit of a bonus, isn't it, really, for Northamptonshire and for Ben Sanderson, who may just think slightly that there is a little bit of justice in the world.
The thing is, again, I think if he'd really tried to hit it, Colin de Grandhomme, it would have ended up in the gasometer. Yes. But it was almost like just a little flick, wasn't it? And he picked out Cobb unerringly out there at deep backward square. So maybe his strength has done for him a touch there, Radders. But he's gone for 11. It's exactly what he made at Bristol. And Gus Atkinson is out there for his first bat. This might be, actually, he's been bumped up ahead of Jordan Clark to keep Jordan Clark in the dressing room. As this first one, Gus Atkinson lets it go outside his off stump, and that's taken by McManus away to his right.
Well, he's not a bad night watchman, is he, Gus Atkinson? I mean, he's a more than capable batsman. Still Jamie Overton, of course, in the hutch, and also Dan Worrell, so there's still a bit to come.
One thing I would say is it's sort of those couple of wickets of Burns and de Grandhomme sort of moves it on a bit as well. So it'll be interesting tomorrow. As we're getting a short leg in now. So Saif Saib's run off to get his helmet, and he's going to pop himself in there at short leg. So Gus Atkinson will be expecting a short one here. Sanderson is over the wicket to him, and Atkinson, it was a short one, but it didn't really get up, and Gus Atkinson's in behind it, plays it out into the offside. End of the over. We have 5 to go today. The wicket of Colin de Grandhomme in that over for Ben Sanderson, and Surrey are 246 for 6.
Yes, 2 wickets for Ben Sanderson, 2 for 55 from 23 overs, so another good shift put in by the 33-year-old Yorkshireman, who is now on 298 first-class wickets for Northamptonshire. Picked up 300 in all first-class cricket during the previous match at Chelmsford. His 300th being Sir Alistair Cook, who made 107 today for Essex against Yorkshire. We'll just have a quick look at what's happening elsewhere, actually, around the country, because Sir Alistair Cook, having reached a century, didn't go on this occasion, which would have displeased his mentor Graham Gooch. It wasn't a daddy 100. Still, 100's 100. He's 71st in first-class cricket. And Sam Curran on 60 is facing Matt Kelly with 2 slips in place. And Kelly in bowls to Curran, a lovely flowing extra cover drive, but there is a man out there sweeping Tom Taylor on the cover boundary. And yeah, Sam Curran didn't have that quite as well as I thought he had, and he's looking rather ruefully at the bottom of his bat, so it was obviously at that part of the willow, and it didn't go with any great power. Pleasing looking stroke though. Most of the strokes that Sam Curran plays are 61 to him, 247 for 6.
Yeah, that was a lovely looking shot. As you say, didn't really time it at all. But
at Old Trafford,
nice.
It did, yeah. At Old Trafford, Warwickshire 269 for 7 against Lancashire, so they've just lost a little bit of ground in the last session. Hampshire 282 for 6 against Gloucestershire down at Southampton. At Chelmsford, close of play, Essex 234 for 3 against Yorkshire. Here's Kelly in bowls to Atkinson, pushes up towards mid-wicket, fielded there by Safe Zabe under the helmet at forward short leg. And there's no run. In Division 2 at Cardiff, Leicestershire 272 for 8 against Glamorgan. At Hove, Sussex 350 for 6 against Middlesex. And at Worcester, Durham 343 for 3 against Worcestershire at New Road. Here's Kelly in again, bowls to Atkinson, who drives on the bounce up to extra cover. Luke Proctor, who tosses the ball up in the air. Nobody was fooled. And no run, 247 for 6. Plenty of high cloud around now, but it's been a lovely day. And as we were saying, the forecast, I think, set pretty fair for the rest of this match. In fact, we've been lucky, really, in the championship so far. Very little. I know you had some down at Bristol on. We were waiting for it to arrive at Chelmsford, and it didn't really. Here's Kelly in again, bowls short, and that's cracked away off the back foot by Gus Atkinson. That's a beautiful stroke. Big gap through the covers, through extra cover, and just riding the bounce and punching it away for 4, and it takes Surrey to 251 for 6 and a second batting bonus point for the home side, so they equalise on bonus points. 2 for Surrey, 2 for Northamptonshire so far. long chase out there for Rob Keogh, and again, it's not really what you want in the 92nd over of the day, to go out to the furthest portion of the ground here at the Oval.
Nice first runs of the summer for Gus Atkinson.
That was just a glorious stroke. That wouldn't have disgraced the batsman a few places higher up the order. Here's Kelly in again, bowls very full to Atkinson, who's forward, pushing it out to forward short leg, fielded by Safe Zabe there under the helmet, and there's no run.
I was thinking, and I'm not comparing him to him as a batter, but I always think Gus Atkinson sets up a bit like Michael Clarke used to. Just sort of bent at the knees and that bat just waggling a bit at the top of the stumps. Michael Clarke would have been happy with that shot to get off the mark.
Nothing wrong with that at all. I tell you, bring news of Northamptonshire's second 11 for those who've been just following the last afternoon's play with us today. Here's Kelly in again, bowls to Atkinson. Turns it to forward short leg, well fielded in there by Safe Zabe. And that's the end of the over. Surrey 251 for 6. Curran is 61, Atkinson is 4. Northamptonshire, you'll remember, set 303 to win by Worcestershire at Wantage Road this afternoon. They reached 304 for 9, so Northamptonshire won by 1 wicket.
Well done.
What looks to have been a terrific afternoon, with Ben Curran made 85, Harry Gouldston 48, Nathan Buck, the happy hacker, 39 not out, and Hadi Sharma, who looks a very, very good young player. Saw him get 100 in an academy match a couple of weeks ago. He got 21 off 27, so useful runs for him. But yeah, good win for Northamptonshire. Seconds have won 3 in a row now.
That's great. Good game of cricket, that.
Sounds it. A few of those might be heading down.
Yeah, they're on their way now.
This way, I think. Yes.
Transport has been arranged. So
Josh Cobb would lay it on personally, I think, if it meant him not having to field for another day.
Absolutely. So Sanderson, 4 overs left today. From the pavilion end is going to come over the wicket to Sam Curran, and Curran is forward, playing that one out into the offside, and there's no run. Been an interesting day of cricket this again. A little bit there for everybody again today. I think Surrey won't mind too much with where they find themselves at the moment, but they want some more runs tomorrow. But Northamptonshire, with those couple of wickets tonight, will feel a bit better about everything, without a doubt. And they've got themselves a couple of bowling points as Sanderson is into Sam Curran. Curran's pushing off the back foot, and there is no run. So
I've just been told to have a look at the shot that won the match for Northamptonshire, and it was Nathan Buck swinging from the hip an enormous 6 over the leg side to win the match by 1 wicket, which it's like doing it in style. Crowd pleaser.
Yeah, absolutely. As waiting again is Curran. Sanderson is over the wicket to him, and Sam Curran is forward and pushes this good length ball out into the offside.
Nice message from James Tarry on Twitter. This just said that sort of variation on a theme. You often hear about people watching one match and listening to the commentary and watching on the stream. He said he'd been listening to us on BBC Sport website and watching the second team score on the live on the Northamptonshire stream on that. So he's been following 2 games simultaneously.
Nice combination that. As round the wicket again comes Sanderson, and this one's turned into the leg side by Sam Curran. They'll take a single. Sam Curran moves on to 62. It's 252 for 6.
And as James says, happy place. Well, you'd settle for that, wouldn't you? It'd be a nice way to spend the afternoon.
I wonder if James may have got a little confused there with when Simon Kerrigan was on the card and Josh Cobb as well.
Yeah, so they obviously managed to find a couple of, I think Brandon Glover, I think, was originally there, and I don't think Adi Sharma was actually in the scorecard originally, but anyway, they managed to sort it all out. Right, 3 slips and a gully.
Sanderson is in. Oh, now that's hit. Oh, Gus Atkinson in the nether regions. That's never fun. That'll wake him up. Didn't really go forward or back there. It just sort of nipped back, didn't it? And hit him, I think, more on the inner thigh area, Gus Atkinson, but he's all right. But, oh dear. 252 for 6. Well, Nick Cook's had enough. Look at him now. What's he doing? He's bent over with his hands on his knees at the moment to cover point.
He's saying 93 overs gone. It's whatever it is, 20 past 6.
Sanderson is in over the wicket to Gus Atkinson. Oh, shout for LBW. This must be pretty tight. I'd have thought height, perhaps.
Did it do too much?
Yeah, it's a good bit of bowling again, though, from Sanderson, and things still happening out there. 252 for 6. Not given by umpire Warren. And Atkinson 4. Curran 62.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see that when it comes up on the replay on the live stream here, because it looked, I mean, we're not completely behind the line, but it's just one of those, it looked like a decent shout, but I just wonder, you say height may have been an issue with the new ball, maybe it did a little bit too much, and if there was that amount of doubt in Russell Warren's mind, then obviously quite right not to give it. 252 for 6, we have 3 overs to go. Light is okay. The floodlights are not on. It's very high cloud. And here's Matt Kelly, 2 slips in place, runs in, bowls to Curran, wide outside the off stump, and Curran has laced that through extra cover for 4. That's a beautiful stroke. It was the shot he was trying to play, I think, in the previous over when he didn't really time it. He just got a single down there, but he made absolutely no mistake there. It's a gentleman very kindly retrieves the ball from the other side of the rope. I think it just bounced up off the rope into the crowd. And, well, that's a gorgeous shot, as you'll see. Curran goes to 66 and Surrey to 256 for 6. They still have the man out there sweeping, but he stood no chance. Here's Kelly round the wicket to Sam Curran. That's wide outside the off stump, and Curran not needing to play at that and doesn't. Goes into the gloves of Lewis McManus.
Yeah, that was a gorgeous shot, wasn't it, from Sam Curran to start the over.
Well, he just looks a class act, doesn't he? And if he's in this sort of batting form, and if he can get a little bit of a bowl in this game, which would be, how many overs you say is limited to?
Well, it was 15 in the first game he played.
Right.
But he in the game, so he bowled 10 in the first innings and didn't bowl in the second.
Okay. Here's Kelly round the wicket again to Curran, wide outside the off stump, and Curran, mindful perhaps of how close he is to the close of play, just lets that go through to Lewis McManus as another large jet continues its descent into Heathrow Airport. A little bit more breeze now. I mentioned earlier the Surrey flag on top of the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion just billowing out from the flagpole. This morning it was absolutely still. It was a little bit of a humid morning. I think maybe just fed into Northamptonshire's thinking about why to bowl first. But I say we'll get a view on that later as Kelly comes in, bowls, and it's another lovely drive by Sam Curran, and that is better because he just waited on that and it was a gorgeous square drive, and they got a wideish third man. They got a man on the cover boundary, and it split the two and raced away for 4. Sumptuous stroke by Sam Curran. He goes to 70, and Surrey to 260 for 6. That's gorgeous.
Sorry, Radders, but that was even better. That was even better.
Yeah, that was a gorgeous stroke.
Super shot that from Sam Curran.
And Matt Kelly, no wicket for 71. He's into his 20th over. He wants, what's he saying? He wants another man over there, bit of protection. He's got a man on the cover boundary. He's got a wideish third man, almost like a deep backward point. Then he's got mid-off and an extra cover and 2 slips. 2 men back on the hook and a mid-on. Kelly short, and that's, well, that did discomfort Sam Curran a little bit. He's used this, I think he's used his short ball well today, Matt Kelly. He's used it as a bit of a shock weapon, and that just surprised Sam Curran a little bit, and it looped up. It was in the air for a while, but it didn't go anywhere near the man in the second slip. There's no gully in there, and just gets an encouraging word of advice or exhortation from Gus Atkinson at the other end. 1 ball to go in the over, and there will be 2 left, and I thought they were going to bring the man up into the ring. Sweeping, but they don't. Short goes Kelly. Not so much of a surprise weapon this time, and Curran ducks underneath it, and that's the end of the over. Curran is 70, Atkinson is 4, 260 for 6. 2 overs to go in the day.
Yep, and Atkinson 4, Curran 70, as you say, Radders. Those 2 will want to be there tomorrow morning. Nick Cook's attempting to get across to square leg. Oh, you could. I would actually genuinely. Cookie cam would be absolutely brilliant for a day, wouldn't it? Just on Nick Cook. It would just it would be so entertaining. He just never stops.
Well, so as long as you had the sound turned.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd have to be on after the watershed as well, but
yes,
but it would still be entertaining. Fair, it really would. So Gus Atkinson on strike here to Ben Sanderson. 3 slips gully and a short leg for Sanderson, coming over the wicket to Gus Atkinson. Atkinson is forward very solidly, playing that one up towards mid-off. Well fielded by Kerrigan, tumbling away to his right hand side. So fingers crossed young Oliver Pope is feeling a bit better, and of course as well Mr Vasconcelos is feeling a bit better now.
Yeah, let's hope whatever it is he can just get a decent night's sleep and be back on the park tomorrow morning. Northamptonshire will obviously, when the time comes, need him to bat.
Short ball from Sanderson, up on his toes goes Atkinson, plays it down into the leg side. I don't know how to say this carefully, but of course when you're off the field of play for a while, it's the old internal external injury.
Oh, yes.
So I don't know. Yeah. I don't quite know how to say that for Mr Vasconcelos at the moment. If it is sort of tummy bug or something like that. But yes, that'll all come into it, I suppose. As in over the wicket once again comes Sanderson, and forward comes Gus Atkinson again. Nice looking solid defensive shot again from Gus Atkinson.
Yes, we might have to appoint a medical correspondent to go tomorrow.
Well, if Radders don't go and ask him.
Draw a diagram.
Poor lad. And the same for Ollie Pope as well. Never much fun, that. Happened to me on a holiday in I think it was in Greece or somewhere with my parents. Horrible it was. Horrible. As in over the wicket once again comes Sanderson, and this is a short one. Ducking underneath it is Gus Atkinson.
Yes, we were talking earlier about Patrick Foster and the superb book he's done with Will Macpherson, and that's mentioning the tour that I went on with Patch and the other players from Oundle many years ago, and we'd had all the stuff about, you know, being careful what you eat and this, that and the other, and day one, one of the players, not Patrick, knocking on the door. I don't feel very well.
As in over the wicket once again comes Sanderson, looking to work around that front pad a touch is Gus Atkinson on that occasion. That rolls back up the pitch, and Saif Saib does the fielding in there at short leg. 260 for 6. I won't repeat the story that Scott Borthwick told me once on a podcast about when he was fielding in the slips and dived full length and had to leave the field of play. 260 for 6 it remains.
No, don't tell us that.
No, I'm not going to. As Atkinson waits again. Sanderson runs towards us, comes over the wicket to Gus Atkinson, and Atkinson forward again he goes. Pushes this one out towards mid-off, end of the over. So we've got one left today. 260 for 6. Surrey, Northamptonshire winning the toss, sticking them in this morning. 100 for Rory Burns, 3 wickets for Luke Proctor, a couple with the new ball for Ben Sanderson. Sam Curran's 70 at Atkinson's 4.
And I'm sure some of the spectators around the ground, and just a few have stayed in their seats until now. They're obviously drifting down towards the Alcock room, ready for the Surrey members quiz, which is
the Surrey members quiz,
which is going to be starting as soon as they finished here. At least people already. I'm sure they're not heading for the tube station. I'm sure they're heading for the quiz.
We're heading for the quiz. The opening question will be, where is it?
Well, it does say on the message that's been coming up on the scoreboard that it is a Surrey quiz. So there you are. So probably Burton Wilkinson from Boone, Nebraska won't be featuring, but I'll file it away for a future reference. Last over of the day, and it's Tom Taylor who's going to bowl it, coming on to bowl in place of Matt Kelly and bowling round the wicket to Sam Curran. He pushes it out in the offside, go through for a quick single. Simon Kerrigan fields, thinks about shying at the stumps, but the batsmen were already pretty much home, and they come through for an easy single. So Curran to 71, Surrey 261 for 6. Batters went straight away, to be fair. It was a well-judged single, and get Sam Curran off strike, and I imagine probably Sam Curran will be quite happy if that's it for the day for him. And
sit up the non-strikers in now.
Gus Atkinson play out the over and come back tomorrow morning. What a fascinating day's cricket it's been. Certainly the first session belonging to Surrey. Northamptonshire not really taking full advantage of conditions. I don't think made the batsmen play enough. Had a much better afternoon session, and then the final session, as Taylor comes in, bowls outside the off stump, and Atkinson lets it go. Goes into the gloves of Lewis McManus. You'd say the first hour of the final session with Burns and Curran together, certainly Surrey in a very strong position, 228 for 4, and then Northamptonshire just nipping out a couple with the second new ball, just to keep them very much in contention.
I think that first session was 73 for 1, second session was 79 for 3. And this one has been 107 for 2. Yep.
Here's Taylor, 3 slips and a gully in place outside the off stump again. Doesn't make Atkinson play at that one, which was something that Tom Taylor unusually was guilty of in his bowling, some of his bowling before lunch today. Usually he's very good at making the batsman play. Struggled a bit from over the wicket, was more of a threat coming round the wicket in the session this morning to the 2 left-handers. And Northamptonshire, really, the wicket of Ryan Patel was a bit of a bonus, just caught in the covers off Luke Proctor, which at least gave them something to show for their efforts in that first session after deciding to bowl first. Is Taylor in once again, fairly wide outside the off stump, doesn't need to play at it, doesn't. 2 balls to go in the day.
A bit frustrating for Northamptonshire, that.
Yeah, it is
having to play here.
Well, to be fair to Taylor, it's his first over back. It's not the easiest thing necessarily to just come straight back on, especially at 20 past, half past 6 now. But they're putting a little bit of pressure on Gus Atkinson, and they're putting a leg slip in there. Yeah, they are a leg gully really, which is Rob Keogh. So 3 slips, a gully, and a leg gully, and a forward short leg. Taylor comes in, bowls, and that's guided away into the covers by Gus Atkinson. There was an easy single, but they decided not to take it, so that confirms what we were saying, that they just want to make sure that Sam Curran is there tomorrow morning. Which brings us to the last ball of the day at 25 to 7. It is going to be Taylor to bowl it to Gus Atkinson. Still the 3 slips in place, a gully, leg gully, forward short leg. Bit of late pressure on Gus Atkinson. And here's Taylor, comes in, bowls to him full length, and he drives back down the pitch. Taylor manages to get his right boot in the way, and that is the close of the first day's play in this LV Insurance County Championship Division 1 match between Northamptonshire and Surrey, and it finishes with Surrey put into bat 261 for 6. Sam Curran gets a pat on the back from Gus Atkinson, and Curran reciprocates. A few handshakes going on in the Northamptonshire fielders. I say the bowlers have put in a good stint today. 261 for 6 at the close. Curran is 71, Atkinson is 4.
Yeah, very good day of cricket that. Thoroughly enjoyed it. And yeah, the game's moved on a touch. I think with those couple of wickets tonight, that just does move it on. But I think Surrey will be quite happy with where they find themselves this evening, having been stuck in. But then again, Northamptonshire will be pleased with those 2 wickets in that. If they hadn't picked up 2 wickets in that last session tonight, they'd have been in a bit of bother. But they've got rid of Rory Burns, played really well for his 107. And then the bonus wicket really of Colin de Grandhomme. But Sam Curran's still there on 71. And Gus Atkinson on 4. 3 for 51 for Luke Proctor today, the pick of the bowlers. Radders, thank you. Absolute pleasure as always, sir. And we'll be back with you tomorrow morning. Eva Gray is with us tomorrow, so Eva will be with us tomorrow as well. But from us both this evening, here from the Kia Oval, the news is that Surrey have closed on 261 for 6 from Andrew Radd and myself. It's a very good night to one and all, and have a super evening.